growth, and legacy. On behalf of IISc Alumni Association, I extend a heartfelt welcome to each one of you to the inaugural function of the Golden Jubilee celebration of Indian Institute of Science Alumni Association 2025. To begin this auspicious occasion, I request our dignitaries who joined us on the stage. Chief guest, Professor G. Padmanabhan, Director and Patron, Professor Govindan Rangarajan, Guest of Honor, Professor E.S. Dwarakadasa, and President of Indian Institute of Science Alumni Association, Lieutenant Colonel G. Rajaram. To mark the beginning of this special event, we invite our esteemed guests to light the lamp and usher in positivity and inspiration. Thank you, esteemed dignitaries. I now request President Lieutenant Colonel Rajaram to deliver the welcome address.
Good morning to everyone. Dignitaries on the dais, Professor G. Padmanabhan, our former director and also the former patron of the Indian Institute of Science Alumni Association, our present director and the present patron of the Indian Institute of Science Alumni Association, Professor Govindan Rangarajan, our mentor, former president of the Alumni Association, Professor E.S. Dwarakadasa, and various dignitaries, speakers, and others, alumni who are present here. Welcome to all of you to this milestone event of the Indian Institute of Science Alumni Association. 50 years back, in the month of September 1975, the Alumni Association was started, but registered a year later in 1976. Over the last 50 years, it has grown from a small group of alumni till about 12,000 registered alumni as of now. With the support of the various patrons, the presidents of the executive committee, the advisors, and the various members of the executive committee from time to time, this association has grown, and we are very proud that the present executive committee has the privilege and honor of hosting this Golden Jubilee of the Indian Institute of Science Alumni Association. There are many alumni here who are older than the Alumni Association and have seen the days when there was no Alumni Association, and who have been from 1975 and still alumni and supporting us continuously whenever we approach them. I'm thankful to all the VIPs on the dais and the eminent alumni who are here in front of us to have gracefully accepted the invitation from the Alumni Association and are present here. I feel very proud to see a fairly good strength of audience here. After this formal inaugural function, we have a series of invited talks by eminent alumni. You will see them. We have about 8 alumni who are going to talk over the day. Then we have a panel discussion on IISc Alumni Association Vision for IISc Alumni Association 2040, leading towards a Viksit Bharat. And then we have an award ceremony of the Srimati Shubha and Professor E.S. Dwarakadasa Award for a young entrepreneur less than 40 years of age whose entrepreneurship has made a difference to society. We also have a large number of stalls just on the right side of the auditorium, and you're all welcome to go and have a look during your time. I once again would like to welcome all of you and appreciate the time taken by each one of you to participate with the Alumni Association on this great milestone event. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir, for your illuminating words. Today's guest of honor, Professor E.S. Dwarakadasa, is a distinguished Indian metallurgist. He was formerly professor in the Department of Metallurgy at Indian Institute of Science. He holds Bachelor of Engineering, Master of Science, and a PhD in Metallurgy from Indian Institute of Science. He is currently the CEO and MD of Karnataka Hybrid Micro Devices Limited. He is a fellow of Indian National Academy of Engineering. His research focus is physical metallurgy, alloy development, corrosion, spray forming aluminum alloy, and electronic materials. He has played a major role in developing aluminum lithium alloys and 7010 aluminum alloy for India's light combat aircraft. He was also one of the past presidents of the Alumni Association. Now can I request Professor E.S. Dwarakadasa to highlight the growth of the Alumni Association over these years.
Very good morning to everybody. Professor G. Padmanabhan, Professor Rangarajan, Colonel Rajaram, all the alumni of the Institute. I know so many of them, and it was so nice to meet everybody in the morning. Some time ago, when they decided to hold the Golden Jubilee celebrations of the Alumni Association, they requested me to be associated with this. And as a mentor, I do not know what it means. I've been associated with the Alumni Association right from day one. Colonel Rajaram wanted me to highlight some of the events that took place that led to the development of the association to its present-day stature. When I joined the Institute was more fondly called as Tata Institute. Many people didn't know what Indian Institute of Science was. People used to arrive in the railway station and come here by a jatka. The term jatka is a two-wheeled, horse-drawn cart. And when you come into the Institute, I remember very clearly, because I was a resident of Malleshwaram in the 50s, and the surrounding of the Institute was forest area. Many people did not even want to venture into coming into the Institute. At that time, I must say, the Institute was very open. There were 2 gates for every department, one for in, one for out, and people could enter the Institute from anywhere around the Institute. We enjoyed going out of the Institute on the northern side, and there was a very huge lake the Dasahalli Lake. Today, of course, you don't see any of it there. Some of us used to go and have even picnic on the banks of the lake and so on. At that time, after I graduated very long ago, in 1961, some of us were wondering why we can't join together and have an alumni association. And when we tried to probe further, we found that there was already an alumni association, but by a different name, Institute of Science Past Students Association. And it is not to be seen anywhere on the campus of the institute. We found out one of my very close friends, Dr. Kale, who was running the Ekme, that soap manufacturing company. He was a very active member of the association, Past Students Association. So when I got in touch with him, he said, oh, we are some small interested group of students who are running this association. We do not have any great things to do because many of them don't want to come and join us. We were just trying to find out what's the reason for that. The simple reason was that most of the entry to the institute were already graduates and they studied in some other place, and they owed their allegiance to those institutions, not so much to the institute. But we did really want to have some alumni association, because by then we already had realized that so many of the alumni associations in other universities had formed a unit which could help the institute, help the alma mater in a big way. We had seen newsletters being sent by, I know from California and other places, and they were saying, we raised $400 million and all that kind of very large things. At that time, these things used to be astronomical to us. Even 2 lakh rupees was very astronomical at that time. Many times people thought about it, but nothing solid came out of it. But I must mention here one very important event that happened in year 72 and around that time, when many research students joined together and went to the director of the institute at the time, Professor Dhawan, and said, we don't have any good equipment in the institute, we want some new equipment to come in to help us do research work. That same group thought also forming an alumni association. And it took shape. I remember they all said, we'll go and talk to the director and start this activity, trying to form an alumni association. I must say, at that time, the director and the Institute of Science gave excellent support. They said, you please form this association, we'll give you whatever support you want. And in about 7 to 8 months, we formed all the things, drafted some kind of bylaws, and formed the association. The institute was very generous. They gave us the assistance of a lower division clerk appointed by the institute, but working only for the Institute Alumni Association. The only difficulty was there was no place where to sit, so the association started in my office, in the metallurgy department. It was there until I left abroad for a long period in 1982, and it transferred to Dr. Mahesh's office. He was the next secretary, and he was the placement officer also. So it transferred to that place. So you can see from 1982, we were existing in some office, somebody's office. When we brought this to the attention of the directors, I think at various times, we were told, find some place where you can operate from. But I think over a period of time, we convinced them that we need a place in the campus. If I go out It does not have that kind of a relation with the institute. So we wanted a place in the campus. And I must say in the year 1996 or 94, 95 period, we were given assurance that we will find a place. And in 1997, we found this place. Thanks to Professor Padmanabhan, and he really helped us saying, find a place in that place. He not only provided us a place on the campus, but it was so close to the center of power, the central. A building was built and it was inaugurated, and I think Professor Baba, who was the chairman of the court at that time, he inaugurated. During this period, the Past Students Association came to us and said, why don't we simply merge, because we are not doing anything. But they had one privilege. One of the members of the Past Students Association used to be represented on the court of the institute. So with due legal procedures, we got that also transferred to the Alumni Association. So I hope we still have that privilege that one member of the association will sit on the court in the court meetings. The first thing that the Alumni Association did was to say, we'll identify and award the Distinguished Alumnus Award for the distinguished alumni of the institute. So I remember it was started immediately after 1975. The first award was given in 1977 for the year 1976, and Professor G. Padmanabhan at that time was identified and was given. And I'm very happy to say it has been awarded every year continuously, and very illustrious people have got awards. But my view was all the alumni are distinguished of the institute. I remember the first time we wanted to have the alumni year annual, the director said, we'll have it with the institute, we'll have something together. And the 3rd of March, the Founders' Day, was identified as the Alumni Day, and we had a very beautiful dinner outside the main building in front of the Tata statue. I still remember it was such a happy moment with so many alumni coming and having meeting at that place. If you ask me what happened to the Alumni Day, it became a little difficult for us to manage, because after the general body, we had to submit our annual accounts. The financial year ended only on 31st March. So if we meet on 3rd March, we won't be able to complete that. So there was some lag of 1 year, and there was some difficulty. So we moved it out from March 3rd to sometime in August. Most of the time we used to have the general body in the month of August. We also had, at that time, a meeting of all prior alumni prior to 1976. I'm very happy to say that there were so many people aged 80 and above who attended that meeting. We had a meeting in front of the aeronautical building, which doesn't exist now. And so many of them came and said it was such a beautiful occasion for all of us to come and meet, similar to what we have today. Somebody came and said, it's so nice to meet you after so many years. That's the kind of thing we can have in the Alumni Association. Today, the Alumni Association has grown in stature, grown in size, grown in influence, and I'm sure it will grow much, much more. And with the help of all of you, all the alumni, we will have a great Alumni Association. With the new building, with the building in which we have occupied, I should also slightly make a mention, small comical mention here. They brought in the Pensioners Association into the alumni building. I was wondering why they're doing it. I then found out that most of the alumni are all retired, plus 60, and therefore they mingle with the pensioners we have the institute. And however, we can coexist, no problem. I think we are going to soon find out whether we can have a much larger area, much larger place to stay in and also influence affairs at the institution. One of my ideas of the Alumni Association was to initiate and start something similar to the Gordon Research Conference, which will have impact on the whole nation. I suggested this to the committee at the last time. I think there's some active discussion taking place. I think if you can do something like that, which has a lasting value, I think the Alumni Association would have done something very great. And also, coming from the Institute of Science, I think it is here we can do something like that. And I'm hoping we'll do something like that. I should thank the President of the Alumni Association and the Executive Committee for having called me as a mentor. I'm not a chief guest anyway. I'm only an ex-president of the association. Thank you very much for all that. I want to thank all the alumni for the excellent response and excellent recognition given to me. Thank you very much. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your enlightening us on the illustrious growth of the Alumni Association. It is our privilege to have with us Professor Govindan Rangarajan, Director, Indian Institute of Science, Patron, Indian Institute of Science Alumni Association. I kindly request you, sir, to address the gathering.
Let me welcome all of you on behalf of the Indian Institute of Science to this Golden Jubilee celebration. It's indeed a wonderful occasion and a very joyous occasion. Happy to see so many of you here. My only slight concern is too many gray hairs like me. we need many more young people coming to the association meetings. So I hope more younger people come for these meetings. It is important to involve them so that the association flourishes. So we have had the alumni have been the true torch bearers for the institute more than anything else. The distinguished alumni we have had right from the beginning of the institution have really carried the flag forward and have really helped IISc achieve the recognition that it has. So there are already I see so many luminaries here in this room who have contributed so much to the nation. And I think that has been a distinguishing feature of our alumni, that they have not just gone into corporate and so on, but they have also contributed enormously to nation building. So that way, we can be very proud of the achievements of our alumni. Of course, I myself am not an alumnus, so I'll not take too much of your time. I think it's the alumni who should be speaking on this very important occasion. So I wish the association many more years of very productive activities, and I hope it takes up the challenge that Dwarkdasa proposed, maybe organize even more academic activities so that the name of the association spreads far and wide. So with these few words, let me thank all of you for coming, and I again congratulate the association on its Golden Jubilee. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your motivational address. We are thankful for your guidance and unconditional support for the Alumni Association. We are delighted to have with us our chief guest, Professor G. Govind Padmanabhan, a distinguished leader and an inspiration to many. We are honored to have you here, and I am honored to read your biodata. Born in 1938, Professor G. Padmanabhan is the first student of Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore, to have become its director. He contributed significantly to the initiation of recombinant DNA research in the country. He initiated studies on liver cytochrome P450 expression, which plays crucial role in drug metabolism. He has been working with malaria parasite biology for last 3 decades. His group discovered and characterized heme biosynthetic pathways. The pathway, which is a drug target for severe malaria. He has also shown that curcumin from turmeric has tremendous potential to treat malaria as an adjunct drug. His studies have paved the way to explain the molecular basis for the action of curcumin from turmeric as a universal adjunct drug. He has produced over 50 PhDs and 150 plus papers. His letter to Science explaining the background behind India's Pokhran nuclear test was widely appreciated, and he has projected India to become global leader in vaccines. Professor Padmanabhan was a visiting scientist and professor at University of Chicago. He has served many international organizations like WHO, ICGB. He has played an integral role in the growth of life sciences and biotechnology in the country, and we fondly call him Visma Pitamaha of Indian biotechnology. He continues to be active in research after his formal retirement in 1998. He has mentored a generations of students, juniors, senior scientists, and entrepreneurs. He chairs several technical committees of government in science and technology establishments. He was elected president of National Academy of Science. He has been the chancellor of Central University of Tamil Nadu. He is serving as a senior science innovation advisor for BIRAC. He was awarded UNESCO Chair in Biotechnology in 2000. He was the co-chair of the COVID Vaccine Evaluation Committee in DBT. He has received several awards, including civilian awards Padma Shri, Padma Bhushan, and recently Vijnana Ratna Award in 2024. Now may I request our chief guest, Professor G. Padmanabhan, to kindly address the gathering.
Distinguished Director Professor Rangarajan, whether you like it or not, mentor Professor Dwarka Dasa, Lieutenant Colonel Rajaram. It's indeed a great privilege and honor for me to have been asked to be a chief guest on this wonderful occasion. Golden Jubilee of Alumni Association is indeed something which are all proud of, because proud of our association and proud of all the members of the association. The Indian Institute of Science, I joined, let me say a few words about myself, in 1961 as a student of PhD degree in the biochemistry department. And I joined Padmudri Subbarai Sarma. He was my guide. And uniquely, I should say, after I got my PhD in 66, submitted thesis in 65, our alumni would remember the processes. We will send letters to potential examiners. If they accept, the thesis will go by surface mail. Obviously, you submit your thesis in 65 and get it in 66. Takes a year. Now I think students will get upset if it takes more than 2 months, I suppose. So that is how things were, and I didn't go abroad. As soon as I finished my PhD, I said, I want to do things in India, and I stayed for 3 years as a postdoc in the same department. Then, people said, you're a fool. You're just staying here. IISc will not give you a job unless you have experience from United States. So I started packing after 3 months, after 3 years of stay, after my PhD, 69. Satish Dhawan became director. And they advertised faculty positions. It were all embargoed till that time. Huge number of faculty were accommodated. 7 faculty, I remember. And I said, people said, joke, you should apply. You will not get the job, but you go through the experience, they said. So I applied for the job, applied for a lecturer's job. I was called for interview. I went for the interview. And the next day there was a rumor floating, GP has got assistant professor. I thought people are making fun of me because I had only applied for lecturer's job. And then Talwar was a member also, C.R. Krishnamurthy, I don't know whether you will remember. One of them told me, I had done well, I should say. I had published something like 25 papers. Apparently, Satish Dhawan said, you are all looking at guys from abroad. This guy has stayed here and published 25 papers. I will make him assistant professor. Satish Dhawan. So it was real. I was thinking it's a joke. I was not even confident of getting a lecturer job. And people said you will not get unless you have a stamp from US. But here I am. I stayed. I became an assistant professor, perhaps the youngest assistant professor at that time. And my only grouse is, I have written it in the Souvenir, some of you might read. When I go to the central office, they will, hello, why don't you come later, I say. Because then I said, I'm not a student, I am an assistant professor. Then, sorry sir, I will look into your, whatever you want immediately, 24 hours it will be done. So, this is something very, I then went to UK as a British Council exchange scientist. 73 I went to the United States as a Fulbright scholar. And I spent a year working in the Department of Medicine at the University of Chicago. And when I was coming back, the boss, Dr. Rabinovich, told me, why are you going to India back? I say, what will you do there? You have done good work here. You can't do anything. Sir, I told him, probably I was the only one addressing him as sir. Everybody will call him Murray. I said, I want to build my lab. You don't know about Indian Institute of Science. It's a good place and I have opportunity there. But he was so generous, he allowed me not only to come back, but he said, this University of Chicago Department of Medicine is open to you anytime. And I literally made use of it and went there 10 times between 73 and 86. I went to the same lab. Rabinovich died in 85. So I didn't feel like going afterwards. Just once I went. And also the new person who was in charge said, please do come regularly as you have been doing. But I didn't feel like going, I found something very empty there when he was not there. So it was opportunity for me to learn technologies, like including DNA sequencing. These are all huge things at that point of time. But now today is probably, human genome will be done in a week's time. That is the technology that has developed. But I did all that and came back here, and I should say Institute of Science is very unique. We have no written rules at all. Everything is by convention. This is how it's done here. So very interesting. And the way I get a job here, I was coming from central office, maybe I was divisional chairman or whatever it is. And Professor C.N.R. Rao saw me on the way. I was coming to old biochemistry department. He said, "Hey, these fellows have messed it up," I said. I didn't follow head or tail. What is he talking about? He said, "This post of associate director has been abolished." I didn't know. I'm sorry. This administration has messed it up. I can only make you deputy director. Please accept. This is on the roadside. I said, "Yes, sir." That's it. I became assistant professor. This is, as I said, I worked there and eventually ended up as director of this Institute of Science. And I kept an open house, and all directors do. And actually, the office told me, "Sir, if you keep an open house like this, at least give an appointment, time so that people will come. Otherwise, people will be keeping coming." But, I found human tendencies, especially in the lower economic strata, helpers and all. When they come to director's room, they'll start crying. I said, "Why are you crying?" They'll say, "Sir, this is a sanctum sanctorum. For the first time we have ever been able to come inside." So, that is something very unique place sitting there. And I distinctly remember Professor Rao went for a short period on a sabbatical, whatever, and I was acting director. And I had signed a paper as acting director. He said, "What is acting?" He said, "When you are director, you are director. There is nothing like acting," he said. So that's how the institute is. Even now, people walk into my office, and I have been there. I retired in '98, and I am still continuing in some capacity or the other. And I wrote to Professor Rangarajan, the present director, that I have been some NASA, INSA scientist, something I would like to continue. He said, "No worry, you continue as long as you want, as long as you contribute something to the institute and the country." That's the kind of letter he wrote. So this is institution that is built on very informal activities, informal relationships, and I'm sure you are all the evidence for all that has happened in this institute. What we can claim, you have learned this, but I'm sure your experience outside, after your degrees here, whatever you have, and that experience, and you will still associate that your love for the alma mater is something which we are all proud of. And so many things have happened in science and technology, whether it's engineering, whether it's all about, people all talk about AI. Anything is unusual, so AI can do it. So it's like, so it's how science is developed, and I am sure IISc will be at the forefront. As you all know, we are all proud to an extent. It's always #1 institute. Ranking is there by the Government of India. As always, there is something very unique, and we now have undergraduate students in the campus. which was not there before. Now we have undergraduate students. And of course, it's an opportunity for them to go abroad after that. I think about 40% stay back and do PhD probably. So I don't want to take much time. 10:30 is the upper limit, I suppose. And I guess I welcome you all, and please do whatever you can to this institute. You know, this is because setting an example, global example, an institution which will have this kind of brilliant faculty, alumni, and contributions. And that will come by inputs also. It's not as if people here can keep on, you know, we don't teach from books. It's always research-based. Teaching is always research-based. And education always goes side by side. Teaching, you know, there has been a controversy whether it is research or teaching. I don't think either of them can go without the other, you know. You need, that is how it is. That's how the institution has grown. And I want to congratulate the Alumni Association for all the activities. I remember as an assistant professor, I can sing, so they asked me to sing. So I sang. I still remember that. That was, I don't know how many years ago, 40 years ago, I did that in one of the bungalows outside open lawn. So I fondly remember all the contributions of the Alumni Association. And please do continue your association and your contribution to this institute. And through this, whatever this country can benefit, and to have a global example of what an institution can achieve. Thank you so much, and for all your questions. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you, sir, for those inspiring words and sharing your pearl of wisdom with us. Now, to commemorate this glorious milestone, we are delighted to release the Golden Jubilee Souvenir, capturing our journey of 50 remarkable years. We also have a special separate e-copy of the souvenir containing the articles of various alumni who have shared their experiences related to IISc, which will be released shortly. I request the dignitaries on stage to kindly release the souvenir. And I request Dr. Pramila and Dr. Akhila to join. Now I request President Lieutenant Colonel Rajaram to felicitate our dignitaries. Chief Guest Professor G. Padmanabhan. Request Dr. Pramila also to join. Now to Patron Director Professor Govindan Rangarajan, request Dr. Akhila also to join along with President. And guest of honor, Professor E.S. Dwarakadasa. Thank you, everyone. Now, I request all the EC members to come on stage for a quick group photo. Can I request all our EC members? Thank you, everyone. We are honored to have many of the past directors of IISc and past president of Alumni Association, past and present advisors of Alumni Association in the audience. It is a great pleasure that I can call upon each one of them to on stage to receive our token of appreciation. Can I request past president of IISc Alumni Association, Dr. K.R. Srinivasan, to the stage. Can I request? Yeah. I request, Vinu Jade, Ramachandra, please join us on the stage. No? Okay. Okay. Dr. Ellen Satpathy? Yeah. Yeah. Dr. M.P. Ravindra? Can I request Ramachandra and Dr. Gurumurthy? Dr. B. Ashok? Can I request past and present advisors, Professor Arindam Ghosh?
Thank you, sir.
Can I request Mr. Anand Ullal also to join on stage, and Dr. Gurumurthy Mohan Ullal? Pratap. Dr. Pratap, you can also join on stage. Professor A. Ashokan. Can I request Professor Avinash Shirode to join on stage? Who else? We are also honored to have many eminent alumni in the audience. We would like to felicitate them. Lieutenant General Dr. V. J. Sundaram, could we have you on stage? That's all. Can I request Professor B. A. Raghunandan to join us on stage?
Like Professor Dwarakadasa said, everybody is eminent, but whoever are all here, they are being actively associated with the association, hence they are being felicitated. All the speakers, I mean, they have been with us anytime we wanted. They have always been with us and supported us regularly. That is why we are honoring them on this special occasion. But otherwise, each one of you, like Sir said, is an eminent alumni.
Before the formal, Madam M. Rabindran, could you have you on stage? Okay, not there, okay. Okay, no. So before our formal vote of thanks, there are a few announcements. We have high tea arranged in the adjacent area. Please join us there. And there are also stalls by various innovators, companies, showcasing interesting solutions arranged outside the building. And we are going to have the group photo just immediately outside the building. So for the stall, please visit them and encourage, which is in the adjacent area. Now we'll have a formal vote of thanks. After that, we'll join us, or everybody will join us for a group photo. So can I request Professor C. Sri Rabindran, the General Secretary of the Association, to deliver the vote of thanks.
Good morning, everyone. Respected distinguished dignitaries on the dais, dear alumni members, faculty members, students, friends, invitees, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the Indian Institute of Science Alumni Association, it gives me a great pleasure to propose the vote of thanks on this very special occasion of the inaugural session of the Golden Jubilee celebrations. At the outset, we sincerely thank our chief guest, Professor G. Padmanabhan, for gracing this landmark event and for his inspiring presence. We are grateful to our guest of honor, Professor E.S. Dwarakadasa, for his continued mentorship and unwavering support to the Alumni Association over the years. We thank Professor Govindan Rangarajan for his insightful address, which beautifully reflected the spirit of IISc and set the tone for today's program. He has been a constant source of support and a guide in fulfillment of our objectives. Our heartfelt thanks to all the distinguished speakers, panelists who have reciprocated our request to address the gathering in the session and the panel discussion that follows. We gratefully acknowledge the encouraging messages received for our Golden Jubilee souvenir from the ministers and eminent dignitaries, including Sri Dharmendra Pradhan, Sri Prahlad Joshi, Professor C.N.R. Rao, and many other distinguished leaders, which added great value to this celebration. We place on record our sincere thanks to the distinguished past presidents, who are also past directors, who are also our patrons, past and present presidents, mentors, and advisors of the Alumni Association, who have guided us throughout this journey. We are thankful to your contribution to the growth of the Alumni Association. Our special thanks to the mentor of the Golden Jubilee and the Golden Jubilee Working Group and all the EC committee members and all staff of the Indian Institute of Science Alumni Association, whose dedication and hard work made this celebration possible. We also thank the editorial board for bringing out the Golden Jubilee souvenir, all advertisers, donors, and sponsors for their generous support, and the registrar, IISc, for kindly providing the Professor Satish Dhawan Auditorium. A big thank you to the students, volunteers, alumni members, and the press for their enthusiastic participation and support. Finally, thank you, each one of you, for being part of this historic milestone in the journey of the Indian Institute of Science Alumni Association. Your presence has truly made this celebration memorable. Thank you. Thank you all.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Quick announcement. We are going to assemble back at 11:15, 30 minutes from now. Kindly join us for the group photo outside. And we have this special postal stamp with Alumni Association. It is available outside against the donation.
This was released last month nationwide by the Postal Department to commemorate our Golden Jubilee.
And everyone can collect the souvenir copy from the registration desk.
ಇರ್ಬೇಕಲ್ಲ. ಹಿಂದಿಲ್ವಾ? ಚಲೋ
ಬರ್ತಿದ್ಯಾ ಆಡಿಯೋ? ಮೈಕ್ ಹಾಕ್ಬೇಕಾ? ನೋಡಿ
Hello. Hello. ठीक. Okay. Hello. Hello. ठीक. Hello. Hello. ठीक. Yeah.
Hello.
Hello. ठीक.
Hello.
What? Hello. ठीक. Hello. ठीक.
Good morning. We will be starting in few minutes. Kindly take your seats, audience. So we will have a series of interesting lectures by eminent scientists. The first in the series is by Dr. V.K. Saraswat. Sir is coming. We'll be starting in few minutes. I request Professor R. Paddy to stay the session and take care of the speaker. And I also request Professor Ramachandra to introduce the speaker in few minutes.
ಇದೆ ಇದು okay.
Hello, good morning. I request Professor Padi and Professor Ramchandra to take care of the session.
A very good morning to all of you. I'm sure you are all having a fantastic time here, and the entire day is filled with a lot of interesting things and lot of knowledge to be gained and lot of memory to cherish. I am Radhakant Padi here, a professor in aerospace department and also associate faculty in CPS department. So I'm a active faculty out here, but I'm also an alumni of the institute with a master's degree in '96 from aerospace department. It's my honor to kind of informally chair this session or whatever. So this is where we are having fantastic speakers lined up. And starting from one of our motivators and a living legend, Dr. V.K. Saraswat, who has been extremely, pioneer contribution in the missile development. But also very informally, when we had a small dinner sometimes, not far back. And I was amazed to see his deep knowledge in material science as well. So wherever he gets to, the knowledge is extremely deep, and you will see that coming up in the very first one. Then we are having Dr. P. Guruswamy, another living legend from NASA all the way. And then this is where the country's name has grown beyond India as well, and also this space program. Remember, defense and space is all happening, and everybody is excited to know what's happening in defense and space in general, and also both nationally as well as internationally. So with this introductory comments, I will rather invite Dr. Ramchandra to formally introduce Dr. Saraswat and take it from there.
Good morning and welcome. It's my privilege to give a very brief introduction to a living legend. Pardon? Yes, sir. It is my privilege to give the briefest possible introduction to a living legend, Dr. V.K. Saraswat. So I'll straight away start as he has instructed me. Dr. V.K. Saraswat, a distinguished scientist and member of Niti Aayog, has over 4 decades of impactful work in defense research across basic and applied sciences. As a former secretary of DRDO, he played a central role in developing India's indigenous missile system and creating the nation's 2-tier missile system, based on which we are all very comfortably living here in the country. Beyond defense, Dr. Saraswat has driven major national initiatives in alternative energy. He has promoted sustainable transportation technologies as electric vehicles, fuel cell vehicles, and hydrogen powered mobility. At Niti Aayog, he launched the methanol economy program and chaired key committees on technical textiles and body armor. Honored with Padma Shri, Padma Bhushan, and over 27 honorary doctorate, he is also a distinguished professor in IIT Hyderabad, IIT Roorkee, and fellow of Indian National Academy of Sciences. With this briefest possible introduction, I would invite Dr. Saraswat to come and address the gathering. Thank you.
Very good morning, Namaskara. It is indeed a pleasure to be part of this Golden Jubilee celebration of Indian Science Alumni Association. I saw the topic here for my talk, defense research. Sorry, topic is not defense research. Topic is basically all about what Indian Institute of Science did to me as a student who joined it in 1970 until today when I am in Niti Aayog. So obviously I would like to give my greetings to all my seniors who are here from the Indian Institute of Science. In the morning we see some very eminent people who have made difference to the country's science and technology growth. It is both an honor and a deeply emotional moment for me to stand before all of you and to come back to IISc, my alma mater of more than 6 decades, is to return to the very fountainhead of, I must say, intellectual and professional journey. This campus has shaped me, not just as an engineer or a researcher, but as a thinker, as a seeker, and as a person who is committed to serve our country. Just 1 minute. So, when we look at IISc, when I entered in 1970 to pursue my ME, I wanted to join the aeronautics department. But unfortunately, after all the interviews and discussions and all, I was given internal combustion engines. In those days, this used to be a separate department. Today, it is now merged with mechanical engineering. And even the building used to be across the road. Probably it has been either demolished or it has been used for something else. It doesn't happen. So, I was filled at that time with a sense of awe because I came from Gwalior, an aspiration that thousands of young students who continue to feel when they step into the sacred space of learning like this. World was different in those days. The technologies were different. Even India's scientific landscape was quite different. But one thing that has never changed from then to now is the uncompromising spirit of excellence which this institute always showers, and the thirst for discovery that defines this institution. Today, as I see before me such an extraordinary gathering of alumni, individuals who have led global scientific missions, built institutions, driven national programs, pioneered breakthroughs and uplifted countless lives, I am reminded that IISc is far more than a campus. It is a living tradition, a continuing movement, a heritage that each one of us carries through our work and through our contributions. To start with, I would like to give a salute to the teachers who shaped all of us. Let me begin by paying my homage to the giants on whose shoulders we stood and continue to stand. No alumnus of IISc can speak of their career without acknowledging the teachers who shaped their thinking, sharpened them, and instilled in them the discipline and curiosity that a scientist must carry for life. For many of us, classrooms and laboratories led by inspiring faculty were transformating spaces. We were fortunate to learn under these teachers who, day after day, reminded us that discipline, rigor, clarity, and humility are as important as technical brilliance. I must mention here the towering figure of Professor Satish Dhawan, who was the director at that time, whose influence of Indian science and on thousands of students is immeasurable. He was not only a brilliant aerodynamist, but also the architect of India's modern space program. What I remember most about him is the way he approached the teaching. He carried into every lecture an infectious enthusiasm, a sense of wonder, and a deep belief that science must serve society. I still remember there was a tradition which he probably sat in, I don't know whether he sat in or it was there earlier, that all the fresh students of IISc have to listen to his lecture. And one thing that he would say besides learning all that, your number of visits to MG Road and Brigade Road should be minimum. His classes, no matter how complex the subject be, felt like journeys of exploration. It has often been said, धवन साध्य को सहज बना देते हैं. हिंदी में बोल रहा हूँ. He made the difficult seem natural. Equally influential was another person who influenced me, was Professor Rodam Narasimha. His lectures were not just informative, they were transformative. He taught many of us that true mastery lies in understanding fundamentals so deeply that you can apply them anywhere, whether in the supersonic wind tunnel or in the behavior of monsoon clouds or hypersonic flights of the missiles. And my immediate guide and professor, I cannot forget his name, Professor V. Kuppurao, was a faculty member of Indian Institute of ICE, which housed, tested and variety of engines and components at that time, including one aero engine, inside a large hangar and a campus. These are not the only three major professors I want to mention. There are many, many more. Due to paucity of time, I can't mention them because I took courses in different departments, and hence I had the opportunity to go to metallurgy department, chemical engineering department, aeronautics department, besides IC. In 1970, I arrived at the institute as a young engineer, fresh out of my undergraduate program in Gwalior in Madhya Pradesh. Stepping into the hallowed corridors of IISc for my ME degree, I felt exhilarating and overwhelming. After completing the admission formalities on my very first day, I was directed to Mess A. I hope all of you remember that, with a food coupon in hand. To my surprise and mild dismay, the only offerings were rice, sambar, and a sabji. A fellow newcomer from North India, I set out in search of a North Indian restaurant outside the campus. But even there, the food hardly matched the taste we were accustomed to. In time, however, I discovered Mess B, a welcome revelation. It served a more diverse fare, thoughtfully catering to South and North Indian palates, and soon became our preferred dining place. The hostel presented its own set of early challenges. I was allotted a twin sharing room in E block. E block probably was one of the oldest block of IISc in those days. And on the very first night, I found myself serving as a feast for the resident bedbugs. Exasperated, I abandoned the bed and took refuge on the study table to get some sleep. There were also a few teething issues with my initial roommate, which eventually led me to seek help from the ever-approachable hostel superintendent. I don't know how many of you remember his name in those days, was Mr. Kupanna. Mr. Kupanna is fondly remembered by generation of students of the IISc for his long and dedicated service as a hostel in charge. In an institution known for intense academic activity, work and demanding research schedules, his presence played a quiet but essential role in sustaining the everyday life of students. On the first day in the Department of IC, I was introduced to few transformational changes that were taking place in 1970. One of them was the 4-point grading system. That was the first time IISc introduced a grading system. It was a 4-point grading system. The Institute information book gave us and mentioned that there would be core courses to be taken in the department assigned to us, and many courses can be taken in other departments also. I was assigned a student supervisor by name Professor M.N. Muljan. Munjal, and I cannot forget him. Professor Munjal was my student advisor who guided me to choose the right courses and taught us the difficult subject of random vibration and acoustic control. Let me also recall the remarkable contributions of Professor Munjal, one of the finest acoustics and noise control experts of our country has produced. IISc, he established the renowned Noise and Vibration Lab, which went on to become a pioneering center for work on mufflers, silencers, and flow acoustic interactions. Professor Munjal's analytical methods, especially his transfer matrix approach for predicting acoustics performance, became a standard reference in India and abroad. His classic book, Acoustics of Ducts and Mufflers, shaped the thinking of generations of engineers. What made him truly exceptional was his ability to connect theory with practice. He stands as a shining example of IISc's tradition of excellence, where deep scientific insight translates directly into national capabilities. Together, these professors exemplify the highest ideals of IISc: rigor, collaboration, and service to the nation. I want to also talk to you a few things about IC, Internal Combustion Department. IC, which has now become Mechanical Engineering Department, has a long stood as a cornerstone of India's engineering education and research. It was one of the oldest departments, probably 1948 or something, because when I entered there, I saw the photographs of some of the British professors and others who were probably teaching at that point in time. Emerging during a period when the nation was striving to build indigenous technological capability, the IC program at IISc evolved as one of the consistently aligned fundamental research with the practical needs of industry, transportation, energy, and automobiles. Laboratory infrastructure played a pivotal role in this tradition. The IC labs were among the finest, equipped for advanced experiments in fuel injection, combustion diagnostics, emission measurements, and performance evaluation. A defining strength of IC was its faculty. Professors were not only scholars of international repute, but also mentors deeply invested in the intellectual growth of their students. To name a few who built the ecosystem of research and innovation in those days was Professor A.V. Srinath, Professor Guruswamy, Professor Narasimhan, Professor Kuppurao, Professor Munjal, Professor Venkatesh, Professor C.R. Prasad, and many more. Equally significant was the department's engagement with the real-world problems. The IC program maintained close interaction with India's automotive industry, such as Myco, Tata Motors, Cooper Engineering, and so on. Under Professor Narasimhan, the IC department worked on engineering, testing, research, and collaborative projects with industry. These included testing diesel and petrol engines, experimenting with different piston materials, optimizing combustion chamber designs, and adapting engines to accept the local fuels. Efforts aimed at fostering an indigenous IC engine capability in India. I, as a young student, was assigned many tasks in these experiments. The IC program drew heavily from and contributed to allied departments like aerospace, combustion. We had a common domain in which we were working together, chemical engineering, again on variety of mass transfer and things like that, material engineering, and so on. The cross-pollination enriched research and broadened perspectives, enabling students to approach problems holistically. I want to say that if any institution has taught me how to do research, it is this IISc. When I joined IISc, I had no exposure to research. I was a mechanical engineer with a grounding in design of mechanical systems, thermal systems, and so on. As a part of ME program, IISc inculcated the culture of research. Every course which we took, offered by any professor, made us to do some research paper through literature survey. Institute library was the main resource center for writing such papers. The custom of presenting the research work during the semester to the faculty members and PhD scholars was very rewarding. It gave us the confidence of working on new topics. This was the beginning of research work in my life. The main research exposure happened while doing the project work on the advice of Professor Munjal and Professor Kupurao. I selected droplet combustion as my project topic. It was mostly experimental work followed by setting up very simple, maybe one-dimensional droplet combustion models. I learned the use of various instruments for measurement of temperature, pressure, flow, combustion diagnostics like product analysis and so on. Visit to central instrumentation facility in those days. I think some speakers thought about that Dr. Dhawan created a center for latest equipment. I think the central instrument facility was one of them, where I used to go for use of mass spectrometer. I didn't know what was mass spectrometer. So there was a technician there who taught me all about mass spectrometer and how to use it. And I used it extensively for making the measurements of the combustion, percentages of combustion products. Of course, Dr. Kupurao and Prasad, C.R. Prasad, who mentored me on this project, taught me many more things. I was supposed to do a one-dimensional model for droplet combustion. So we were using what were existing at that time, modifying them. We didn't know project in those days, computer programming at all. And I remember Professor Guru Raja of Mechanical Engineering taking course on computer Fortran programming. And Bible in those days was the Raja Ramana's book on Fortran 4 programming. IIT Kanpur professor, who I think recently expired. So that was, and he taught us how to program, how to learn the Fortran programming. We used, and I still remember my visits to the computer center with a bunch of cards, and if you have a syntax error, you do number of rounds to get one program running. In those days, IBM 360 was a big computer available in the institute campus. In addition to being my guide and also my mentor, Professor Kupurao and myself used to share a game of badminton in the institute gymkhana on Sundays. So the education and research ecosystem has shaped my journey. When I look back my days for ME in 70-72, I realized how profoundly the curriculum influenced my later work in missile technology and defense systems. Internal combustion engines department was designed not merely to produce engineers, but to create thinkers. We were trained to look at systems holistically, to understand materials, dynamics, thermodynamics, fluid flow, stress behavior, control systems, and interconnected parts of a larger mosaic. Even today, when I am discussing the modern aerospace or missile systems, I am struck by how frequently I return to the principles learned during those 2 foundational years. The laboratories were places of both precision and imagination. The wind tunnels, the vibration tables, the material testing rooms, they challenged us to move from textbooks, knowledge to tangible reality. IISc taught us that equations come alive only when they are tested, validated, and sometimes disproved. But beyond technical training, IISc gave something more crucial, a sense of purpose. The India of 1970s was a young nation with enormous aspirations, but limited resources. Our teachers told us often, sometimes gently, sometimes firmly, that our learning was not just for careers, but we should look for how to build technology, how to help nations to become technologically strong. That message resonated well and had become the compass guiding my path into defense and missile technology. IISc made a tremendous contribution as far as self-reliance in missile and space technology is concerned. Only to this extent I can say that my talk is related to defense. IISc played a seminal role in guided missile development program and space programs. The conception and execution of the integrated guided missiles program marked a defining moment in India's quest for strategic self-reliance. And at the heart of this transformative innovation stood Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam. Under Kalam's visionary leadership, IGMDP was conceived not merely as a collection of missile projects like Prithvi, Agni, Akash, Trishul and Nag, but as an integrated national mission. His approach was distinctive in its emphasis on systems integration, where propulsion, guidance, control, materials, warheads were developed concurrently and cohesively. Equally revolutionary was his insistence on forging deep partnerships between government laboratories, academic institutions such as IISc, IITs, public sector undertakings, and emerging private enterprises. This collaborative model broke long-standing silos and created a shared sense of ownership across Indian scientific and industrial ecosystem. One such collaboration was the creation of the Joint Advanced Technology Program, JATP, which emerged as a critical institutional innovation with the Indian Institute of Science during a period when India faced severe technological denial regimes and an urgent need to accelerate indigenous capability development. Conceived as a bridge between advanced academic research and mission-oriented national programs, the JATP reflected a profound understanding that technological self-reliance could not be achieved through isolated efforts. Two towering figures, Professor Satish Dhawan, Dr. Kalam, were instrumental in shaping these initiatives both in concept and execution at IISc. One professor who made a tremendous difference in the JATP, there were many, but I think Professor Mukunda, unfortunately today he is not here, a distinguished aerospace scientist from IISc, brought to IGMDP a profound understanding of combustion dynamics and propulsion science. Mr. Raghunandan was one of his students in those days, if I remember correctly. Professor Raghunandan, please raise your hand. His role was particularly significant in addressing challenges related to solid and liquid propulsion, ignition transients, and combustion instabilities. He played a stellar role in formation of JATP also. In addition to Professor Mukunda, there were many professors who made seminal contribution to IGMDP, Professor Mahapatra, Professor Dattaguru, Professor Durvasulu, Professor A.K. Rao, and many others in solving some of the most difficult problems of these missiles like Prithvi, Agni, Dhanush, Akash, Nag, and so on. I want to cite some of the good work which have been done by these and which made a difference. Dr. Sundaram is here. I still remember when we were designing the Prithvi missile, we didn't know, we were using a book, my colleagues who were designing the structure and the propellant tanks, they didn't know how to decide how many slosh baffles should be put inside. The only source of information was the missile handbook by Koile at that time, which only gave an empirical kind of a formulation to decide that number. And we wanted to see what happens when the tank is in an inclined condition. So Professor Durvasulu was approached. He was an expert in aeroelasticity, instrumental in, he designed an experiment to measure the slosh frequencies in the inclined condition. General Sundaram was working with him at that time, and it was used. That helped Prithvi propellant tanks to optimize the number and design of the anti-slosh baffles. A tremendous contribution. If that had not happened, probably Prithvi stage would not have worked as it worked, and even today it is working. Professor Mahapatra, who contributed significantly in developing a guidance scheme for Prithvi. He was a man from guidance, control, rather he is control and system integration. areas that determine the effectiveness of missiles far beyond the propulsion capabilities. He emphasized the importance of robust algorithms, sensor reliability, and fault tolerance, particularly in the context of real-world operating environments. Professor Dattaguru, we had a serious problem because we were using some of the materials which are fracture-prone, and Professor Dattaguru was instrumental in solving the problems related to the fracture mechanics in missile design and material selection for aerostructures. Collectively, these mentors focused on building institutions and empowering the next generation of scientists. The model what GATP followed, I would like to share with all of you. It was a center created here where the DRDO scientists, I still remember the in charge was Dr. Swamy, and Swamy, again he was a product of IISc, but he had gone abroad and come back. And he was working with all the professors, and many of us who were working as scientists in DRDO at that time used to work hand in glove with all the professors to solve typical problems. Their willingness to engage directly with young engineers of DRDL RCI, review designs in detail and participate in problem-solving sessions created a culture of trust and shared responsibility. In retrospect, I would say JATP stands as a testament to enlightened leadership of Professor Dhawan, Dr. Kalam. They showed that institutions, when guided by vision and integrity, can unlock the collective potential of nation's scientific community. Their work reinforced a vital lesson. Sustainable technological progress requires not only brilliant individuals, but thoughtfully designed frameworks that enable collaboration, trust, and long-term commitment to national goals. Many times, even in today's conferences on science technology, I hear that one of the major problems is the gap between academia and industry. How in 1982, 83, 84, 85, 87, a JATB kind of an experiment demonstrated that there is a way to bridge this gap. Why is it that we cannot replicate this in a situation today when the tools are far more, when the kind of expertise available is also very large, and when there are national programs in every field? It was IGMTP, today there is a quantum mission, there is a cyber physical system, there is a ocean mission, there are hundreds of missions which are on course. Why this particular sentence is being repeated on all seminars, on all books which are written on by various policymakers, the gap between industry, academia, national laboratories? I think we have to take a leaf out of it. The IGMTP demonstrated that when academia, government, laboratories, and industry work together under enlightened leadership, technological self-reliance becomes achievable even under adverse conditions. Similarly, IISc played a stellar role in the space sector. The Indian Institute of Science, a foundational and enduring role in the growth of India's space sector, contributing not only cutting-edge research, but also leadership, human capital, and institutional vision. Long before space technology became a national priority, IISc had established strong academic capabilities in aeronautics, mechanical engineering, electrical engineering, material science, and applied mathematics, disciplines that later became central to India's space program. One of IISc's most significant contributions lies in aerospace engineering, aerodynamic structures, guidance control. The Institute's research in fluid dynamics, boundary layer theory, turbulence, hypersonic flows provided critical scientific underpinnings for launch vehicle and re-entry vehicle design. IISc faculty and alumni played key roles in the development of wind tunnel testing, aerodynamic modeling, computational fluid dynamics methods that were adopted by ISRO and its laboratories. These contributions enabled reliable and efficient launch vehicles configurations under demanding flight conditions. In structures, materials, and propulsion, IISc research strengthened India's ability to design lightweight yet robust space systems contributions in composite materials, high temperature alloys, structural dynamics, and vibration control improved the reliability and longevity of the satellites and launch vehicles. Equally important has been IISc's role in human capital development. The institute has consistently supplied ISRO with highly trained scientists and engineers who possess strong fundamental systems, thinking, and ethical grounding. Many of them, I can name a few, who have occupied very senior positions like Dr. Somnath, Dr. Sivan, Dr. Kiran Kumar, and maybe more, who have emerged as the chairman of ISRO. We can name now because they are the latest ones. IISc's achievements in the space sector reflect its broader national mission, transforming fundamental science into strategic capabilities through institutions, mentorship, and sustained excellence. Its contribution continues to underpin India's space ambitions from launch vehicles, manned missions, satellites, to future interplanetary missions and deep space missions. What is the future? It's a great institution. We said that it has been maintaining its position as a number one. What we owe to the next generation? We gather today not merely to celebrate the achievement, to just the 50 years of our alumni, but to confront responsibility. The presence of so many accomplished alumni, leaders in science, engineering, industry, governance, and public life is a testament to what this institution and its people have given to the nation. Yet the true measure of a great institution is not what it has produced in the past, but what it enables in the future. I already see the transformation of IISc into an institution where basic research, applied research, translational research, and innovation are being pursued in all the disruptive technologies, covering multidisciplinarity, interdisciplinarity, cross-disciplinarity as attributes of modern education and research ecosystem. I can cite an example. Setting up of a medical school is an example of these attributes. IISc has become a hub for the development of quantum computer as a part of the national quantum mission. I am sure that many alumni of IISc are still achieving, actively collaborating with the young faculty in the research programs. My closing reflections. Friends, returning to IISc after so many years, I am reminded of a simple truth. Time changes everything around us, but certain things remain central. The pursuit of knowledge, the spirit of inquiry, and the desire to serve humanity. We, the alumni of this great institution, are custodians of a legacy that preceded us and will outlive us. Let us cherish it, strengthen it, and pass it on. As I stand before you, I feel an overwhelming sense of gratitude to my teachers, to my peers, to the magnificent institution, and to the nation that gave me the opportunity to serve. Whatever I achieved in my life, whether in missile technology, defense research, or scientific leadership, I owe it in no small measure to the 2 formative years I spent within these walls of IISc. Let us pledge today, as one community, one family, that we will nurture this legacy. Let us mentor, let us collaborate, let us innovate, let us continue to serve our nation and the world with the same integrity, intensity, and imagination that our teachers instilled in us. Thank you very much. Jai Hind. Namaskar.
Thank you, sir, for this very wonderful memory and also the impact of IISc in the national program. We are a little bit out of time, but I was told that 1 or 2 questions may be there, okay? So just about 1 or 2 questions, quick questions if anybody has.
Most welcome. I'll be very happy.
Anyone?
No, there's a woman raising the hand. Go off the mic. Power off. Sir is coming.
Here.
We were both of us. Let me repeat again. We were contemporaries. He was also at the same time in this. I came today and very serious hall. In my bag, I came with a serious, Saraswat and all of you are there. In my bag is a bottle of cough syrup. If I get cough, I'll take it. My wife said, what are you doing? I'm doing it. Because the institute and others have come and done it. If I get a cough, I'll take that cough syrup and still I will be there. She will be surprised that I'm shouting like this. Thank you. Thank you, Saraswat. God bless all of you, institute and all of you. I'll tell you, India goes a lot. I don't want to say more.
Be here for a while. Just be here for a second. Anybody wants a quick question?
Oh, great. I was 1 year younger, junior.
Yeah, go ahead.
Hi, sir. I'm Ramya. I'm I started my journey in corporate recently. It's been 5 years. I wanted to know more about your thoughts on if, let's say, we have a code manufacturing, which can technology and innovation. How do we, the industry, collaborate with the institutes and take it to the advanced level where there is an integrity and it's a commercialized product for the national improvement?
It's already happening in IISc today. I think many of those who are contemporaries know it. Like all institutions today, incubation and startup culture is prevailing. This has happened in the last 10 to 12 years. It was not so much. There used to be sporadic events like that, but today it is very much. In fact, the number of industries which are interacting with IISc today, I think is fairly large. In fact, all the MNCs in Bangalore today want to come and set up an office here. If you say you are a guy from IISc, they won't even interview you. That is the kind of reputation this institution has. And the department which has been opened here, which is for industrial interaction. In fact, IISc, my IC department building was converted for that particular purpose, if I'm not wrong. Am I correct, sir? Yes. Yeah. So that building has a role that to accelerate interaction between industry and IISc. Technologies which are being developed once upon a time used to remain into the papers which are published. But today they are finding application in the market, they are becoming products, and they are making an impact on the national vision. I mentioned missiles and space. Today they are making a major difference in energy sector. They are making a difference in the biotechnology sector, many areas. Dasappa's group is doing a wonderful work in the biomass to hydrogen, biomass to energy. So there are very relevant topics on which work in IISc is going on today. Quantum I mentioned. Cyber physical systems I mentioned, additive manufacturing. I am interacting with all these departments even today. So I know what is happening. I think we are on the right track.
Sure, thank you, sir.
Hello, namaste. This is Venkat from Startup Sanatana, alumni. Sir, my question.
Yeah, go ahead, we see you.
Yeah, my question is, okay, today artificial intelligence being in the limelight, how about you being the member of the Niti Aayog, okay, informing the government to encourage the Indian Institute of Science to build our own indigenous LLMs based on our Indian culture, things like that. Because whatever we are right now, whatever we are trying is all ChatGPT and other things are built on some other cultural thing, some other nation. Indian Institute of Science being the #1 premier institution, definitely they can build a very good LLM based on Indic languages and Indian culture.
Yes, sir. This particular topic has been addressed one of the major programs that has been initiated by Department of Information Technology is Bhashini, in which there is a AI-based LLM models based on Indian languages. Is being done, it is in progress. Many institutions are participating. I'm sure IISc also must be participating. I'm not sure about it, but it must be like that. But I want to tell you, it's not AI. And now since you gave me an opportunity, I will put my heart out. Despite all the great excellence which I talked about, despite all the IT power which India has immersed, the indigenous content in this particular segment remains eluding us. If Python is not there today, all the scientists of IISc will not be able to do anything on AI. Where is Indian Python? Where is Indian operating system? Where is Indian internet? Now all of us, including me, are capable of doing this. But we have not taken it as a mission. So now, at least in these disruptive technologies like AI, machine learning, quantum, robotics, I think there's a meaning for us to take a lead. We cannot remain in the catch-up mode. Just now I gave an interview to the lady in ETE time. This catch-up mode, research being done based upon what is published in the foreign journals, and we add or we repeat. That system should go. We should be original in our work. I see very good youngsters coming up with original work. I see many things coming out from IISc and IIT. There's a change taking place. So I wish that we accelerate this change. And I fully take your view.
Thank you. All right, thank you. I think for the sake of time,
I'll just take 1 minute to just mention. Like along sir's inspiration, there are already some startups by the IISc, they are already in the hall. People from like making chips for the defense, Pharmanic, collaborating with ICA. The CEO is here, and then also FluxGen Technologies for the sustainability and Astrom Technologies. They are all my contemporaries and they're doing really
well. They are doing good work now.
Yes, thank you.
All right, thank you, sir, very much. Now it's time to honor you a little bit, so I invite our President Alumni. Okay, so why not? Thank you very much. And Dr. Ramachandra next maybe. And the last, General Sundaram, to give him a token of appreciation. Mike? Mike is here. He can talk here. He can talk here.
Saraswat has mentioned many things. No, I have to give this. I'll mention only one thing. We had one big factor which helped us. 8 countries, the G8 countries, ganged up and said, we'll make sure Prithvi will not be made. Saraswat? That was a very big help. They refused. We made it. They did not believe it. It flew. They said it must be safe. So many must help. Similarly, we have another opportunity today. Well, almost the entire world is against India. You know it. I'm not talking just of Trump. So many are against us. Let us use this opportunity to bring India up. Nobody in India could make these missiles. They all did it. His team did it. We had this backing because the G8 countries, France, everybody included, said we'll make sure India doesn't get anything. Let us take this. Let them not give. It will take us time, but make a long-term plan, and India can do it. And wherever possible, partner. Your hand has to be like this, not like this, not like this. That is my, and India Institute of Science can do it. Thank you very much. And this is a small token from the Institute to Dr. Saraswat, presented by Jan Sundaram, colleagues in DRDO.
All right, so we'll move on to the next talk. We are eagerly waiting. Dr. P. Guruswamy is the next speaker, and he will be formally. Okay. Okay, so I think we'll do a photo shooting here because outside it was a little bit of logistic issues here. So we'll actually a very good platform for us to take some photographs here. So don't go away, just be there for the photo part of it. So next talk is by Dr. Guruswamy, and then to formally introduce him, I'll invite Mr. C. Ravindranath to do the job.
It is my pleasure introducing Dr. P. Guruswamy. He was my classmate in the IISc days in the batch of 1971-73. I now give a brief resume on Dr. P. Guruswamy. Dr. P. Guruswamy holds an ME in Structural Engineering from the Indian Institute of Science and a PhD in Aeronautical Engineering from Purdue University, USA. His doctoral research and computational aeroelasticity, sponsored by the US Air Force, has been widely referenced by the researchers across the world. He specializes in high-performance computational aeroelasticity, developing large-scale fluid structure interaction simulations for aircraft, rotorcraft, and launch vehicles with expertise in unsteady aerodynamics, parallel computing, and finite element methods. He has had a distinguished career spanning 5 decades, serving as scientist at National Aerospace Laboratories, visiting scientist at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base in the US, and later as principal scientist at NASA's Ames Research Center, where he worked for over 3 decades. He currently continues with NASA as an emeritus scientist. He has led several pioneering research projects in computational aeroelasticity and has developed multiple award-winning software systems that are widely adopted by leading aerospace organizations, including Boeing, Lockheed Martin, Northrop, TRW, and the US Navy.
Good afternoon. I'm not going to make this my talk very technical because people from different disciplines are there, but mainly I'm going to kind of talk about my path from my Bidadi, my village. You might have probably hello, check. So first, let me start with my name. If you see that, it might be very interesting for a lot of people. When I went to US, I had P. Guruswamy, and they asked, "What's your first name?" I didn't know because I just went to a very short notice. I didn't know the culture of US. So my professor said, "What does P stand for?" P stands for my father's, first letter of my father's name, and that's kind of not good. And Guruswamy is too long. And I said, "What does your mother call you?" She calls me Guru. "Oh, okay, your first name is Guru." So I became Guruswamy, so too long. And another interesting thing happened. At Purdue, I bought a car for $450 as a student, and I need to go to a mechanic. And I went to a mechanic and I asked, so to tell the name, I told my name is Swamy. Oh, he said all of a sudden, he started doing this one and looks like just calling. No, say, I'm not that Swamy. I'm Guruswamy. Oh, you're Guru too? So and that's interesting. And before I kind of talk, I spent about 45 years at NASA, and before that I spent 3 years at NAL and 2 years at IISc. During that period, I came across several people and from different countries and from R&D institutions, industries, and kind of I tried to acknowledge
those, I'm not going to read all the names. Particularly, I'd like to kind of point out my mentors, like Dr. Valluri, Shankar, Kalam. I had direct interaction with Dr. Kalam, and also Professor Iyengar from Institute, Ramaya from UVCE, Professor Ag from Purdue, Dr. Olson, Chief Scientist from Air Force, Dr. Balhaus, who is the Director of NASA. I'm not putting this name just because I knew them, but I kind of worked with them technically. In fact, with Dr. Olson, I have joint paper, and also Professor Ashley Stanford was a legend in my field. So this I'm going to get my path, how I kind of make it to NASA, and how IISc kind of influence. Not only IISc, even other institutions, UVC and Purdue, but all of them kind of made a big impact in my path. Well, I started my education in a remote. That time, Biddi was a remote village, but now it looks like it's become a big, almost like a satellite city. It was formal environment. I studied in Kannada medium, and then made it to middle school in Bangalore, again in the downtown. It is a blue-collar type of environment, again in Kannada medium, and I had a fairly though it was schools in the downtown, but the teachers are excellent. And I had a very good math teachers and also English teachers. And because of that one, I made it to the first, one of the best, that time it was #1 in the state, National High School. I got selected. And then, of course, I completed the pre-university. And if you kind of about Biddi, it's kind of very famous for Tatta Idli. So if you happen to drive to Mysore, stop by at Biddi, and you're going to get one. Another one is this Yelaki banana. I didn't know, I grew up in Biddi, but once when I had a lunch with Professor Rodab Narasimha, and he mentioned, hey, your village is famous for this Yelaki baledu. Okay, so that's kind of well, from there I made it to UVCE. It was one of the best engineering colleges, and it is 5 years intensive course we had, and I made it to electronics. I was elected because there were only 25 seats. I was kind of selected for that one, but somehow my mind or my aptitude was not there. And just a day before the classes started, I went to a principal and asked him, sir, I want to change it to civil. He said, are you crazy? Or did anybody scare you? Because there was so much demand for electronics, because there was the second year they started electronics. No, sir, I want to work, be in the, I like to be in the civil engineering. And so I kind of moved to civil engineering department and completed with the first rank. So then I made it to IISc, and since I got the first rank, though I couldn't afford to go to abroad, a lot of my family friends were affluent. They said, they'll sponsor me to go because, but I'd heard about IISc. And I said, there's the best school right here. So I want to continue my studies. So it was 2 years intensive course, and I focused on finite element method and Fortran, because before we came to IISc, we had no idea about programming, and but they didn't have any formal courses. But it was so nice. They offered evening classes, so they attended all the evening classes, picked up Fortran, and this finite element method, and also the expertise I obtained at IISc impacted my path for next, 45 years. And I kind of had to remember, at computer science, I think Mr. Panchabication used to offer evening classes, like 6 to 9, and on his own time. And it was so nice. So the thesis topic for me was the cable stayed structure, suspension bridges. It's kind of new that time. And this is a joint project between Aero and Civil. My responsibility was to kind of, design the cable positions for a moving load. And so it was a joint effort. After I completed my master's, so then I had to decide my path, because here I kind of graduated from IISc, a famous school with a distinction. And so I got a lot of offers, even my colleagues, my classmates like Shivarna, Ravi, we all got very good offers. I got about 3 to 4 offers from different, TCS and other, and also including Bangalore Corporation, because, getting a job in corporation at assistant executive engineer was big. My father said, take it. But, my mind was not set up because, I wanted to continue and get into research area. And so that time, either the project I worked on, cable stayed suspended bridges, which was a joint project between Aero and Civil, and also the hype that time in the space program. So kind of probably motivated me. I also applied for several, aerospace companies, and also I got offer from VSSC. Finally, I selected NL because, it was kind of more suitable for R&D type of work that I wanted to do. So at NL, it was so nice that Dr. Valluri and Somshekhar kind of, encouraged me, and within 1 year I was kind of promoted to the, as a group lead, because the finite element background I had, and also the photon programming, my expertise that I had. So they assigned me to directly work with VSSC and DRDO. I came in contact with Dr. Kalam, that time he was a project manager. And he was at VSSC when I worked on launch vehicles. And also, I think he moved to DRDO. At the same time, I was assigned to work with them on the rocket dynamics. I don't want to mention the configuration I worked with, because that was a little bit confidential, but I was directly interacting with and I had a fairly successful career at NAL. But it so happened that NAL, my 2 office mates were from US. They had just returned from US. And they said, why don't you go to US? Then I continue. And with a very short notice, I kind of decided. And I got admitted to Cornell, Professor Gallagher, because he was famous in finite element. He was one of the founders. And just a month before I wanted to go, he wrote me a letter. I'm moving to ASU, Arizona State University, as a dean. If you want, you can join me there. Somehow it didn't click to me because I didn't know ASU very well. But he also suggested, if you want, you can go to Purdue. I have my foremost student, Professor Ag, in finite elements. So I took Purdue, and I kind of, so there I wanted to do my PhD in finite elements, but I went to the problem. Already I had formulated a problem at NAL, and so within about 6 months, I kind of, published a first paper. I was about to do a second paper. That would have been my thesis. But when I was just working on my second paper, they said, my professor Yang said, now I want you to go to Wright-Patterson Air Force Base, meet chief scientist, Dr. Wolfson, and he wants to see you. And it was very interesting, for me, just going to Wright-Patterson Air Force Base and going to meeting chief scientist right there. was big. And there he explained, like, you need to move from finite element to computational fluid dynamics. Or like, it was kind of, I'd work with airfoils, like 2D, because I was working like 3D. What happened was in just 1978, NASA Ames has released the first ever code for unsteady aerodynamics, like, for transonic flows, the nonlinear flows for first time. And they're looking for people to extend for elasticity. And he asked me, like, see whether I want to work with that one, and they said he's going to support me. And he also said, this is a field is going to be for you for a long time career. I kind of agreed on that one. And so once I got into that field, I got exposed to, like, a lot of people from industry like Boeing, and like an university like Stanford, like Professor Ashley, and like NASA directors. They're all working technically in that field, just they're not managers. Like Dr. Balhouse was the one who was involved in writing the paper, that program called Eltran-2. So my horizon got expanded all of a sudden, like, here that, and there was, first of all, like, why the CCA, it's called CFD-based computational neuroelasticity. The reason is, like, of course, all the vehicles, like aerospace vehicles, there's a lot of fluid structure interactions. And like dangerous phenomena like flutter. I'm going to show some examples later on. And that time, the technology was, makes or breaks in aerospace, makes or breaks in aerospace vehicle. So if they don't design well, it can miserably fail. And so it was so important. And this phenomenon of fluid structure interaction is not specific for aerospace. It is also like, in civil engineering. You might have known this famous failure of Tacoma Bridge. Go to the known this famous failure of Tacoma Bridge. Go to the flutter. This is just a fluid structure interaction, like a bending torsion flutter. So it's there. And the aircrafts also can undergo flutter. Well, right now, of course, transport airports aircrafts are well designed. They're not going to, go through any of these things. But in spite of all those things, I'm going to show an example. Just last year, there was a very serious aeroelastic issue for a transport which is carrying 200 people. I don't want to name the company or so on. It is a regular transport. So this particular phenomenon is very important, and I got involved in this particular project from very basic, starting from 2D that time, coupling 2D nonlinear fluids with the structures was itself is a big task. And so I would like to show what the status of the technology when I started this work and what it is now. When I started, this is the complexity of the fluids modeling. This is the complexity of the structures modeling. This arrow applies for both. And of course, if you have a simpler method, you can go for more complex geometry. And this is the technology, it was status. So, but there are a lot of limitations. So the main effort was to move up here. And that's what I worked on. First, I worked on transonic small disturbance. It has kind of some limitations. I skipped this particular, jumped into Euler and Navier-Stokes. So this is the way kind of current state is. Still, it is numerically not possible to do like a 3D modeling of structures, like for stress analysis directly with the coupling. But this is status. And some other fields like rotorcraft, still they are quite behind. Only for aircraft and space, so the technology is well advanced. And I was involved in the development of this work, moving up on this ladder. I'm not going to go into any details because this is very technical. This is a simple, like, this is where I started my PhD work, 2D, and that itself was, for a big effort. And later on, I went to 3D, but I go for a higher fidelity equations, iron Navier-Stokes equations, and this got a lot of attention. About 50 to 60 institutions, installed the software that I developed, and I'm going to mention later on. And for structures, of course, this, my focus was just to use the existing structure capability because already, I knew how to handle those things well. So these are the software I developed, and of course this one, it was already developed, but I extended to 3D, make it 3D, and also make it aeroelastic because it was just a CFD was just a fluids code. So the main effort was to make it aeroelastic in the sense have the coupling with the structures, and the term FSI, fluid structure interaction, is a major research aspect of mine. And this is where the finite element courses are taken at institute, and also numerical analysis, that I had taken courses at completed at institute became a big help. From there, I developed on my own IISc, and this was recognized by all the industries, and they got a copy, and so I got recognition from NASA also. And after doing this success of this particular code, IISc, my project was selected. There was a big initiative at states. It is right from White House, to move the high performance computing, and they wanted to do a physics-based simulation. So we developed a code called HiMap, but this is a big team effort. I had about 10 people working with me. Totally we had about 100 personnel to develop this code. This is, I'm going to show some examples. It can do the full aircraft, completely coupled with structures, and also controls. I'm going to show some examples. And also, in addition to, I worked with another parallel code developed by another group, but it was not aeroelastic. Again, it was made for the fluids, but I worked making it aeroelastic. I'm going to show some examples. This is equations, aeroelastic equations, nothing new, the Lagrange equation of motion. But if everything is linear, but fluids is just a function of displacement directly, therefore it was very simple. But once you have CFD, the complexity starts because this is finite difference, this is finite element, there are different grid topologies, so there's a lot of, and also how to make it time accurate. That was my research for 45 years. I started with 2D, I went to 3D, but 3D means full aircraft with all the configurations. And I had a review paper about the FSI. This was reviewed by Professor Bate of MIT. It took about 6 months. We had a lot of back and forth and finally accepted. This is a paper on the FSI. Most of my papers are on my website, and people, if you want to get hard copy, they can get it. So this is the fluid structure interaction, when we want to couple. So approach is more accurate is to do time accurate, which is the same time step for both fluids and structures, and this approach that we have promoted. In parallel, people in order to use their own simplified methods, the loose coupling, but these approaches is not applicable for transient flows, and also there will be it's not time accurate. I'm going to this chart. as I said, like, when I moved from pilot element to do the CFD, and the task that is given to me by Air Force, the chief scientist, is because already people had taken the code and they were applying, there are two methods. One is the frequency domain and another the time domain. But there was no correlation. Nobody had compared to each other. And the task given to me is, like, you need to kind of come out at the case where you can show that both of them agree. So this is the solution. Left-hand side is like this is from, I'm not going to go to initiative, from the frequency domain, this is the time domain. And I've shown like, a solution from frequency domain, if you kind of use the same parameters, you are going to get, this is a flutter. That means it, the airfoil goes through like a full structure interaction plus sustained harmonic oscillations. And so I showed that, they kind of, I can show the same, phenomena, the time responses. And this was core part of my thesis, 2D. Like, and this particular work made a big impact. Our Air Force was very happy. And, they offered me, though it was a student visa, they offered me to work as a visiting scientist. It's kind of very rare. So the student visa, I had to work there for 1 year. And after the 2D was kind of demonstrated, so a lot of attention was given to this particular approach that I had kind of worked on. And they wanted to go for 3D. This was writing a 3D program was got a lot of effort. So it has become a collaborative effort that they also funded Boeing. I worked with them. And this is the work, the validation. Like this is the case of a being going through just a force bending motion, and the when the Mach number is transonic, there will be like a jump in the pressure, unsteady pressure, and also the phase angle. But the linear theories were like not showing that one. So this is the main, impact of using the CFD to compute the cases. And so from here onwards, see, that was a force motion. At the same time, there was an experiment. It was done in 1956 for simple rectangular wing. But this phenomenon, it's called flutter. Flutter is the one, it keeps going through, the fluid structure interaction. It goes to sustained oscillations. It could diverge. But it was kept classified. Just a simple rectangular was classified. And it was released on the request, of course, since I was working with Air Force and also NASA. They released the data for me, and I can go back and did the simulations, compared with the experiment, and showed what was the transonic dip. This is very important for aircraft because the flutter speed gets closer to the actual speed, then it can go into unstable conditions. So this is simple case. And after I kind of published a paper, I got unsolicited letters from Professor Ashley. He is a legend at Stanford, and also Professor Dugunji, MIT, professor. They were all two professors. They were legends in elasticity, and they wrote an appreciation letter to me, and also they included in their review papers this particular work I did, and this is the case. First, transonic aeroelastic case that was computed. And once we kind of developed that one, it was applied for several applications. For example, controlling. How do you control supposing the flutter happens? So this is the case of case side by side, but they are not run together. They are kind of separated, one with active controls and another with no controls. At Mach number 0.715, left-hand side, this one has got active control surface. so it kind of suppresses. But this actor control formula was designed based on like, linear theories. So this is at Mach number 0.715 subsonic. The controller works very well. Now go to the next higher Mach number 0.8. You're going to see that control law is very extreme control law is very effective because there's stronger because of transonic case, the transmission of information from control surface to ring is a lot stronger. Therefore, it works very well. So if we go to the next one, this is at Mach number 0.9, is more transonic. Running out of time a little bit. Yesterday? Running out of time a little bit, so can just plan. Okay. Yesterday, time is
5 minutes.
yesterday, okay. What is the time?
1:45 already.
11. I thought it was at 12, right?
One more topic.
I'm going to 12, right? And they finish at 12, okay. So then, we have to apply for real cases. So some of you may recognize that this particular aircraft, but this one went through very strange phenomena, at high sweep, it went through oscillations, and they thought it's due to transonic, shock, but it's not a shock; it's a vortex-induced phenomena. And so this was the work kind of sponsored by Air Force, and we showed the oscillations are due to the leading edge vortex, the coupling of leading edge vortex with and this particular work became important for high-speed civil transport because it could have that. So, this is the code I kind of mentioned, IMAP code. This is the 3-level parallel code. Each discipline like fluids, works parallel, and then the 3 disciplines work parallel, and in multiple cases they all work in parallel. And this particular code was received NASA's software release award, and several industries, almost all the industries have this code, and they're applying for, they're using for their applications. So these are some of the examples, cases that where we kind of use that code high map to kind of find the real physics coupled with the structures. I'm going to show one example of rocket. So when that time the project is to get after the when supersonic Concorde was not very successful, they're looking for how you take the current transport to the next level at a higher speed. And when they wanted to know what would happen. And this particular case is Lockheed 1011. It went through nacelle oscillations, and we could successfully predict it. So it is also applied for yes. And the space shuttles re-entry vehicles, transonic cases, it will go to oscillations, and this is the application for launch vehicles, And as I mentioned, this particular one, even for well-designed aircraft, it could happen any time. And just July 2024, one of the transport aircraft went through thrust roll oscillations, very kind of while landing. And so we kind of developed, it could happen for air taxis also. But air taxis, you cannot have control surfaces. So we developed the RPM-based methods to control, oscillations. This picks up Dutch roll oscillations with adjusting the RPM of the propellers. We can control it, and we could do using the methods we developed. These are the once CFT came into picture because USA didn't accept it because they were not used to it and they wanted validation. And we showed a lot of validation cases so that they get convinced. And right now the industry uses safety coupled with structures, the methods that we developed. And where it made difference in a lot of cases. For example, I predicted the oscillations for wings with vortices and several cases, and also applying for active controls of air taxis. Right now there's AI, physics-based AI. All the methods that we develop are going to they are going to be used in the AI because it requires a database, accurate database. All the efforts that we have done in developing the database. This was for the wing computing this is for computing the landing characteristics of a space shuttle. Okay, some of the metrics, having worked, these are some of the metrics for publishing papers and working with students. Though I was working at NASA scientist, but I was also used to directly work with students. I have 4 PhD students. Well, giving back, I was a team member in constructive schools and hospital wards, and also offer teaching classes. For the institute, I offered a 2-day workshop, and I made several visits to NAL, giving seminars, and hosted the scientists from NASA and IISc, or this is NASA AIM. And a man does not live on bread alone. So I was involved in the writing dramas. I play harmonium, and if you recognize, so this is a famous movie music director, Manamurthy. I had the opportunity to with him. And he is a vice president from AMD, and is a director from Cisco. So, but though I didn't have to manage, but I had the opportunity to manage these big shots on drama. And this is just you saw actually AMD VP kind of fighting with the director from Cisco.
with that, I kind of conclude my talk. This is just like, I received several awards. This is from NASA headquarters, one of the awards that I got from working on one of the, this project on an aircraft.
Yeah. We'd like to felicitate Dr. Guruswamy for his talk.
Question answers can be taken during lunch break.
Dr. Engineer Shirode, please. Avinash Shirode, sir, please come. So he wants to hand over. Please, sir.
Oh, thank you. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, grown from my own arrogance. Pure and original.
His engineer Avinash Shirode from Nasik.
Yes, yes.
From his house, he has a Rudraksha tree, and he has brought Rudraksha malas for all the speakers. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. We'll take it down. You go down.
Yeah, before we go on to the next speaker, next lecture, we will have a group photo. I request everyone to come on to the stage for a group photo. Quickly, everybody. We'll have a big group photo. Yeah. You need not go. Please, everybody come on to the stage for a group photo. Everybody.
We are already running late. Do you think we can have the lecture and then go for the group photo?
All the alumni, please come on to the stage quickly. Yeah, they understand, they're sitting like that. It's fine. Those who are particular again. Rashika said. You hurt it. Come on, Kati. You have to compress totally. Yes, some also can be in the front. Please come, sir. Hardly your face will come. You can jump a bit. Yeah. I know, but people wanted it here. Thank you all. The next speaker for the session, Dr. Kati. I request Dr. Rajshekhar to introduce the speakers. And we will do it. No, one we will complete now, the other one after lunch, fourth one. We'll do that. Yes, I'll tell him, sir. I'll tell. We had sure 20 minutes, but we started what some things we can't help it. You don't know the name. Yaad nahi introduce
Sisters of this great institute, Indian Institute of Science. I am Rajshekhar, offering my pranams to you. This is my privilege to introduce my extended family sibling, Dr. Kati. And we have been hearing the last two lectures about NASA, aeronautics, flying, all the thing. Now, it looks like that a little different is required. Okay? Right. Next. So, Professor Kati, we share the same chemical genealogy. Okay? So, his professor was my PhD supervisor student, and my PhD supervisor was the student of Professor Antakrishnan, all related to Nobel laureates. So that's why we have the smell of Nobel laureates on our shoulder. Right, and Professor Kati has done a lot of wonderful work, okay? He has moved from phosphorus chemistry to radiochemistry and now nanoparticle technology, and he has been given a lot of awards. And I used to wonder how could Professor Kati should change from this. Then I remembered this caterpillar and the butterfly. So the caterpillar asking, you have changed a lot. What did you do? Decision. Okay? So that is the right decision to change at the right time. So I'm not going to go through all the things except that one or two things. And Professor Kati has got a lot of awards and other things. And only one thing I want to remember when I went through some of his articles in the year 2022, when IISc Alumni Association was facing through the COVID time, and his work was one of the things related to Parkinson's. Okay, and at the time we invited one Dr. Ravi Gopal Verma from Aster Hospitals to give a lecture on deep brain stimulation, which has got a lot of response from people, even from US. And the translation of the cancer focus, because cancer is one of the things, every time we go to a doctor say you got a cancer, this cancer, that cancer. Whether it's really true or not, we don't know. Okay? Only Zoper will tell us. Next. And he is known as the father of the green nanotechnology. Boys and girls, you should listen to this very carefully, this talk. Because to become a father, one should conceive the innovative ideas with a passion and then deliver it. Okay, he has delivered that one, so he will give you more about this talk. And he has got a transnational global impact, and green nanotechnology is going on now, and it is one of the hot topics that's going on. Next. So before going into the details of this, let me tell about the recognition and the mentorship Professor Kati got. He reminds me of Bharat Ratna Professor Srinath Rao. When I go through some of the awards, CNRA got all the awards in the world except Nobel Prize, okay? And I wish both of them get Nobel Prize very soon. Okay, international things, Nobel Prize have already got equivalent to nuclear medicines, and he has got AIS, so many awards are there, and he has received the numerous national and international honors, and recently he has been to IIT Hyderabad, Lucknow, all the places, and also he was with the President's, Prime Minister's office. Okay, so he has also mentoring a lot of students, and that is one of the things which is required at this time. Next. See, when I talk about December month, that is setting up the fall season in the US, so the snow will come December, and usually Shakespeare will say that men are April when they woo, when they become December when they marry. So, but that is slightly changed. When December comes, we are all very happy because our IISc alumni meet will be there, okay? And when I look at this Albert Nobel, okay, he is the destroyer of the human society, but still he has instituted the Nobel Prize, and I don't know who is going to get Nobel Prize, whether Sina Rao or Kati. And boys and girls, again, this slide is for you. When you are going for your visa application, mention that you are from Indian Institute of Science, okay? Your visa is granted. But when you go to the port of entry, they'll ask the question, why are you here in US? They'll say that we are going to work with Professor Kati. Then the port immigration officer will stand and salute you and then let you go inside, okay? So no problem. Gentlemen, until it is my turn, I'll keep clapping. You also please clapping for others. It is not that simple, but still we have to clap for this. So, Professor Kati, I invite you to give a lecture.
Thank you, Dr. Rajsekhar, for that very elaborate introduction. It's not easy to live up to that quality of introduction, but I will try. So, when the IISc Alumni President, Lieutenant Colonel Rajaram invited me for this lecture, he specifically told me, being a military man, he said, you've got to be speaking only on this. So I had to say, yes, sir. And that's exactly what I'll be speaking. I'll be speaking about some aspects how my training at the Institute of Science, Indian Institute of Science, have shaped my personality as an academic, as an entrepreneur. And all of this, I'm going to tell you how all of that culminated into the discovery of this new medical modality, nano-Ayurvedic medicine, which I'll be talking about much of my lecture today. Well, like my predecessors, I have to tell all of you how fortunate I have been to have had an opportunity to graduate from IISc back in 1984, and my advisor was Professor Krishnamurthy. He very much wanted to be here today due to some medical condition. He's at home. He's doing well. Many of my batchmates are here within the audience. We are all going to meet with him in a couple of days of time. This photograph actually brings some nightmares in me because whenever I look at, it reminds me that he still has those few questions that I was not able to answer. Yeah, I'm glad that he's not in the audience. Yeah, so that was just on the lighter side. My thesis was, title is written here. This training actually, it's not because I'm in IISc, I must praise him, I must praise everything. It's not that. The era, the time when we were doing PhD in synthetic chemistry in general, as many of you know from that era within the audience, every single fine chemical had to be imported. Nothing was produced in India then. So a lot of planning required. And all in all, the whole research planning required thinking out of the box. Remember, thinking out of the box. That really laid a foundation into what I have been able to do over the last 40 years. Thinking out of the box is very vital. I'm not trying to criticize who think only within the box, but thinking outside the box has a lot of excitement if you want to be an entrepreneur. Then I went on to getting a training at the University of Göttingen. In Göttingen, with also a stint at the Max Planck Institute, with an Alexander von Humboldt Fellowship. Again, my mentors there shaped my academic career. And finally, I ended up with the University of Missouri, at the dismay and surprise of several of my mentors, because Herbert Roski, who was my mentor in Germany, he already had made arrangements with strong recommendations. I had received offers as assistant professor in top brand universities, don't want to name them, in the East Coast and the West Coast, but I decided to go to University of Missouri. For a lot of you, Missouri is not a landing zone. It is a flyover zone. Nobody goes there. But I did go there with a purpose, because I wanted to use radioisotopes in my research. And University of Missouri then and currently houses the world's largest nuclear reactor owned by any university. I wanted that. I wanted this reactor in back doors so that I can do my research. So I'll talk a little bit about how I utilized that particular facility and how it transformed our drug discovery process. So an example is shown here. My PhD was in cyclic phosphogenes with Professor Krishnamurthy. When I went to Germany, I was able to take out the phosphorus and introduce this metal. What a boring lecture for most of you. I didn't intend to show this, but there is a purpose in showing all of you this one. Because of this chemistry, it opened up opportunities. It allowed me to think beyond that box, so then we started designing these types of radiopharmaceuticals when I went from PhD training at IISc to my professional forays as a faculty, independent faculty. Then I was able to use my knowledge of phosphorus chemistry, which I learned here at the Institute under Professor Krishnamurthy's supervision, as well as my extensive knowledge that I learned from my mentor in Germany, both at the University of Göttingen as well as at the Max Planck. So I used the nuclear reactor to use those isotopes, technetium-99M, for diagnostic imaging. Just a bragging point, many of us think that the greatest imaging and therapy agents come from MIT, Stanford, Harvard. Who disagrees with that? They are the greatest schools on the planet, just like IISc, one of the very best institutions in the world. But when it comes to translation of radiopharmaceuticals for imaging brain or other organs, my institution stands very tall. Almost every brain imaging that happens across the world, in every hospital here in Bangalore, imagine it's a product from my department, from my institution. So there's a culture of translating discoveries for human applications. So again, I tell people within my circles when I go out and there are lectures, classes about entrepreneurship or a one-semester program for entrepreneurship can only take students to a certain level. You've got to practice it. You've got to generate that culture. So that's what institutions across the world, particularly in India, need to advocate. So entrepreneurship is not a semester-long course. Entrepreneurship has to be part of everybody's research. We'll talk about that. So these developments spanning almost 20 years with 25 patents and 150 publications culminated in a recognition in medicine. Think about that. I claim that I'm a chemist. The training I received at IISc, followed up with training in Germany, did allow me to think outside the box. Then I competed with the best of the medical professionals in the world and the peer review community across the world in nuclear medicine gave me this award. So again, I owe a lot of credit to my training which I obtained here in IISc. You might be wondering, I was about 15 years younger, I think, here. Not quite 15, 11 years, but I had more gray hair then than do I have now, because I have learned to embrace technology now. I'm using cosmetic technology. Okay. Then came, I'm keeping that thread of IISc intact. I was trained in some aspect of phosphorus chemistry. As you look at, there is still phosphorus in some of these very interesting looking molecules. These are the first generation trimeric amino acids. Amino acids, people, you should know, the body constitution is built from amino acids. You produce peptides, proteins, so our entire body has amino acids. We also consume amino acids through nutritional stuff and food. But this became the first example of a trimeric amino acid. Again, training from IISc helped. And these types of molecules helped us to develop biocompatible nanoparticles. I'll be talking a little bit about that today. And what do these biocompatible nanoparticles do? They can be used in diagnostic imaging, X-ray therapy, photothermal therapy, so on and so forth. So these peptides, going back to these peptides, this attracted the attention of the world's largest inventors academy. It's called as National Academy of Inventors. When they elected me as its fellow back in 2015, they elected me with a recognition as they called these peptides on my name. They are called as Kati peptides, and we have been able to use them in all of these applications. They are produced at industrial scales, used in medicine. Some examples I'm going to show. They are used in nutraceuticals. They're licensed to larger pharma companies. We have lots of patents on these. So this is a growing piece of knowledge that is helping humanity in terms of developing life-saving drugs. So now I'll spend the next several minutes in telling you how all of this knowledge, the training that I had received at IISc, followed up with the full-throttle training in Germany, helped me again to think outside the box. This is very vital. I'll tell you why it's so important. These kinds of lectures I have delivered in 50+ countries. I had to preach all those nations. Here I would be preaching to the choir, because the concept of medicine, listen to me carefully, the concept of medicine did not come from the West. The concept of medicine came from this part of the world. It started from Atharva Veda. And Sushruta, Charaka, Charaka Samhita, they're all credited as the discoverers of medicine. Then think a moment, if that is true, why Ayurveda has penetrated less than 1% of the global population? In fact, we call Ayurveda all across the world, including here in India, the place of origin, as an alternative medicine. What is the mainstream medicine? It is the Western medicine. Western medicine has conquered all of us. I'm not here to criticize Eastern versus Western medicine. I'm here to put the facts before all of us. What do we do to realize that tremendous potential what Charaka and Sushruta had given us, and where we failed actually? Why we did not inject science and technology in Ayurveda to make it as reliable, as reproducible as Western medicine. We did not do that. So the answer to the question why Ayurveda did not penetrate global population for taking care of treating different diseases and so forth is because we did not invest. In India, globally, so large-scale production process, reproducible production processes are not there. You can buy a particular Ayurveda drug from a particular manufacturer, go about analyzing the chemical constitution. If you bought that drug 4 or 5 times a year, you will get different results every time you analyze. If the formulation is not reproducible, you cannot develop site-specific delivery systems, and most importantly, you cannot develop a reproducible dose. If I gave 20 milligrams per kg of body weight, I can expect this particular clinical outcome. You cannot do that. The formulations must be reproducible. Mechanism of action is extremely important. Yeah, it's not just enough to show that this particular drug treats cancer. That's important. Saving lives is important. But what does that drug do to the tumor cell, to the tumor stroma, whether the drug targets the microtumor environment? These are legitimate 21st century medical questions. So in the 21st century, of course, we have different modalities: homeopathy, Ayurveda, allopathic medicine, Western medicine. But the language of medicine should not differ from one modality to other. After all, we are going to treat humans. We need to know the clinical outcome. What is the adverse side effect? What is the therapeutic efficacy? What is the mechanism? These were our hypotheses. Can we use Western medical philosophies? Why Western medical philosophies? It's been time tested. Many of the departments here in IISc, they're all champions. The biochemists, they're champions because they learn everything from tumor biology to mechanistic things, how the drug works, what is the kind of animal model we have to use for testing drugs. Everything, those researches are done here. But why did we not apply all of that to Ayurveda is a $64 million question. Rather than think about why we did not do that, what can we do now? That's the answer I'm going to provide to all of you today. Why do we need Ayurveda? If Western medicine is working, it is an important question. Why in the world do we have to think about something that was 5,000 plus years old? We need Ayurveda because we need to build this bridge. Western medicine with coexisting with Ayurveda. Again, the question is why. We need more possibilities for patients for treating deadly diseases, debilitating diseases. Let's not forget what happened during the recent pandemic. Had we had the luxury of other medical modalities as developed as the Western medicine, maybe we could have saved lives. Everybody was asked to take certain vaccines. Ayurveda was not developed to the level that doctors could prescribe. Had we invested in Ayurveda last 150 years on par with the Western medicine, probability tells us if you have more variables, there's a good chance of success. We failed in that. When I say we, no blame game here. It's a collective failure. So we want to build this bridge. We want to inject science and technology and check it out. Whether what Sushruta Charaka said, is there some truth to that? That's a question let's collectively try to answer. So the approach we have taken, in Ayurveda they use all kinds of herbs, which is a good thing. Ayurvedic doctors generally say if you take this one, there is no toxicity. Generally true. But where is the reproducibility of clinical outcome? What is the dose? It differs from doctor to doctor. There is no set standard yet. We can establish that. The way we established, when we looked at Ayurvedic herbs, we looked at them as sources of electrons. Every single herb that is defined in Ayurveda, without any exception, can you imagine, they're all great sources of electrons. Why am I talking about that? we need electrons if you have to convert metallic precursors into nanoparticles. When you interact these metallic precursors with electrons, you develop different kinds of nanoparticles. In this case, it's gold encapsulated with the herbs from tea, mango, grapes, cloves. We have about over 500. So I know you people are not able to connect the dots yet. If you look at the fundamentals of Ayurveda, they use different types of metals. In Charaka Samhita, it's stated they used cocktails of different herbs mixed with minerals. They made a mixture they used to drink it. They used to provide to the patients. It's quite possible what they were doing then, 5,000 plus years ago, if you were to decode, in all probability they were producing nanoparticles. Why do we need nanoparticles? We need nanoparticles because every disease, regardless of the type of disease, you need to treat those diseases at the cellular level. We can engineer nanoparticles smaller than the size of tumor cells. If the drug is larger than a tumor cell, there is no chance for the drug to get into the tumor cell. The modern medicine calls for cellular specific delivery. Now we can connect the dots, I hope. 5,000 years ago, our collective ancestors knew something profoundly important, and we collectively failed to understand that. They were actually producing, in my opinion, nanoparticulate drugs. They were target specific, but there was a gap of thousands of years, and we missed out on all of that. 2001, the largest funding agency on this planet, NIH, what did they announce? Let us transform existing drugs into nanoparticles, or let's try to discover collectively new drugs with nano formulations. My friends, this concept was there with Charaka and Shushruta 5,000 plus years ago. And this is the decoding game we set about. And what this does to us, you have the Western medicine on one side, on the left side, Ayurveda and all the Eastern medicine. But what about this intersection? This intersection is when you try to understand Ayurveda through the lens of nanotechnology. It really generates such types of drugs. Our patients are ambassadors. Our doctors are treating. They're as effective as Western medicines. In many instances, they're significantly more effective than Western medicines. So, proof is important. NIH, of all the agencies in the world, NIH is excited about Ayurveda because they are seeing something in it. They're working with Government of India, but this journey, what I'm talking to you about, we started way before all of this happened. Back in early 1990, in my labs, thanks to the funding agencies, they provided funds, and here we are with just, I want to take an example of cancer. I think Dr. Rajshekhar mentioned, very deadly disease. Not that other diseases are not deadly, but particularly cancer, the statistics is daunting. The incidence rate is going to go up by 50% over the next 25, 30 years, not because our way of living, quality of life is that terrible, simply because our ability to diagnose cancers is getting more and more sophisticated. Those cases which would go undiagnosed, these days we can detect them at early stage. If we detected them, we don't have the tools to treat them. This is where combining nanotechnology with Ayurveda appears to be a way for treating. Existing therapeutics for cancer involve either the radiation therapy or chemotherapy. In many instances, most patients have to go through both radiation therapy and chemotherapy. But these therapeutics, although they're meant to treat cancer, a vast majority of patients, these therapies turn the disease drug resistant. It's a paradox. The main objective of these treatments is to treat cancer, but a vast majority of patients do not respond. When they don't respond, these treatments would have turned the disease drug resistant. So there is something we need to do. Why it becomes drug resistant? these therapeutics shift this, what we call it as the hemostasis balance, more towards the right. Drugs must shift the hemostasis to the left, which means that we need to have more of these types of cells, activated IFN gamma, activated IL-12 cytokines. We need to have anti-tumor macrophage, all of that. All the good things are on the left side. The drugs, cancer drugs, for example, when they are used for treating disease, when they destroy tumor cells, they destroy by promoting these biomarkers. Most often, the reality is the drugs, they don't quite treat the cancer, they don't treat the root cause of the disease. They elevate IL-6, they elevate IL-10, they elevate M2 macrophages. All of them in synergy promote the growth of cancer. That's a problem. This is not my hypothesis. Go around the world, check at the websites of National Cancer Institutes, you will find this. So this field is wide open. Just because somebody is taking a chemo, there is no guarantee that the life is saved. We need to discover new drugs. We need to discover new drugs based on the wisdom our ancestors have generated through Ayurveda. Ayurveda, in my opinion, has been begging for injection of science and technology. If you did that, it is like having a battery, turn the battery on in a dark room, the whole room becomes bright. That's what is going on. Yeah, we have been working with lots of Ayurvedic doctors over the last 3.5 decades, understand what are the principles, and then we develop scientifically validated production processes using nanotechnology, using green nanotechnology, test them in animals, understand the dose, understand the mechanism, then we go back to humans for treatment after regulatory approval. That's why I call it as a reverse engineering. Sometimes, yeah. That's why we call it reverse engineering. We use nanotechnology because it amplifies the therapeutic payload. Each atom can have different types of phytochemicals. That's why we amplify the therapeutic payload. One example I'm going to give you, Kadamba is a plant very dear to Lord Krishna's heart. It has been there in our Vedic philosophies, but Kadamba has this beautiful phytochemical which has the glucose embedded on the backbone. It is a kadambine. According to Warburg effect, any molecule which has the glucose backbone is metabolized by cancer cells. So now you can see kadambine or kadamba is described in Ayurveda without the mechanism. Why it works? It works because this is taken up by tumor cells. It doesn't work, it works sometimes, it doesn't work some other time because there is no precise dose. There is no acceptable delivery route. And we have perfected that by embedding this kadambine on nanoparticles on here. We use, we embed kadambine on these nanoparticles. We do that to amplify the therapeutic payload. We characterize them with every sophisticated technique that is available, high resolution electron microscopy, vibrational spectroscopy, XRD, all of that, everything is required. And there are tools to calculate how many kadambine, that therapeutic molecule, I can put on one nanoparticle. Here is that calculation. You can put as many as 7.6 into 10⁻11 molecules per nanoparticle. And my dose, when I give it to humans, is not one nanoparticle. It is zillions of nanoparticles. Now you can see what happens, what would happen when ancient Ayurvedic herbs are transformed from macro form to nanoparticles. Therapeutic payload goes to such levels that is simply impossible with traditional macro pharmaceuticals that are there in the market. So this is all maths. You might be wondering, show me the data. The maths looks good. Maths quite don't treat human patients. So let's drugs treat human patients. So I'm going to translate this into a drug and show it to you. Let's also talk about the standard of care right now. With all these developments in cancer care, cancer therapy, guess what? over 85% of human population across the world, they are still treated by this singular drug, cisplatin, platinum-based drugs, but cisplatin does kill cancer cells very effectively, but it does so much damage to the body. A significant patient population continue to die as we deliberate here today. This patient population continue to die because of the toxicity of the drug. Here is the data. Cisplatin kills close to 100% of normal cells. It kills cancer cells, but it destroys the immune system of the body. The nanotechnology-based Ayurvedic drugs, they do not touch the normal cells. Here is the contrast. You can see. They are highly selective to cancer cells. They do not destroy normal cells. That means that the body's immune system doesn't get compromised. More evidence, more mechanisms coming up. The particles, we call them as nano-Ayurvedic particle because there is nanotechnology and there are Ayurvedic herbs encapsulated. When they interact with normal cells have fewer receptors. That's why there is minimal uptake into the normal cells, just simple maths. If you treat these nano-Ayurvedic medicines tumor cells, it is a receptor-mediated. The density is very high in these tumor cells. That's why nanoparticles are selectively taken up by tumor cells, leading to selective death of tumor cells, leading to selective therapy. This is not a cartoon. This is what happens when we mix one prostate tumor cell from a human prostate cancer patient. When we mix these nano-Ayurvedic medicine drugs, you can see hundreds of nanoparticles per cell. You don't need that many to destroy the tumor cells. It just shows you an oncologist can give very, very, very tiny dose and still expect therapeutic efficacy. Again, the power, when you apply sophisticated nanotechnology to medicine, not just any medicine, to Ayurveda, these are the results you'll get. More examples, these are the prostate tumor cells. When you incubate with these nano-Ayurvedic drugs, individual nanoparticles can be each cell. Let's say it is accidental, you are mixing something, something is going into tumor cells. How do you answer this question? We answer that question again through tumor biology. We can saturate the receptors. They are going into the tumor cells because these particles target the receptors that are there on tumor cell surface. When we saturate those receptors with the specific antibody, as shown here, ABLR antibody, none of the nanoparticles get into the tumor cells. When you look at all these three figures together, the entry of these nanoparticles into the tumors is not accidental. They are going there inside the tumor because they know exactly where to go. It is almost like a GPS approach. Just one example. We have numerous examples of these types. I just wanted to show you. They target the root cause of the disease. What is the root cause of the disease? If you're thinking just destroying tumor cells, there are many drugs. We could have saved millions and millions of cancer patients. Cancer treatment is not just destroying tumor cells. It is about destroying the root cause. What is the root cause? The tumor microenvironment, especially pro-tumor macrophages. Look at the beauty, how these immunomodulatory nano-Ayurvedic medicines, they encapsulate, they engulf, they suffocate the macrophages and completely destroy the root cause of the disease. More mechanistic, limited time, I will not go through, but basically this tells that these nano-Ayurvedic medicines, when they interact with pro-tumor entities in tumors, they re-educate them. These are called M2 macrophages, M2 phenotype. When these nano-Ayurvedic medicines interact with pro-tumor macrophages, they educate them to forget about being pro-tumor, turn yourself into anti-tumor. It's called as macrophage access, macrophage re-education. This is the level of sophistication we can get, still keeping the principles of Ayurveda intact. Yeah, this is proven in animals, proven in humans. We have gone through every immunomarker that in the 21st century the world recognizes to call a particular drug as immunomodulator. What is immunomodulatory? It is giving the body the strength to fight the disease. This was there in Ayurveda. Ayurveda is all about whole body treatment. In the 21st century, we call immunomodulation. The only reason why Ayurveda was not adapted, they did not give us the proof that by showing that these cytokines either get upregulated or downregulated to make a particular drug to qualify to be called as immunomodulator. We have gone through all these biomarkers. I'm only going to show you one of them, very significant one of them, IL-12. All of us need IL-12, particularly cancer patients or any inflammatory disease. We need IL-12. We go for a morning walk. By doing so, we generate more IL-12. It's important. IL-12 is a panacea. You can mark my words. Go back and check it out. IL-12 is a panacea for all human diseases and disorders. Our body doesn't produce enough. So now there are many drug companies. They are trying to promote, they are trying to manufacture IL-12, but there's a major impediment. The impediment is they are very toxic. IL-12 promoting agents actually kill patients rather than save patients' lives. Here's an example we show. This is the FDA-approved drug, levobusol. It promotes IL-12 to some extent, whereas these nano-Ayurvedic medicines, the ones we have developed by encapsulating that kadamba phytochemical on gold nanoparticles, you can see it is self-explanatory. A huge promotion of IL-12, and as I said, IL-12 is a big deal now. The way our product promotes IL-12 in the body is 78-fold, 78 times more IL-12 we will get as compared to the control. It is non-toxic, proven in small animals, large animals, ultimately in human patients. Yeah, I'm going to run a little bit fast. I'm not here to show all the animal data, but just to give you an idea, usually people do animal studies for about 40-45 days because there are strict international rules. You can't harm the animals for your own good. So there's an animal care committee protocol where India, US, European Union, we need to follow those protocols. But the animal care committee allowed us to treat these animals for 231 days because they were surprised that this drug, once we gave it to these animals on the 10th or the 12th day, did not allow the tumors to grow at all. Normally, these tumors would grow to such high extents, animals begin to die, but in this case, which means that this drug has the potential, these drugs rather, have the potential to be used as prophylactics. By taking these medications every day, regardless of whether one has a disease or not, we can stop that disease from occurring in the first place. So that's, again, I would be preaching to the choir if there are Ayurvedic doctors in the audience. This is well known, but there was no science to prove the power of Ayurveda, and we have that data. Yeah, human clinical trials, we tested on an extremely difficult case of cancer, triple-negative breast cancer. Even the worst of our enemies should never suffer from this disease. 1 week to 3 months is the survival time. The government allowed us to test, but they told us, don't test just with your new drug. Use an FDA-approved product as an adjuvant. Yeah, we said that's fine. That's what we did. Pre-treatment, this is the tumor burden. 90 days post-treatment, we used doxorubicin, FDA-approved product, along with our nano-Ayurvedic medicine. You might say the tumor burden got reduced to 5-10%, not a big deal. Yeah, that's a reasonable thinking. But remember, these are breast tumor, triple-negative breast tumor patients that gone through radiation therapy, that gone through chemotherapy, they had limited survival time. Upon treatment, within 90 days, their quality of life improved, their weights got normalized, their eating habits normalized, they started interacting, their social life improved. But what you should be comparing, what happened to another group of patients who were administered only the FDA-approved product. Pre-treatment of the tumor burden as shown here. Post-treatment, the tumor burden doubled, tripled, quadrupled. We lost lots and lots of patients. When you compare what happens with the nano-Ayurvedic medicine drug, to what happened with those patients who were only administered the FDA-approved product. All of you know are great mathematicians. I didn't need to explain more here. You can see the contrast here. So the nano Ayurvedic medicines, this is something for all of you. If your friends or relatives are going through chemotherapy, tell them to take these types of drugs, because the nano Ayurvedic medicines, they're not just stand-alone treatments. They actually make the chemotherapy more effective. Think about that. And we have thousands of patients who are going through chemotherapy. They're coming to us. We're giving them nano Ayurvedic medicine. They are seeing the results. So this is another power of ancient medicine. One of the major criticisms of Ayurveda, which we have to accept, because it's all evidence-based, Ayurvedic medicines, because of the metals in them, they target the kidney, and we have lost hundreds of thousands of patients who have been taking Ayurvedic medicine for the last 100, 150 years, because Ayurvedic medicines, because of the heavy metal presence, they target the kidney. Just a couple of minutes. We have to show to the world. These types of Ayurvedic medicines, they do not target the kidney. There is 0% uptake in the kidney. The tumor-targeted nano Ayurvedic medicines, they only reside within the tumor. How did they do all of this? You can ask, how can I be that quantitative? We are the first group in the world who have been able to convert Ayurvedic medicines into radioactive Ayurvedic medicines because of a reactor. If I have a radioactivity, I can inject into animal, count each organ, then come up with this graph. This we have done time and again for over 100 different drugs. So it's a quantitative estimate to show that these drugs do not target any other part of the body. They target only the tumors. No wonder these drugs are non-toxic to the human body. They only target the tumor sites. Purity is a big problem in Ayurveda. I was telling you, I didn't mean to criticize Ayurvedic modality. How can I? This is how the medicine originated. But we have got to be scientific. If you bought something from a drug company, you need to question what is there in it. Ayurvedic drugs, unfortunately, have lots of toxic heavy metals. So we have to show the world. We used neutron activation analysis to analyze gold-based nano Ayurvedic medicine products. The ultimate in purity analysis, many of them have the background. These are pure to 99.4 or 59 purity. There is no such thing in the world, at least as described in Ayurvedic literature. This is possible. So this is all of the results I showed you is not a scientific euphoria. That's not what it is. Every single one of them has been scaled up at industrial level. They're all being administered through different doctors to patients. Yeah, I think I have convinced you. Science and technology has allowed us to build this bridge so that doctors will have the luxury to prescribe Ayurvedic medicines alongside allopathic medicines. Why? Diseases are extremely complicated. Just one modality will not do it. Just one size does not fit all. Now we have that opportunity which we did not have for hundreds of years. Now our doctors within the US, European Union here can co-prescribe Ayurvedic medicines alongside allopathic drugs if deemed appropriate. Or they can prescribe only the Ayurvedic medicine. So they can take the decisions based on the stage of the disease, the type of disease, the type of patients, and so on and so forth. So I already talked to you about that. So this is something about IISc again. When I was growing up here as a PhD student, there are lots of wonderful alumni. I have to tell all of you, maybe there were a couple of departments, they were doing applied research. Correct me if I'm wrong. Applied research was looked down when I was doing my PhD here. It was not considered something great. Everybody had to do fundamental research. My opinion is fundamental research must coexist with applied research, because then it gives an objective for fundamental research. Our research discoveries, as I told you, I talked to you about oncology, but we have products for arthritis, diabetes, ophthalmology, antibiotics, disinfectants, including destroying methicillin-resistant Staphylococcus aureus, which is called as a superbug, smart cosmeceuticals. We also make the people look beautiful. Now, this is a cosmeceutical that takes care of the aging process. We have commercial products. There are quite a few people connected with NASA and so forth. We do have space medicine, space food, functional foods and nutraceuticals. One of the world's noted food technologists is within the audience. She is the president and CEO of Kadamba company, which is housed here in Bangalore. And I've been able to license all our technologies to Kadamba company, and they're translating our technologies into products. So you're most welcome to meet with her. Dr. Deepa is within the audience. She can give details about all of these products. We're fortunate, everything, nobody wants to put money on my head. They want to invest in the patents. We're fortunate to get the world's first nano Ayurveda patent, both in the US as well as in the European Union. So Ayurveda, by the way, nano Ayurveda was never ever in the patented literature. It took 5,000 years since the days of Sushruta. Now we have this patent on nano Ayurveda. In patent, lots of conclusions. I think I've talked a lot. I'm not going to go through the conclusion section. Dr. Anant Kumar Hegde, single-handedly, he saw these modalities would help India. He came to the US, licensed all my patents. Those patents are currently used to translate those patents into products. We have 42 products in the market, global market. So something we can talk about at some other point of time. Lots of people, I'm a spokesperson. The brains are here, funding from different agencies over the last close to 40 years. I just want to share this one. Of course, I'm indebted to my PhD advisor. We lost Herbert Roski, my German mentor from Germany, last week. I want to dedicate this lecture to him. There are about 150 postdoctoral fellows from India, from one country, think about that, who have been trained by Herbert Roski. Yeah, incredible human being, incredible scientist. I thank these two individuals who recruited me at the University of Missouri. Usually in the US, you've got to be terribly boring if you did not change your job for 36 years. That's me. And the reason why I stuck around there is because of these two visionaries. So they have made my life happy, my career very prosperous. I owe to them a great deal. As I said, it is not one institution. IISc, Germany, and Prime Minister Modi got a wind of our nano Ayurveda. He invited me. We had a great chat about our discovery recently. So that's why it takes a village to raise a child. Everybody is important. It's not one institution. It's not one person. I'm sure you have questions. We can discuss during lunchtime. There is an incentive, folks. Although we have run out of time in this session, guess what? There is lunch after this.
Thank you so much, sir, for your thoughtful lecture. Wish we had more time, maybe a day. We will have it some other time. Yeah, I request President Shankar sir and Dr.
Yeah, yeah. Thank you.
One more. I just want to tell you only one thing.
Thank you.
All of us will pray that Kati should come back December 2026 to receive the Distinguished Alumni Award along with the Nobel Prize what he has received on December 10th. Okay, so we all hope and wish him the good luck. And also I want to tell you that for his tremendous work, though he is not the alumni of Missouri University, they recognized him as the Distinguished Alumni.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, I just want to mention to all of you, Dr. Deepa is here. If you want to ask her about commercial products, she's in charge of that. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, after the lunch, now we are breaking for lunch. After the lunch, please come back for the next lecture by 2:40. We are breaking for lunch now. Thank you. 2:40.
come, please come. ಯಾರ್ಗನಾದ್ರು ಇದೆಯಾ ಕೇಳ್ಕವೆ ಗುರುಮೂರ್ತಿ ಸರ್ ಇದಾರಲ್ವಾ ನನಗೆ ಒಂದು ಬಟ್ಟೆ ಬೇಕು ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಇದ್ದಿದ್ದು ಬಟ್ಟೆ ಒನ್ ಕಮಿಂಗ್ ಅವರು ಒಂದು ನಿಮಿಷ ಅಖಿಲ ಮೇಡಮ್ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ ಅವಾಗ ನೀವು ಬನ್ನಿ ಕಡೆ ಈಗ ಏನು ಬೊಕ್ಕ ಇವಾಗ ಕೊಡೋದಲ್ಲ
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Please settle down. We'll start the next session. Request your cooperation. Can we all get seated, please? People at the back. So welcome to the second session of this Golden Jubilee celebrations of the IISc Alumni Association. Not only me, but all the speakers have a challenge, keeping you all awake. So every time I'm going to ask you a riddle to make sure you're all listening. So I will ask after each speaker, but I can start with one now, okay? Are you all ears? Are you all listening? Okay. So the riddle goes like this. I am an odd number. I am an odd number. Take away one letter and I become an even number. You can call out. Yes, yes, good. So now I request Dr. Gurumurthy to introduce the next speaker of our session.
Good afternoon. Welcome back for the afternoon session. I have the privilege of introducing the speaker of this session. Next speaker is Dr. Lakshmi Narayana. Dr. Lakshmi Narayana is the co-founder of Cognizant. He is a seasoned technology industry leader with over 35 years of experience, including significant leadership and governance roles on Cognizant's board. Deeply committed to inspiring young people, he encourages them to pursue higher education, entrepreneurship, and purposeful careers. He is actively engaged in strengthening higher education through initiatives that promote technology literacy, data literacy, and essential skills of people. His associations with the ICT Academy, Chennai Mathematical Institute, and Tyagarajar School of Management reflect his dedication to academic excellence. Dr. Lakshmi Narayan is also involved in several non-profit efforts like Child's Trust Hospital and foundations supporting disadvantaged communities. As an angel investor with the Chennai Angels and TIE, he mentors and supports young entrepreneurs, particularly in deep tech ventures. He currently serves as Chancellor of Kriya University, Andhra Pradesh, which champions an innovative interwoven model of arts, science, and management education to develop future-ready leaders. I believe this Kriya word itself is derived from Sanskrit, and it stands for creator. I have not spoken anything about his IISc contacts. He will do that, and he's going to speak on the topic management education in Indian Institute of Science. Over to Dr. Lakshmi Narayan.
Thank you. Thank you for that nice introduction, and good afternoon, everyone. Yes. So I don't know if it's going to be a big challenge for you to remain awake. It certainly is going to be for me. So I'll try and finish it as quickly as possible and complete that. Congratulations to the group that has organized this event, the Golden Jubilee celebrations of the Alumni Association. I'm happy to be a participant here. Unlike many of the other people who spoke before me and those who are going to speak after me, my association or time spent in the IISc is probably the minimum. Just spent a little under 2 years during the mid-70s in the School of Management Studies, or what is now called the School of Management Studies. Not even the school, it's called the Department of Management Studies. It used to be called Department of Industrial Management then, and the curriculum was quite different. I started in the year 1974 and then left early 1976. Very interesting period. The department is right behind this auditorium. Very class of about 15 students, 4 or 5 sponsored from the industry, and the other students coming from various backgrounds. We had a fantastic time. We had some remarkable professors of management sciences there, particularly those professors, one Professor Guruswamy, who taught us operations research, quantitative methods, which was very interesting. But the most exciting thing for many of us was the computer center. Going to the computer center, learning programming and working there. And those days, of course, we had the liberty of just crossing the road, going there and working at the computer center, and of course attending some of the classes. Some difficult classes from a science background, attending lectures on linear algebra by Professor Tikekar. That was a challenge. So we had a very interesting time. And at the end of my program, the good opportunity that I got, which I chose, was to do a project work. And the project work was about usage of computers in industry. You know, it wasn't the greatest of times at that point when computers and its application in industry was very limited. So along with my professor, we did a survey of the major companies in Bangalore at that time. The usual suspects, ITI, HAL, BEL, HMT, and a few private sector companies. And the report came out saying that the use of computers in all these institutions were pretty low and quite dismal. Okay, that was the report, or the project report that was published. And there were a few actions that were highlighted. Most of these departments or the companies had only EDP managers, like it was referred to, like the CIOs were referred to in those days. So that was some kind of a, from an industry perspective, it was almost a seminal report at that point in time, because somebody had called out the condition of computerization in industry. And that was, I think, the first year when Narayan Mahishi introduced the campus interviews, when Tata Consultancy Services came to the institute, and they particularly liked the report that I had prepared as part of the thesis for the management studies program. And that's how I got into industry, the technology industry. Worked in Tata Consultancy Services for several years, and then I had the good fortune to start Cognizant Technologies, which is a well-known multi-billion-dollar services company. So that's a great exercise. All that I did in the past are available. Most of it, or the noteworthy ones, are available on the net. So I'm not going to talk about what I did earlier, because one of the lessons that I learned was taught to us who are entrepreneurially inclined, considered to be management educated leaders, was that, what are you doing lately? How do you remain innovative? There's, I'm sure many of you would be familiar with the name Clayton Christensen. He's a professor from Harvard. He's the one who introduced the idea of innovation. He has written a couple of books about innovators' dilemma. So he's the one who talks about keep thinking about what do you want to do next. What you have done in the past is done and dusted. You have to be constantly looking at what you want to do. This is something that he very, very categorically told me when I met him accidentally. It wasn't as though I was meeting him. He told me, what are you? I said, I'm the ex-CEO of a big technology company. He said, forget about all this ex-business. What are you doing now? That's when I started devoting a lot of time towards education, particularly higher education, with the conviction that research-oriented teaching, higher-end research is what is needed in this country as far as progress is required, and therefore started dedicating. One of them was the ICT Academy, but the two more important ones that I was associated with was the Chennai Mathematical Institute. Chennai Mathematical Institute is something that is doing a lot of pioneering work in this country, well-known mathematical sciences institute with mathematics, computer science, physics as some of the core subjects that they offer. There are plenty of researchers who are there. Professor Seshadri, a well-known mathematician, is the one who founded that. So that's an institute that trains or selects the students in India who participate in the International Olympiad and the International Informatic Context, Informatic Olympiad. So each year, there are about 150 countries that participate. The Olympiad gets run in different places, in different countries. Each country is allowed to choose just 4 candidates, 4 students under the age of 17 to participate in the Olympiad. Both the informatic is about programming, and mathematics is about mathematical theory and practice. So in the last several years, the students have been selected, coached by CMI, and all of them have come back winning medals. So it's been a great work done by CMI. So we are trying to expand the activities of CMI. As a managing trustee of that, my job is not to do research, which is relatively difficult for me, only to get the best faculty and researchers, as well as raise funding for that institute. In the same vein, there is another university, Kriya University, it's a private university, completely privately funded by big donors, big companies, including, to begin with, IFMR, then all the major, the Tatas, the Mahindras, all of them have funded that university. That follows a different liberal education philosophy. This philosophy is derived by some of the researchers, like the Vice Chancellor of New York University, Dr. Varadan of Kurant's Mathematics School, Raghuram Rajan of RBI. These are the people who have put together a curriculum called the Interwoven Arts and Science in order to develop entrepreneurially minded scientists who can combine research with entrepreneurship. So that's a very interesting work. It's a young university, about 6-7 years old. So the people who are passed out are already doing well. There are some doctoral colleges where the School of Mathematical Sciences and Life Sciences are trying to set up some research programs. There are a few interesting people who are participating in that. The Life Sciences program and the Sustainability Lab is supported by Soumya Swaminathan. Professor Sashidhara from NCBS is steering the Life Sciences school, etc. So research is where the bulk of focus is. But my recent association with Indian Institute of Science, having come back, has been with the Foundation for Science Innovation and Development, FSID. I don't know how many of you have heard of it. I'm sure most of you would have heard of that institution. That's trying to promote entrepreneurship, number one. Also, more importantly, trying to promote researchers, faculty who have great inventions to turn innovators with the help of either students that they've coached or with external entrepreneurs, so that their ideas, their research can find applications in industry. So FSID is dedicated to that task. There are about 120 companies that have been incubated in this center. There are about 4 or 5 companies that are doing very well that are incubated out of FSID. I can name, some of you may recognize the names. Astrom is one company. Astrom is one that is supplying communication technology, the 5G and the next generation for the armed forces, using equipment, design, software that is entirely developed by Astrom here in Bangalore. Started in IISc, I think they still have a facility in the incubation center here. Minvax, I think somebody was talking about a vaccine development company. That's again Professor Raghavan from the Department of Biochemistry, I think, who started Agnet, the gallium nitride wafer making company associated with SENSE, Center for Nanoscience and Entrepreneurship. So these are companies that have been nurtured by FSID. People like us invest in those companies, find talent who can work with them so that they can materialize, execute well, and materialize the vision and the aspirations that they have. The last item that I want to share with you this short time is to give a pitch for FSID. FSID is now venturing into launching a fund to begin with a modest amount, to start with about raising 200 crores, hopefully matched by the government announced ANRF, the National Research Foundation, so that the funds can be used to promote research-based deep tech startups, primarily in IISc. The idea is to support and help ideas that come out of the various departments here in the Institute of Science, fund them, connect them with the external world, connect them with the markets so that all of them will be successful. There are quite a few supporters for that, external people as well as, of course, internally. Professor Gurumurthy is leading that FSID center, has taken this initiative. That lab fund will be launched, and my request to all of you is to keep your eyes and ears open for FSID, the plans that they are planning to announce, and participate in all those initiatives, because all of you, even at this stage, I'm sure can contribute a lot more. And one other initiative that we are driving with the government is to make sure that faculty who are forced to retire from government institutions at the age of 65 continue to remain active and continue to be incentivized post their retirement in an active manner. You know, it's very sad to see many of the faculty members having been forced to retire at that age and not able to contribute or participate in many of the activities, and not appropriately compensated for the work that they do, because I think at that age they are still in the prime of their research. So there are initiatives that are underway. It has to be a collective initiative with participating institutions. That's an activity that is progressing. To sum up, greatly influenced by what I learnt in the institute, I derive a great deal of pride, and my reputation is far more because I have the IISc tag than whatever I have accomplished, and I do want to continue my association with IISc in the areas that I mentioned. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Lakshmi Narayana, for your very crisp and informative talk. We would now like to felicitate Dr. Lakshmi Narayana. I am a fruit, what am I? You can give the answer even at the end of the talk. But please don't look up Google for the answer. Can give him the introduction. The introduction.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Mohan Ullal from alumni from Department of Aerospace Engineering, and I am extremely happy to welcome Dr. Kota Harinarayan today. So I would like to give a short introduction about Dr. Kota Harinarayan. In reality, he doesn't need any introduction because he is very well known in industry. So I will just speak a few words about Dr. Kota Harinarayan. Dr. Kota Harinarayan is a distinguished aircraft designer with nearly 5 decades of experience spanning the full life cycle of aeronautical systems. And his work includes fighter upgrades, weapon integration, aircraft certification, and the design of supersonic fighters, transport aircraft, and unmanned aerial vehicles. Almost everything in the spectrum is covered. Wide range of experience, sir. And he was a program director and chief designer of the LCA Tejas aircraft. He built India's first comprehensive aerospace ecosystem and guided the successful development of a world-class state-of-the-art fighter aircraft. Dr. Harinarayana has held prominent academic and leadership positions, including Vice Chancellor of the University of Hyderabad, visiting professorships at IISc, IIT Bombay, and distinguished roles at ADA, INAE, and CSIR NAL. He has also served as the President of Aeronautical Society of India and founded its design division. Dr. Kota founded General Aeronautics, an IISc incubated startup, and chaired the board of governors of IIT BHU. And in recognition of his contributions, he has received the Padma Shri in 2002. So please give a warm applause, a welcome to Dr. Kota Harinarayan.
You be here so that you can drop me there. Thank you, sir. I'm thankful to organizers and Colonel Shankar for preparing my talk. Okay, thank you very much. I will take 15 minutes because the aircraft is well known, but my talk now is primarily to say the role of Indian Institute of Science in making this aircraft a reality. There are at least 60 to 70 faculty who have participated in this. I'm going to mention only a few of them. Yes. For example, Professor Dattaguru is here. So all of them are there. I'm going to only mention a few of them. Can it work? It's not. Yeah. I joined the Institute of Science in 1965. I had no knowledge of Institute of Science before I joined here. Okay, I was getting a little bit disturbed with my lack of understanding of engineering after completing mechanical engineering. I thought I didn't have enough knowledge. Frankly, I felt I am not yet fit to be work in an industry. That was the idea I was having. And suddenly I saw a newspaper advertisement telling that the Indian Institute of Science is offering a course in aeronautics. You can be a mechanical engineer, you can still be enter into aeronautics. That was the time. So I applied, and I don't know, in those days they were not calling you for interviews, and I was given a seat without interview. So I could come here. And when I landed here, I asked an auto fellow, can you take me to Institute of Science? He said, there's no such place in Bangalore. After 3-4 autos, one old man was there, he came and told, what do you want? I said, I want to go to Institute. No, don't say so. Say Tata Institute. So that is how I was introduced to Tata Institute. And after I came from a place where once in a year there was an exam. Last 2 months only we study. First 10 months we don't study. So, but here I joined, I understood what a academic pressure meant. Initially it was daunting. I learned to crack the code of learning, transitioning from once a year exam to assignment on monthly basis, with the end of semester followed by oral tests. That was the biggest chakar we went through. But after about couple of semesters, we became ustad. We learned how to answer when your professors are asking questions. Okay, that's all about me. And IISc opened my mind to the R&D world. I had no knowledge of R&D before I joined. Aeronautics became my passion. Okay, so not just a subject or a job, it was a passion. That's what it has done. So one of the main project I worked, I did a lot of things, but this is one of the things. We had in India HF-24, 1961. We made an aircraft called a combat aircraft. In 2001, from first generation, we jumped to the 4th plus generation. I think a jump that has happened, and I feel a significant credit for this go to Indian Institute of Science. Okay, and that's what I want to mention. So this is what we did. Very 25 years is going to come pretty soon. As per rules, it should not work, so it's not working. I should come there? Oh, point here. Oh, here. Oh, this is a fantastic, yeah. It is a working. As per rules, it is. You just tell, I will tell you. Okay? The challenge was, we were under US sanctions. I think now also we are in trouble with USA, but then also we were in trouble. Okay? And the GE Control, who was our partner, he stopped supporting. And General Electric engine fellow, he disappeared. Okay? He didn't go because we are under sanctions. And BA system, who was supposed to review or control that, about 1 year before he stopped coming. Okay? Sort of modern media, we had a minister with an extraordinary minister called George Fernandez. He was highly supportive, but every time everybody is feeding him, this project will never take off. This aircraft will never take off. That was the feeding he was getting from very, very well-known people. Even the media was writing like that. So that was the thing. But finally, we could manage to do without all this support. Okay? That is only because we had the support of... So it is a aircraft 21st century, very good aircraft. Recently, it got people got worried because in Dubai air show it crashed. So, but now people know it is nothing to do with aircraft. It is a robust aircraft, and robustness of aircraft are perhaps the best in the world today. So, as I said, we jumped from first to fourth generation, and that could happen because of extraordinary support we got from academic institutions, R&D labs, small and medium scale industries. I think that is what I want to. So these are the kind of technologies. There is one area we are not yet achieved, that is the engine, but all other areas we succeeded. You do that. I want to just, there are a lot of faculty, all of them have done, but I want to tell about Professor Radha Narasimha. The light combat aircraft name also was given by him. It was he thought that India was trying to develop a deep penetration, a big aircraft and all that was not coming through. Then he thought, we have been operating 600 MiG-21 aircraft. Why not we find an aircraft which can replace the MiG-21? So it is he who started the game. He talked to the Air Force people. Then he spoke to the R&D team, Dr. Valluri, all of them, HAL, everybody joined hands. And finally, thanks to him, he in fact led a team. He was heading the team. It is rare happening that his team consisted of Air Force officers, DRDO people, HAL people and all, and his team went abroad, talked to the people and got their ideas and fed it into them. And that is what he had done. And thanks to his efforts, in 1983, government gave about 500 crores. And subsequently, it took some time, but in 1993, almost 10 years later, we got some money to do a demonstrator aircraft. Okay? And today, IF has ordered more than 220 aircraft. HL is flooded with orders, so there is no confusion, nothing. Only thing is how to supply them. That is the challenge that is there. Okay? You can see that the role that Institute of Science, Professor Radham Narasimha played here. Next. I want to add one sentence. We are under ban from USA for developing the control laws. Padishah is here, is a control guru. Okay, ban. We are not allowed. When small bits and pieces were going, then that Kalam set up a committee under Professor I.G. Sharma. Okay, and I.G. Sharma suggested that if you put all these people together, okay, all these R&D lab, all these fellows and all, industry and all, you will be able to do. And that is what was done. And the originator of idea was Professor I.G. Sharma. Okay, and thanks to him, we could do that. And today, the control team, what work we have done, consider perhaps LCA as one of the finest aircraft in the world, which really does the job of an aircraft and the pilot working together. Okay, that is what it has. I think we have to give credit to him. Next, Amma. I also want to add structural design, a lot of faculty have done. But I want to just put one, Professor K.P. Rao. He did most of the structural work design. And when we first flew in 2001, we only had wings, control surfaces, vertical tail only in composite. But the aircraft was heavy. We wanted to make the fuselage composite. That was a lot of hesitancy. The people were feeling cannot be done. But Professor K.P. Rao said, I will work with you. We will make that. As a result, what happened, when this aircraft was ready, this aircraft had the highest percentage of composites of any single engine fighter in the whole world. That is what happened, and I thought that is what the output that has come out. Thanks to the effort that he has done that. Next, Amma. This person, Nagbhushan, it's not only aeronautics. Nagbhushan is it is high voltage engineering. Okay, the whole composite material is not a good conductor, and if there is a lightning, the aircraft the equipment will get damaged. He not only built the complete facility, he also helped in designing the structure so that it becomes the conductivity is improved. Okay, and the facility when it came ready, maybe it was among the top 2-3 facilities in the whole world. And people said perhaps this is the best facility that could, and that was done thanks to his effort and as a student. Next. And there is another software called Atole. We were doing manually, and optimization will be done in 2 weeks, but making drawings will take 6 months. Okay, that was the kind of situation. So there was a small team was formed. Can we accelerate the whole process, automate the whole thing? And the team did the job. And I will show you the Institute of Science, other academic institutions played a very, very important role. And it was judged as the best software in the world. And the innovation, because it was considered, this team was considered among the first 5 top innovation centers of the whole world. Okay, and thanks to the effort that's come. So you could see that Professor K.P. Rao, Professor Gurumurthy, Professor Anantaraman, you can see 50% of the support system is only from Institute of Science. Okay, this is what happened. I am not at put other names like Professor Souvenirs, all of them did a lot of work. But you can see that one single software, which is considered the best software in the world, that was the contribution that came from the institute. Amma? I want to just add, it's not only this. There was a head-up display, which is a safety critical equipment, because the pilot depends on that one. And the CSO, one of the CSR labs in Chandigarh, had developed this. But they didn't have the coating technology. But that technology came from Institute of Science. That is what happened. And what looked to be no-go became a super success. Okay? Thanks to this intervention. Thank you. So I want to tell something. Our aircraft has a very, it is not a delta wing, it is a compound delta wing. No aircraft in the world has this configuration. People had a doubt whether the aerodynamics is okay or these people have just come with this one. So I requested Professor Govindaraju, can you make a scale model and fly the aircraft? He did that. He did that one, and the trials were very good. We brought all the pilots, we showed them how well the aircraft is flying. As a result, the pilots got total confidence, and the certification people got the confidence, and the aircraft went on without any problem. At that start, I will show you that. Next. You can see that in the area of composites, wind tunnels, CFD in all areas, NDT technology, HUD technology, MEMS technology, materials, lightning products, scale models, in the whole gamut of area, the Institute of Science plays a very, very critical, and I do think this intervention helped this aircraft become a good aircraft, a robust aircraft, and as a result today, I do believe hundreds of pilots have flown. They consider perhaps it is one of the best aircraft they ever flown in the whole world. Okay, thanks to them. Next, Amma. So a lot of technologies were developed thanks to this institute. Next. It's not stopping here. Next. From LCA Mark 1A, LCA Mark 2, this next year is going to fly, and then a stealth fighter has been developed now. The sanction is there, work is going. Next, Amma. So there was the stealth fighter means you have to understand the radar cross section of the aircraft, IR cross section and all. We had a project with Professor Balkrishnan, okay, and we started with Tejas, now it is done here. The whole idea came from there. Next. So you could see that Balkrishnan's team, they developed the code, and that code has been further developed, further improved, and it became the backbone for us to move forward, go from a 4th generation fighter to a 5th generation fighter. Okay, next. We also did a naval aircraft. Today, one of the few countries, and the next generation naval fighter going through the government channels to get the approval. Next. I also want to add one thing. We're also looking at Institute of Science in 2006 did a study on 6th generation fighter, and they were looking at unmanned combat aircraft. Okay, and that was the seed. From there now we have a full-fledged program on development of a unmanned combat aircraft. Next. So this is the unmanned 6th generation fighter, which is now going through the process, and you could say for a change we were fairly ahead in the field, and thanks to the help and support from Institute of Science. So there is a scale model of flight at ADE, okay, and the final one is getting ready. Next. So you could see that one program led to a situation where we do hope in next 2 decades, all the fighters which are imported will be replaced with indigenous fighters, and thanks to the support we got from Institute of Science. Okay. Next. Thank you. I feel now time has come. All gurus are here. We should work on transport aircraft, and we should also make this country self-reliant in transport aircraft. Okay? Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. I hope I have not taken too long a time. Okay.
Have time for questions? One or two questions?
Why the aircraft that crashed, they will ask us.
It just showed that with collaboration, commitment and saying no to the naysayers, we can achieve lots of things.
I'm going to make him present.
Okay, so we request Professor Dattaguru to present him with the memento and the bouquet.
No, if you don't answer the question, I will be worried.
Swami Mano. Next is Swami Mano.
One minute. Okay, thank you, sir. But there is one question on Indian, because so far I might have given hundreds of talks. I have not had a single talk without getting the question on Indian. So I was wondering whether this is a exception. It is not. So I am very happy. Okay. Yeah. We still have to have an engine which will meet.
I will announce
the derivative of this engine is already developed, which will do the 6th generation unmanned combat aircraft. Okay, it's already ready. There are half a dozen engines have been developed, and the work is going on. But as far as LCA is concerned, we still have to go further. Okay, I hope next few years, when I may not be there, maybe in the headquarters. So whoever is there, he will answer in a more positive way. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
We would now like to felicitate Professor Dattaguru. Dr. Dattaguru, Professor.
And Dr. Dr. Atre, sir. Atre, sir, please come. Yes, sir. Please come.
Maybe request Dr. Atre to kindly come on the stage. You take him down.
Yes, sir, please.
Dr. Dattaguru was our past president, and now we have Dr. V.K. Atre, who's been one of our earliest advisors to the Alumni Association. We'd like to felicitate him.
Thank you, Dr. Atre. Thank you, Colonel Rajaram. So we have a slight change in schedule. We will have Dr. Sajal Das speak now, and the next will be Dr. Swami Manohar. I request Dr. Pratap to introduce the speakers. And before I hand it over to Dr. Pratap, did anybody get the answer to the question? I'm a fruit, I'm a bird, I'm a person. No answer? Okay, the answer is a kiwi. A kiwi fruit, a kiwi bird, and kiwi is the person. Okay. One more for y'all. If 2 is company and 3 is a crowd, what are 4 and 5?
It's my pleasure to read the biodata of another Dr. Das. So he's a distinguished alumnus of mechanical department and also is a renowned researcher. Presently, he is the Curator's Distinguished Professor of Computer Science and Daniel St. Clair Endowment Chair of Missouri University of Science and Technology. So he was the founding editor-in-chief of Pervasive Computer, Mobile and Computing, and a fellow of IEEE. Will not take much time. He is also one of the board members of IISc Alumni. Please welcome aboard Dr. Das to take you through the AI era. Thank you.
Mechanical basketball.
Okay.
Can you hear me? Good afternoon.
I hope you are aware. I plan to use slides, but I thought that I can do without slides as well. Give you the same message that I wanted to give. Only thing is that you will not see the pictures. Videos, pictures, some audios, but I can still manage. So let me start with a Upanishadic Shanti mantra. Okay, and if you know that, please chant with me. Om Sauna Bhavatu Saunau Munaktu Saho Vidyang Karvavahoi Tejasvinamodhitamastu Mahavidvishabahoi. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. We are in an educational institute where teacher and taught. So this Shanti mantra is about teacher and the taught. You probably know the meaning, so I'm not going into that. So I must thank Lieutenant Colonel, retired Rajaramji, for the kind invitation, as well as Dr. Pratap Das. And IISc, I think Dr. Lakshmanaran mentioned that he spent 2 years, I spent 1.5 years for IISc. We're the first batch of the GATE exam when the ME started for 1.5 years. Okay, so I'll come with that. But this Alumni Association Golden Jubilee function has a good coincidence. I took a flight from St. Louis, Missouri to Dallas on American Airlines, American Airlines from Dallas to London, and then London to Mumbai, and then after that Air India to Bangalore. Believe me, the flight, and I have the ticket with me if you want to see, the American Airlines is AA. And the flight number was 50 from Dallas to London. And I thought, what a coincidence. We have Alumni Association 50 and AA 50 is the flight I'm taking. Okay, that's number one coincidence. Second coincidence is the captain announced this is the largest Boeing aircraft, 777-300 series, and the total capacity was 387. And if you add the number 3 plus 8 plus 7, you get 18, and today is 18 December. And the third coincidence was even amazing, because I chose my talk, AI for Smart Living, what IISc has offered me in shaping my career and profession. I came to Bombay, spent the night, and yesterday I took the flight from Mumbai to Bangalore, and the flight was, Air India is AI, so my talk has AI, and the flight number was 2853. You add the numbers, again 18. So you see that's a coincidence. That means I am actually destined to be in this occasion. Okay, without much ado, how did I come to IISc? So we are the first batch of GATE exam. How many of you have taken the GATE exam? Please raise your hand. Okay. When was GATE exam started? I'll make this talk very entertaining. My experience in IISc, huh? 83. Yes, first batch. I'm actually next batch to Dr. Swami Manohar, Professor Narahari. So they were the last 2 years batch. We were the first 1.5 year batch. And after 20 years, again it became 2 years. It was ME, last batch of School of Automation. Then it became Computer Science and Automation. So that's good part. So I was the first batch of Computer Science and Engineering BTech degree in Calcutta University. We had only 10 seats. I had no idea what computer is. I've never seen computer in my life. And I'm sure in those days it was not common in school or colleges. But I'll tell my journey. So at school, middle school actually, I wanted to be a magician. When I was in high school, I thought I'll be a physicist. Ended up being a computer science scientist, no regrets. So when I was doing a BTech, in those days, of course, internet was not there. I didn't see the computer, forget about internet, smartphone was not there, cell phone was not there. All of these things. Just saw a notice board, a hard copy, the GATE exam, Graduate Aptitude Test in Engineering. First batch, there's no guidebook, no syllabus, nothing, right? So okay, anyway, so I just appeared on that exam and ended up coming to IISc. So I'll tell you a few things. I work in machine learning, AI, among many other things. So there's certain things that happen in our life the spatial and temporal correlation is very hard to predict. But machine learning AI is about finding the correlation in the spatial domain and temporal domain, learn it from the data, and then to predict. Think about all of you, what you wanted to be in your life as an academician, in your discipline, mechanical versus metallurgy versus computer science versus electronics. Most of the all you did not do what you wanted to do. But you did something, and if you take that with positive spirit in an optimistic way, you really love it. Now, some people may call that a destiny. I call that unrelated correlation among the spatial and temporal context. And that's exactly what we do in AI. Now, AI for smart living, by that I mean, AI has become all-pervasive, just like computing. So I can ask the question where computing is not, right? Whether you know it or not. So, just like any other technology, the good side, bad side, of course, you think about how much AI knows about me. Just think about 10 years back, how much internet knows about us, I may not know about myself either. Okay, so things will be there. And now if you come to that, the smart living, what I mean. By smart living, I mean the use of the technology, device technology, networking technology, computing technology, different types of applications that improves our quality of life. That improves our quality of life, makes the society more secure and safe. And AI is playing a central role there as much as sensing technology, Internet of Things. If we talk about machine learning, AI is not new. In the 1960s and 70s, people have been talking about that. The word machine learning, there's a journal called IEEE Transactional Pattern Analysis and Machine Intelligence, TAMI. So machine intelligence is there. People have been, only thing is that we did not have cheaper hardware. Nowadays, we have many core, multi-core, GPU, even this phone is much more powerful than the desktop of the past or even laptop now. That's the number two. A lot of applications are there because we are collecting huge amounts of data from every sector of our daily life. Our life is evolving around networking technology, device technology. How many of you are students here? Please raise your hands. I thought we all are students, ever learning students. The reason I'm saying, the many technologies that we use in a pervasive way, whether that is improving our productivity, efficiency or not, that's a different question. How much time do we spend in daily life on devices and the communication than efficient and effective productive work? Let us just take a toll on that. We can think. Let's say you were thirsty, got up at 4:30 in the morning, very dark. That's not the time you get up. You get up, maybe you get a glass of water. Do you go back to sleep or do something else? What do? You probably see whether whole world is waiting for you or not. What's the message, this thing, that thing, email. Your sleep is gone. So we basically have sold ourselves to devices and technology, and I am victim of my own criticism as well. Okay? But it has good things as well, so I'll talk about that. Now back to in IISc days, I was here for 1.5 years, but the memory that I have, I can cherish for 15 years. Because in addition to the academic thing, I was doing a lot of other things. I was on the university. I come from West Bengal. Football is in our gene. I used to play football in school, college and everything. So when I came here, I was in the IISc team. We went for varsity tournament. The finals we played in Gulbarga against Mysore University. We lost by 1 goal to Mysore University because the field in Gulbarga is so tough, rocky. There's no grass. In West Bengal, of course, everything is grass, natural grass, not tarred. Bangalore, our gymkhana, is still soft gravel. And they used to water soft gravel, even if you fall down, that's fine. But we could not actually have a good grip in Gulbarga because it's a hidden rock. And we are getting actually pain and strains and all. So we lost. So what I'm saying, I was there. I do not know whether IISc still has the intramural games or not. The different departments will be playing against each other on different things, badminton, football, carom board, volleyball, everything, right? And I was also very much, so what I'm saying that we enjoyed IISc life very, very much in addition to the superb educational program that we have had. So that's the point. That's why I feel my 1.5 years is very strong memory. Weekend, what did we do? Several of us used to go to MG Road for late night movies. I'm talking about because IISc is a fantastic education institute. That does not mean we all have to be just 24/7 engrossed in all the academic things. You enjoy because you become everything, you become part of your life. Research becomes part of your life. You work, you think, you sleep, you think, you eat, you think. And IISc has actually taught that. It's very transformational education that I would say, the whole environment. So we used to go there late night movie. From Shivaji Nagar, by the time movie is over, we used to go to, how many of you remember Rice Bowl? The Chinese restaurant in the lane next to Kaveri Emporium. We used to go there eat. By the time it is 11:30, 11 o'clock, last bus from Shivaji Nagar to Yashwanthpur is gone. And 7, 8 of us were there. What did you do? We used to walk from there all the way, cross Viran Chowda, all the things, and then come back to campus. So these are all very good memories, I would say, right? 1.5 years. From Bengal, of course, I think somebody mentioned, Dr. Saraswat mentioned of the bee, but bee non-veg was actually 10 place, right? But Sunday, you know, the food was very good lunch, but in the evening there'll be pongal or something, and all the cooks and the workers used to take leave, right? Some of us used to go to Shankitan to buy fish from the fishermen, and one of our friends actually got a heater, electric heater, and first year I was in G block, then the first semester, the last 2 semesters I was in N block, which is near Yashwanthpur, on the corner of the Gymkhana on the other side. We used to actually fry fish and then have something. And so what I'm saying that we really enjoyed IISc life so much in addition to our classes, in addition to the research. I must mention Professor Patnaik, L.M. Patnaik, Lalit Mohan Patnaik, who was a professor in computer science and automation. He was my master's thesis guide. I owe a lot to him because I was not thinking of, I would not have probably done master's degree unless the GATE exam flyer was there. That transformed my outlook. I came here, the master's thesis I did with him. So what Professor Patnaik taught us, taught me at least, how to think. Ma'am, please tell me whenever I need to stop. Okay? Yeah. No, please do. Here. So how to think, how to do research. In those days, of course, you did not get all the literature in front of you because I'm sure many of you remember the current contents book. You go to the library, current contents book will be coming every 2 weeks, and then you see which are the papers that are going to be published. Then there's an index card, you just write the index card, it goes to wherever it is, comes back with a Xerox copy of the paper if they want to send you 3 weeks' time. You get a paper in 3 weeks' time. So, but the passion, I would say that. That is one thing that I learned over here, because everybody is surrounded over here for thinking, doing research. It's not just Professor Narahari, myself, and many of our seniors, we used to have a weekly computer science, I would say computer science seminar series. The students will be organized. Every Friday or Saturday, we'll go and present ourselves, some thought process that we have. We used to do those kind of stuff. Another transformation that I have actually at IISc, at that time Professor Narsingh Deo, who is a graph theorist, was from Washington State University, was visiting his sabbatical here, invited by Professor Rajaraman. So I was not even thinking going outside the country, not even doing PhD, right? So what happened, Professor Narsingh Deo gave a seminar talk, and seminar talk was quite intriguing. That was from his PhD student, thesis Mike Quinn. That was back in '84 I'm talking about. And at the end of the talk, he said, this is an open problem that my students and I could not solve. I was intrigued. It's a mathematical problem, graph theory problem. So next 2 weeks, I did not do anything but, you know, there's a TIFR library was there next to EC building. fantastic two-story building, lot of books on combinatorics, graph theory, mathematics. I used to go there, sit there. And in 2 weeks' time, basically, I was very fortunate to solve the problem. So I told Professor Narsingh, who was sitting in computer science building, sir, I think I have a solution for the open problem that you have. Then, the next thing what he said, after listening to me on the board, he said, would you like to come and do PhD with me? So I'm saying that I was not even thinking anything. How do you explain this spatio-temporal correlation? I saw on the notice board, get exam thing. I get the exam, and I ended up in IISc. What is the probability that Professor Narsingh from US will be visiting as a sabbatical when I was doing my master's over here? What is the probability that he will be giving a talk with an open problem, and I had the probably fortune to solve it? So you just see that machine learning, AI actually does all of these things. It finds correlation among events. But sometimes uncorrelated events I may not have seen in the past, I won't be able to detect. And that's the beginning point of my learning. So what I do for smart living, I apply science, technology for societal impact, agriculture, to make farmers' life much better. So they have a better crop yield. We use sensors, IoT, AI, machine learning, and all of just one thing, smart health, Alzheimer, dementia detection, and we can actually talk about all of these things. Next 2 days I'll be here for the alumni reunion. If you are there, we do all those kind of stuff. We talk in the energy domain, in the transportation domain. By smart living, I mean application of technology, solutions, algorithms, optimization, sensors, IoT, that improves the quality of life. Thank you very much. Let me finish with a Shanti mantra. And you can at least chant with me, please. Om Purnamadaha Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnavevo Vashishyate. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Thank you. One part is you deduct Purna from Purna, it remains Purna. Infinity minus infinity is equal to infinity. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. Thank you very much, Dr. Sajal, for both the opening and the closing Shanti mantras. And since he has said that he's available for questions over the alumni ODA event tomorrow, I'm sure that will encourage all of you to attend in full numbers tomorrow. And
time as well, because
yes,
after that I'll go to the other event.
Thank you. So now we would like to felicitate. Thank you. Thank you so much. Sure. We have 2 more speakers, Dr. Swami Manohar and Colonel H.S. Shankar. It is my pleasure to introduce Dr. Swami Manohar. Dr. Swami Manohar is a senior principal researcher at Microsoft Research India and co-convener for the Center for Accessibility in the Global South at IIT Bangalore, IIIT Bangalore. He holds a BE from the Government College of Technology, Coimbatore, an ME from IISc, and a PhD from Brown University. Okay, so he says he will cover his biodata himself in better taste and better words than I can do it. So I give the stage to him.
Thank you so much. It's a delight, honor, and pleasure to be here, standing in front of all of you. Here I'm basically here to share a list of people to whom I owe a lot of gratitude to be where I am. The entrepreneurship part is the biggest outcome, but that's not the only one. So I want to start quickly. The person in the center, some of you might know, is Dr. Pandurangan, Professor Pandurangan from IIT Madras. This is a group photograph Vivekananda College, 1977-78, when I did my PUC. Pandu taught us maths, so otherwise I would have been lost. He taught us maths. And when I just finished my PUC, Pandu joined here IISc as PhD in applied mathematics. And so when I joined Salem Engineering College for my first year engineering, he kindly invited some of us to visit IISc, spend a couple of days with him. Very generous of him. I was just bowled over by IISc, the beauty of the campus, and most importantly, the three different messes they were, A, B, and C. After the third meal, I said, I'm coming here to do whatever course they'll allow me to come into. Okay. I went back to GC Salem, then I went to GCT Coimbatore. At that point, there was an entrance exam just for IISc, and I did not get in. So I was ruminating in my home, I topped my class, but IISc refused to take me. What do I do with my future? And suddenly, one pink color sheet came, which said you're admitted to electrical engineering ME. I wanted to go to School of Automation at that point, electrical engineering. But I figured the messes are going to be the same, irrespective of which branch. So let me go. So I went there with my suitcase, meet my friend Manjunath Kamath, who is now Oklahoma State University. He was already there, he had figured out all of it. Asked him, Manjunath, I am here in electrical, should I stay because I want to do computers? He said, no. Institute has such a big flexibility about coursework, you just do 5 courses, you are all set, you can do whatever else you want. Put my suitcase down, settle down. So a whole bunch of teachers who inspired me during this time. Professor Vittal Rao, linear algebra, showed me dimensionality of my life. I mean, you sit there, vector spaces, this and this is beautiful. Never had a teacher that good. Y.V. Venkatesh, digital signal processing. U.R. Prasad, going down steep gradients, descending up and down, okay? And very, very personally excellent friend, guide and mentor, Professor P.T. Shankar, who unfortunately is no more. She taught us finite language, finite state automata. It's called Formal Languages and Automata Theory, FLAT. It was a wonderful, beautiful course. She was a teacher par excellence, graceful person, and she became later a good friend and a colleague when I joined back at IISc. But FLAT course helped me pass my comprehensive exam when I went to my grad school. This was my first research paper. Professor L.M. Patnaik was my advisor. I'm really grateful to him. He taught me how to do research, how to write a research paper with so much intensity. I built a graphics hardware board in the microprocessor application lab, which there were colleagues there, Mr. Pushparaj, Ms. Mary Azuraya, who helped with layout of PCBs and wire wrapping, wire wrapping. I built hardware and software, but more importantly, the notion of trying to do intense research, publishing it, how to write. There are times when Professor Patnaik will write and say, you're not going to go anywhere, strike everything and say, come back with a better one. But that taught me, and before my second year ME, I had a paper accepted, which was really fantastic. But he also advised me, gave me excellent recommendation letters, and I got admission to multiple US universities. And the point is, when I went to the US consulate, they usually ask you, you're going to the US, and what are you going to do when you finish your PhD? You want to come back to IISc, become a faculty. Visa given, okay? I really meant it. And when I went to the US, this slide is missing, okay. I went to US, did my PhD in computer science. I joined University of North Carolina at Charlotte as a tenure track faculty. But I always wanted to come back to IISc. Even though I may not be admitted to the mess as a faculty, I could sneak in with the guest of students. But my heart was here, so I applied as soon as I joined as a faculty at University of North Carolina. And '89, I got an offer to join IISc. And I could not refuse. I really wanted to, but my wife became pregnant at that point, so we postponed it by a year. And 1990 is when we came back here with 3-month-old triplets in tow. Okay, and I was known as Triplet Manohar, or father of triplets. And I need to share my gratitude to my wife, who unfortunately had to put up with very, very limited housing IISc had at that point. It was very hard to get housing at that point, and Professor Srina Rao had to step in to give a director's quota so that we could live on campus. really cramped housing. So she had to put up with all of that, but I had wonderful academic freedom, brilliant students, and I just enjoyed being a faculty. And I won't go into all of that, but I went to the US again for sabbatical. That was a relief. Came back refreshed, and this is the group that really, the photo in the middle, I used to like to be called as the Fantastic Four, but the press called us the Gang of Four. But we said anyway, whatever visibility is good visibility. So we joined together and created this lab called Perceptual Computing Lab, trying to bring in multiple strengths that four of us had into building interesting systems. And one of the earliest projects was an AI system at that point, which was a large system development project that we got. When I came back from the US with my sabbatical, Professor Narasimha, I really, he was mentioned in the Professor Kota Arinarana's talk about being the architect of the LCA. He's the architect of many, many more things. He's one of the greatest scientists, engineers the country has known. He triggered a program, a conference called ICT for Development, and this was part of the first BangaloreIT.com. Some of you may remember, 97, that is when Karnataka, Bangalore became the IT capital of the country. At that conference, we had, so this is the better picture of the famous four. In this conference, we had what was called the Bangalore Declaration on IT, which basically said India has to build its own technology, starting from hardware, software. The entire solution should be ours. It cannot be importing laptops or whatever and trying to computerize the entire country. And because of that Bangalore Declaration, we then started working on this project called the Computer Project. The fundamental reason why IISc is the best place in the world to do this kind of work is it gave us the autonomy to go out, talk about ICT for development for the entire country, then decide that we could actually go build this crazy thing called the computer, which is a handheld Linux computer. It's the first of its kind, which eventually came to the market, but it's almost like the LCA in hindsight. Everybody said, oh, India, we do software. Why are you crazy building hardware? Everybody who is somebody in the industry basically told us, you're wasting your time. And many faculty here said, you are young, you need to get papers, publications, and so on, but why are you pursuing this madness, building a device? But we said, Institute of Science was founded to create solutions for the improvement of India. If you go look at the Tata's founding document, it talks about for the betterment of Indian society in science and technology. We said that's why we are going to do it. More importantly, when we built this device, it was a lab machine, and at some point we decided that if it is going to become commercial, it cannot happen as a non-profit. It has to be a for-profit venture. And nobody else will take it and run unless we take it ourselves and start a company to run this. And then came this question, the line over there, the Saraswati-Lakshmi divide. IISc, when we said we want to start a company, they said, these two don't meet. If you want Lakshmi, go out and start a company. If you want, stay here. I said, no, this is where the best institutions in the world thrive by going back and forth from academia to industry and back. And we had the great support from the late Ratan Tata. He was the president of the court. So one of the court meetings, he gave a talk and then said faculty in the institute should be more entrepreneurial. So we met him for tea, over tea, and said, sir, the rules don't permit it. He said, please go and change the rules. Yes. So the president of the court has told us. So we then wrote to the director, and we owe a lot of this to two key people in that time. Professor Kincha, who was running SID, and Professor Mehta, who was the director. Both of them understood the importance of a startup culture in India. At that point, no institution had this ability for faculty to become entrepreneurs. You are a faculty, if you want to start, you leave, or have somebody else start, and so on and so forth. We said, no, we want to start. We want to begin faculty entrepreneurship. So we had a lot of support. We had to work 1 year to get through the process of convincing the institute that this is the right thing to do. So there is a committee of various professors across departments. We had to make a case of why we have to do this. And then it went to the council approved, and then we started in 2000. And at that point, we were young and innocent, not too young, but innocent. We thought, startups, there are 4 of us, let's start 4 companies. What is there? We'll do two, and then we'll come back 4 years later. We'll do some academic stuff. We'll go back and start something else. But of course, when you jump in, you figure out that startups are no joke. But we created a lot of complex structures. But this is the one which I spent a lot of time. The computer, this is the first time. Here I want to again point out the device which was made in 2001, the tooling was done in APDAP, which was a center at Mechanical Engineering set up with Professor Gurumurthy, and we had a collaboration project where we brought the first 3D printing machine into campus. And this prototype tooling was designed in APDAP using first 3D printers, then the tooling was done, and we got the machine prototype, Linux handheld device, launched in 2001. At that point, when we got the approval for a startup, we started what is called Picopita Computers, the name on that slide, and Strand Life Sciences was started about the same time. It was actually the first one to be started. In perceptual computing, the 4 of us were together. We started looking at computational biology, bioinformatics, and we had a funded project in the US which supported us as the lab. And at that point we said, why are we doing consulting work for somebody in the US? Let us start a deep tech venture in computational biology, computational genomics. Interesting story there is, we had both these companies kind of defined, and we will talk to investors, venture capitalists, and we will go to great lengths talking about computer, which is going to change the landscape of India, ICT for India, and then we'll say we are also doing Strand Life Sciences, which is about biology, genomics, computation. At that point, we did not have a clear idea of what Strand is going to do, except that computation and biology have huge kind of connection. That's the very high level picture we had. But every VC would come, listen to these stories, and say, I want to invest in Strand Life Sciences, because they thought a handheld device was risky. It was like Palm Pilot, which is the only handheld device in the market, and we had to tell what this device was. So eventually, we only had angel investors for Picopita, but Strand grew from strength to strength. It took about 25 years. This year is the 25th year. Now it has become a Reliance company, but it is the leading personal medicine company in the world, one of the leading companies in the world. Again, coming back to IISc's critical role, the autonomy of the faculty to get together, to create a lab, work on projects and problem areas that they believe is important and they are passionate about. Extremely critical. And you don't know where it was going, but we had a fantastic team. There's so much synergy. We just jumped in and we were naive. We said, yeah, we could do this, we could do this. But 5 years into, so this I want to talk about, another 5 minutes, maybe 7. This is the first time we, in the Picopita Computers, we had a philanthropist who said, I want to improve education in Chhattisgarh. And he said, we'll give you funding if you can take your computer to children in schools in Narayanpur, Bastar area in Chhattisgarh. I said, yeah, we'll do it. I didn't know where Chhattisgarh was, where Bastar was. I came back and looked, it was there, and I read the newspapers. It's the toughest place to go because at that point, it was really a lot of trouble with Maoists and so on. Things have gotten different. But we went there, and this picture is 2003, 2004, when kids as young as 7, 8 were able to use the device on their own. with text and images on the screen, tap with your stylus, they will do sharing. Two kids will use one of them with one earplug, the other with the other earplug, because there's audio in multiple languages. So this was in 2003, the earliest use of handheld devices. So again, one line I will read here. This was in the New York Times. We didn't know anybody at that point. The last line says, "This is computing as it would have looked if Gandhi had invented it and then hired Steve Jobs to do the marketing." This was in 2001. Okay, and of course we got the award for Devang Mehta Award for Innovation and so on. But more importantly, the four of us still believe our biggest contribution is in opening the gate for faculty entrepreneurship. When this happened at IISc, all the fabulous faculty in IIT Bombay, IIT Chennai, all of them said, yeah, we also can do it even better, so we will also start entrepreneurship. So 25 years ago almost, IISc really kickstarted this entrepreneurship thing across the country. And you can see every institution everywhere is heavily into innovation and entrepreneurship, and IISc was the startup point. See, my presentation finished too early, so somebody is timing beyond me. So let me just mention a few things that I was going to say here. One is that after 2005, we left the institute because, as I mentioned, it was impossible to do both. So we had to get into the company each. So two of us worked with Wikipita, two with Fran. And in 2010, 2015, Vinay and myself started another company to improve engineering education in the country. The program was called JEDI, Joy of Engineering, Design and Innovation, because in 2010 itself, engineering was completely broken in this country. But people are getting jobs. And so we tried for 5 years trying to convince engineering institutions that it is time to build world-class engineers, not just engineers who can get a job. We failed. And so in 2015, I joined Microsoft Research as a full-time researcher. The last point now is, with AI, the world is changed completely. Most people still don't know how badly the world of work has been shaken up. Everything is different from what everybody has assumed over the last 50 years. Every educational institution has to rethink what it is doing. So my new mission, the new adventure, I call it the project Ekalaiva. It stands for Education, Knowledge, Skills Acquisition, and Livelihoods in the Age of AI. And I'm working with multiple institutions which are seeing the need for a radical change in the way education has to happen, starting from school education all the way to research and beyond. So hopefully I'll get an opportunity to talk to all of you some years into the future. So wish me luck and hope we can work together if you're interested in this field. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Manohar. I'm sure many would like to work with you in the future. So good luck to all. We would like to felicitate him. The next speaker will be Colonel H.S. Shankar, and I would request our IISc Alumni President, Colonel Rajaram, to introduce him.
(4:30). We'll have after this, before panel discussion. Good afternoon or good evening to everybody. It's my privilege to introduce Colonel H.S. Shankar, retired VSM. Colonel Shankar is from the BMS College of Engineering and was selected through the university entry scheme to the Army. and got commissioned in the Corps of Electronics and Mechanical Engineers in the Army. He served in many areas and he had a great electronic brain. There was some issue in launching the Russian Tiger Cat missile those days, and as a young captain itself, he used this great electronic ingenuity and created an interface between the Tiger Cat missile and the radars, for which he was given a very rare thing to very young officers. He was awarded the Visishta Seva medal for that in the Army. Subsequently, of course, he had very nice tenures in the Army, and he was deputed with the Army to do his ME here in ECE, and he had been an instructor in the Army and various field appointments. Then as a colonel, he left the Army and joined Bharat Electronics Limited as a deputy general manager and rose up to become the director R&D in Bharat Electronics Limited. One of the very important researches credited to him in the Bharat Electronics is the electronic voting machine. Whatever people may say, anything about it, it is still the strongest, most dependable voting machine in the country. And the credit goes to Colonel Shankar for having designed and brought it into manufacture. Once he retired from Bharat Electronics, he decided to start an own venture and started a design and manufacturing agency called as Alpha Design Technologies, whose name you can see here with the word Greek letter alpha. The company manufactures lot of electronic equipment for space, for the defense. They started with night vision devices for the defense, but later branched out into manufacturing a lot of spares, and especially support for such spares for imported equipment where the country from where the equipment is imported are no more supporting for the spares. So if any of those equipments are still functioning in the Army, thanks to Colonel Shankar, whose company has designed it and manufacturing them to keep the equipment of the Indian Army running. Welcome, Colonel Sir, and the stage is all yours to give your experiences on IISc and what you are doing nowadays.
Guru Brahma, Guru Vishnu, Guru Devo Maheshwaraha, Guru Sakshat Parabrahmaha, Tasmai Shri Guruve Namaha. Being in our Guru's area, one should always think about him, and there are very large number of Gurujis over here. So my Sashtanga Namaskaram to all of you, including Dr. V.K. Atre, who had to just leave for another function at 4 o'clock, who is my Mahajagat Guru, if I may say so. Coming back to the present life, I do not want to stress on whatever that is past. It is already gone. 82 years have elapsed. So today and tomorrow is the one that I thought that we could concentrate upon. And Colonel Rajaram had given me the various ideas of how exactly I should conduct. And he said better to start as far as how you made out after coming out as a retiree, twice retiree I would say, as to how you start an industry and to nurture it, to grow it into a bigger company. So that is what is the one that I intend speaking about today. So firstly I would like to just talk about the MSMEs and how exactly that should graduate and why it should be there. See, in MSME there is a hunger in the stomach to succeed, and which is very important. Now of course the startups have also joined that league, and they are flexible in their attitude. Then the lower costs are there naturally because of the lesser overheads, and then quality standards are still, let me say, still there is a need for improvements, though they are striving to get into that, but there are areas of concern. And there are large number of investment in shoes. They run around for money's sake with so many moneyed people who are tight-fisted, and that is one of the problem areas also with startups, small-scale industries, medium-scale industries in India face today. This I will skip it over because what are the previous definitions of small-scale industry, medium-scale industry has been given out over here, revised over a period of time. It is further going to be revised by Srimati Nirmala Sitharaman. And also one of the good things that has happened in this bargain is that one has to start an industry and declare for himself what he is on the website, and that would generally be accepted and acceptable. Then how exactly we can consider the industry should go, from my experience, good, bad or ugly, whatever it is that one has to be first start small, micro industries, now or startups, start it. And then from small you think of becoming a medium scale industry. From medium then start thinking of big. Of course big is a vision, and for that these stages have to be gone through. And they develop their own ecosystems and a chain for second and third tier industries. And one has to share the products and the experiences one will have with other identified 2 and 3, tier 2 and 3 industries. Quite a few times that is not done. It is generally be close to one's own heart, and it is considered as a state secret or whatever it is, so it is not shared. By sharing it, it improves, the quality of the product improves, that generally one forgets in such sort of industries, both at the small scale industries level and medium scale industries level. Then we have to work in a consortium basis, not alone. No longer the life is single, and one has to work in that sort of a understanding with other industries and other MSMEs. And the present scenario is that majority of the MSEs want to work as subcontractors to somebody else, either other industries, other MSMEs or bigger industries, and or supplies to DPSUs or DRDO organizations and continue their earning process. Investments would generally be needed in these MSMEs continuously and constantly to improvise and then to modernize and put the newer plants, etc. Then retaining manpower is always a problem. There is a floating population. If you go to in Bangalore, Pune area, it is very common. One industry to the other, one small scale industry to the other, one turner goes from other to the other, machinist goes from one company to the other for some 5,000 rupees, 2,000 rupees increase. He generally moves over. So that is a sort of a thing one has to cater for and think about it. It is going to happen, because you are not going to pay as much as you would like to, because your pocket doesn't allow. Then in the bidding process, which is now very common, there is a cutthroat competition in that, particularly with respect to other MSMEs, other small scale industries, and then the startups also start now playing the games. And we do not get the payment of advances and in time, and even if it is given, it will be with bank guarantee and other things which are connected to it, and that is a big problem for MSMEs. Now this I would like to spend 2 minutes on this particular Chakravyuha, as I may call. You see, generally it is said with defense industry, since we deal purely with the defense and satellites. So I would like to stress on it that generally there is a concept that defense means it takes about 6 to 10 years or 8 years. How do I cope with that? Because I would have put money, I would have made some products, and to get an order it takes so much of time. The trick of the trade is that you have to put, if you start in the number 1 phase, that is the R&D phase, then you expect from, on that basis of your own thinking, if it is right, then the expression of interest, or what is called as the RFI, is published by the defense authorities, which gives the general concept of what they are looking for, and whether you have that particular product or thinking of doing it or you have the concept. So on that basis you have to apply for that, and on that basis you can start the process also. So some projects should be there in that particular region. Then it goes to the what is called the request for proposal stage or the tender, and over there the complete requirement in specific terms has been mentioned, will be mentioned. So on that basis only you can apply, giving you a technical proposal and also the commercial proposal, of course in two sealed envelopes. Commercial proposal will be sealed, envelope will be kept aloof, will be opened only in the end. Then it goes through a phase of user trials. That period approximately, the delays in each phase has been written there, 1 to 2 years, etc. Then the user trials take place. Generally for army equipment it will be in the deserts during summer, and high altitude area like Leh, Ladakh and all that, or eastern sector in the winter region. So you have to wait for almost 1.5 to 2 years, because there is only one winter, there is only one summer in our country or any country. So after finishing that successfully, then side by side it has to be made available for other tests by the DGQA agency called as bomb shock vibration, EMI, EMC testing, and then optronics and optical tests and all that, that is to be done in specialist environments. And after that is over and successfully it is completed out, then it goes for a technical evaluation committee meeting who will observe all the results, tabulate it, and then select 2, 3 or 4 out of the competitors. That can be any number. At least it will have to be more than one these days, because it is a competitive environment. And on that basis they will open the bids. That is called as the PNC or the prize negotiating committee. Before it goes, the open bids are there, and whoever is the L1 that is announced, and on that basis then you try it out. Sorry for that. Yeah, previous one, yeah, okay, I will do that. Next one, yeah, next please, going back. Yeah. So then after you are becoming, if you become what is called as L1, that is the lowest price, then you get into a contract phase and contract negotiations. And after successful contract negotiations, which itself will take 6 months at least, then the order is placed for production and supply. Then you supply, and then you give the equipment to the customer, and then give the warranty support also, and then later on during its usage, then give out the annual maintenance contract if you are lucky to get, or give the spare support. And that is the life cycle. And the last one, the most important thing is, the last cycle is about 10 years. Right away you will get that ultimately, of this equipment being again and again being procured by the defense forces. So if you take the whole thing, the biggest thing is to get an order, and that takes, in the bottom it is written as cumulative 5 to 8 years. So what was told earlier is true, but the trick is you have as many as possible in the area of the user trials or other trials area. If you can have a large number of equipment or products, then the time frame is less. So the initial phases, complete it as early as possible, or in each stage you have major projects, and then ultimately reach that stage so that you have only 2 years or 3 years for getting this order onto your hand. And I see Dr. Prahalad also sitting there, and my good wishes to him and all my other friends also. I missed your talk in the morning, sir. Excuse me for that. So this is the whole area. So this has to be kept in mind by any startup or small scale industry, medium scale industry, or even a big industry, if one wants to work in the defense field. And this cannot change at all. You may expect that people will make it shorter or quicker, faster, but that is only a wishful thinking, what I have seen in my association. best is to adapt to this and then change your own attitude to that. Luckily, Professor Prahlad is there, DRDO Ustad of the highest order. So please don't make the MSMEs only the subcontractor or developer of subsystems. Give them also the share and make it them also this. This is happening, and thanks to the efforts of people like Dr. Prahlad and Dr. Atre who was here. So they recognized this when they were on the chair and then gave considerable encouragement to the industries to come up to that level and give them system integrator status. Again, it is happening provided they reach certain standards, which is understandable. They can consider multiple contractors for each of their projects, and generally it has not happened. One odd cases it has happened. One of them I can say with great this thing is between both Dr. Prahlad is responsible, Dr. Atre is responsible for that, and that is for their Pinaka program, and in that they made both L&T and Tatas as two contractors. Instead of giving to one, they gave it to two. And of course, I was in Bell at that time. I tried to get it out of both of them. Why do you give it to private sector and all that? Give it to the public sector. But they took a very, in my opinion, now very wise decision of going in for the two of them. And that project is a tremendous success, as you know. Already this has happened in following. I have given that, Tata and L&T, ATAG, and that has been both the Bharat Forge and Tata and OIB, all three are getting that. And then Akash, again the Ustad is here. I don't have to speak much on that. I'm sure in the morning it would have come for talk. And IFF, ourselves, Alpha Design, Data Pattern, and BEL and CAPS. On the basis of the CAPS design, we were delivering. And then we are taking part in all the competitive bids for this IFF, and last 2 or 3 we have won. 1 or 2, of course, has been won by Bell. But in majority of the cases now we are coming up because of just by means of the prizes, to tell you the truth, because the technology is the same. And missile approach warning system, again we are a collaborative, cooperative projects with both Bell, ADTL and DARE, and with a company abroad that is Hensoldt, and D29, again a cooperative, collaborative project. So the mindset that is required to be changed, quickly I'll mention it, that is DRDO has not generally gone in for MSMEs as the sole partner. Let us say Akash missile is there. Akash missile generally is such a major, highly complex system. There is a reluctance of getting into an MSME, naturally speaking. At that time, MSME should join up with the other industries who are selected for that. And otherwise, there are 2 or 3 competitors can be chosen by examples I have given. Encourage DPSUs and MSMEs also to join together and come as consortiums instead of single organizations. New initiatives has been taken by Secretary DP&S and others, must be given its due. And this is an important last 2 points. That is, first is the corporate guarantee, which should be taken instead of the bank guarantees. It's a big problem for all the MSMEs, and corporate guarantees can be taken. For example, Government of India has taken corporate guarantee for Rafale fighter aircraft from France. They have not asked for the bank guarantees or anything from France. They refused. And then with Roseboron export, with Russian imports and all that, there is no bank guarantee. If they can trust the Roseboron export or the French people, Dassault, I don't know why they cannot trust us just because of, and they quote, whom they quote. They quote our Mr. Malyapalya. We are not Malyapalya or anything like that. Where can we go? We cannot go to UK and then have a nice time over there or a building over there, whereas he can go. Because of that gentleman or 2 gentlemen or 3 gentlemen like that, all the MSMEs have to give heavy bank guarantees which banks do not give. They ask for collaterals and all that. And the quick payments, of course, is a must. So I will just skip this. Some of the examples I have given. This is the missile launch detection system for helicopters, which we do jointly with Bell. And we do another project for upgradation of B-29 MiG fighter aircraft, and that is both with Bell, ourselves, and a company in Italy called as Electronica, and it's a DARE project. And so the mindset required to be changed. Again, I'm coming back to that, and I think I've gone back to this. Sorry. There we go. Okay, the mindset required by Ministry of Defense. There is naturally is a requirement, and the relaxer rules, because when they choose when they give the request for proposal, they say you should have net worth of so much, and then you should have produced last 5 years, you should have done 1,000 crore rupees each and all that, which MSMEs do not have. So they miss out. And quick decision making is a must, as I explained already in the Chakra Vyuha. And bank guarantees I already mentioned, quicker payments I mentioned. And don't go for repeated trials and evaluation, which is a constant threat from the defense forces. And there is a DGQA and others also who put their spokes in between to delay the matter. So performance of Indian industries is generally the figures that I've taken from the website, so I'll skip this. Then the integration and testing of satellites, there are lots of things happening in the satellite front. We are also participating in it. We were the first one to do 3 major bigger size satellites of 1.3 tons each. The IRNSS-1I, IRNSS-1H, which is part of the 7 satellite configuration for Indian GPS, which is now going to be replaced with another constellation, which again we will be doing perhaps. So such sort of things is happening over there, and the consortium's approach is the one that is now preferred by ISRO, which should be known by all of us, and that's a great organization, I must say. And over there, quite a lot of our own students, both from Indian Institute of Science, BMS, they all joined them. And in addition to that, the consortiums are already there, including from our own side with others, which I mentioned here. So there has to be clusters of industries to work together in this current and future environment, a near future environment, not future. So that is DPSUs and MSMEs can also work with MSME as the core group. Similarly, on the other side, big industries can have a cluster of MSMEs to work with, which is already happening to a great extent. And again, DRDO and others also should join together, and which is also happening now in a very big way. And that should be the one that is the cue. And we have to become part of this if we are going to be a startup or a small scale industry or a medium scale industry. This again I will skip because it is a publication material which you can read it in the website. So to summarize, firstly, the critical technologies, as you know, are generally available or developed, can be developed also in MSMEs. And cluster of MSMEs can work together to develop it in a much better fashion. The second one is they should also move up the value chain so that the larger industries and DPSUs can concentrate on system integration and system development. Hand-holding is required in the form of placement of specific orders to the MSMEs and to ensure a sustenance of the business. Then reduce cash flow burden on MSMEs by the things that I mentioned, that is on the bank guarantees and then giving loans, making available funds and all that. Financial support for R&D facilities and all that is always a must, and for that they are always on the lookout for investors, but that is becoming more and more difficult these days because of the fact that they ask for too many of the requirements and also the sustainability of the project. The DRDO, DPSUs and large conglomerates, including joint ventures which should take MSMEs as their partners and develop in development and manufacture. Then DRDO to encourage the private-public partnership model, which again I must say it is happening to a very large extent thanks to all the initiatives taken by quite a few of the ustads who spoke here, like Kota Harinarayanan, Dr. V.K. Atre and Prahlad and everyone else has contributed. In fact, each and every director is at present looking for this one only. And the last one is DRDO's initiative of zero TOT, and that is not charging for any TOT. And IPR sharing should also always be welcomed. And this is what I would like to say, and then say thank you. Before that, of course, I must say sky is not the limit. And I must thank the organizers for giving me an opportunity, and for all the patience from all of you to listen to this talk. And I thought that I could give some sort of a practical orientation, because of the fact that I have gone through the mill and made some sort of a success. We started 3 of us, and now we are 1,200 people strong, and we are going to establish one more big conglomerate like this. So it will be expanding into a bigger and bigger company. So that's how one should plan it out. We took about good 22 years to reach this stage, and maybe another about 10-15 years, God willing. Thank you. And thank you very much once again.
Sector. We would now like to felicitate you.
Thank you, madam. Thank you very much. That's great pleasure. Thank you. Come.
We would, before we break for tea, we would like to felicitate 2 more of our esteemed past presidents of the Indian Institute Alumni Association. One is Professor Prahalad Rao, and the other is Professor Rajanandam. Kindly request you to come onto the stage, sir.
One thing in the president's out has happened. 2022 was one Dr. Rajanandam, the president, and 22-24 was one Professor Prahalad Ramarao. 24-26 it has become Rajaram, taking Raja from Rajanandam and Ram from Ramarao. So this is how coincidentally the 3 things have matched, and we are going ahead. Thank you very much, all of you. And now I think, yeah.
Thank you all. So now I think you would like to have a tea break. So we'll break for about 20 minutes. We do have a panel discussion after this. So please do join us after the tea break in about 20 minutes. Thank you very much.
ಅದೆಲ್ಲ ರೆಡಿ ಅದು ಏನು ಅವರೇ ಬಂದು ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ ಹಾಂ 5 to 5:30.
And finally, we do have a very important event after the panel discussion, which is the Srimati Shubha and Professor Dwarakadasa Young Entrepreneur Award presentation. So please be around to give the young entrepreneurs a big hand. Thank you.
ಅಂದರೆ ನೀವು ಕಲಿಸಿ ಅವ್ರು ಹೆಂಗೆ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ
ಹೇಳಿ ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ಪ್ರಾಜೆಕ್ಟ್ ಹಾಕ್ತೀರಾ ಅಡ್ಡ ಬರುತ್ತಲ್ಲ
ಪ್ರಾಜೆಕ್ಟ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಹಾಕ್ತಾರೆ
Hold on.
ಅಡಿ ಆನ್ ಮಾಡು. ಹಲೋ ಚೀಫ್ ಪ್ಲೇ ಮಾಡು ಸುಮ್ಮ. ಪ್ಲೇ ಇದೆಯಾ? ಪ್ಲೇ ಇದೆಯಾ? ಔಟ್ಪುಟ್ ಸರಿ.
Can you hear me? That is because the telephone was on. Yeah, I can hear you. I can hear you. I can hear you, no problem. Can you hear me?
Hello.
Give it then on the laptop. Help them to get this cast the browser on the screen. Or your name is again? Ritik.
Who is controlling us?
No, she will do it. Akila.
Akil? Her name is Akila. Akila? Saraswat? Akila will
Screen में थोड़ा. Okay. We'll just mention. Okay, I'll read out. Welcome back, members. Hello. Am I audible? Is the YouTube stream also on? It's on, right? Okay, good. So yeah, welcome back after the post-tea session. So I have an important announcement. So the Alumni Insurance Group Health Top-Up Insurance Program, which was launched last month, and the window was closed. They have partnered with us for the Golden Jubilee, and we have a pleasure now to make another window, golden window open for the Golden Jubilee occasion, for people to take this advantage of the group super top-up insurance. So we have Saraswat and Ritik here. They'll just briefly explain the salient features of the program. It has covered about 50,000 alumni across India, including top IITs and IIMs of the country. And so several sessions are there. We can point you to the repository for those, but they'll just briefly touch upon what are the salient points. Yeah, thank you.
Good evening, everyone. So I'm Saraswat from Zopper, and before we get into the insurance thing, I'll quickly tell you about what Zopper does. So we curate insurance for Premier Institute alumni, and as of now, we are working with 35 Premier institutions, which include IITs, IIMs, and 12 different NITs. So we have 50,000 plus alumni enrolled into the program, and the program that we have announced in IISc is Super Top-Up Health Insurance, which is above your base policy. So you must be having a cover of 3 lakhs, 5 lakhs or 10 lakhs. So beyond that, up to 1 crore, you can have that insurance. And the Zopper has brought this insurance to you in a collaboration with CARE. And there are multiple features which is not available into the retail market. And this is especially for this IISc alumni. And this is the second window, I would say. So about the program benefits and the features, my colleague Ritik will be giving you a brief.
Hi everyone, good evening. I would not take much of your time and would quickly run through the brochure of this program, that what exactly is covered over here and what is better than the retail market you might be having from the insurers. So I would tell you about the entry age criteria of this program. So it is 18 to 85 years. 85 years is the entry age criteria. You can renew out the policy throughout the lifetime. There is no medical checkup required for this policy. No room rent restriction, you can go to any kind of room except suite. There are generally restrictions in retail market that you are only allowed up till single private AC room, or there might be a capping of 1% or 2% on the room. But if you change that room and go to the higher category room, there would be a proportionate deduction on the whole amount, which no one would be paying from the pocket. So we have resolved that thing, and we have come up with a definition of room rent as any kind of room except suite, which is the top quality room of the hospital. Second is that both sets of parents can be covered. First is alumni, alumni spouse, alumni kids, alumni two parents, and both in-laws can also be covered into the program. And everyone's hospitalization expenses can be taken care of. Also, you have the flexibility to choose different sum insured and different deductible amongst all three family floaters. So if I talk about modern treatments, so modern treatments are also covered. It is nowadays very necessary to be covered in any of the health insurance, because nowadays doctor do suggest to go for the modern surgeries like robotics replacement, robotic knee surgery. So that is why modern treatments are also covered. Second is the claim amount and 4 to 5%, 4 to 10% of the expenses are of consumables, which are generally not covered in the retail market. So over here also, in your program, consumables are also covered up to 100% of your sum insured. These are some major points which I have highlighted. So if I talk about insurance companies care for this program. All daycare treatment it do cover. Cashless facility is there. Yeah. And also, I would tell you that how to enroll into the program. So we have integrated your IISc Alumni portal with Zopper and insurance company portal. So you just have to log in on your IISc portal, and from there you can directly fill up the necessary details like name, date of birth, and the members you want to cover, their names and date of birth, and based on that premium would come up. So that premium you need to pay, and hardly you would receive the policy copy in your inbox in around 3 to 4 hours. So that is also one of the best thing, because it's very hard to buy the health insurance policy from the market who are above 50, 55 years of age, because no one in the market is willing to give you the insurance without any medical checkup, and to members who are having diabetes on insulin will not get any policy from the market. Members who are having heart ailment will not get any policy from the market. But over here, members with diabetes on insulin, heart ailment can also be covered. So there are many benefits which are there in this IISc Alumni Association program. So we request you to circulate this amongst your batchmates also, because there are many who are still not aware about the program, and if you forward even a single communication in your alumni groups, that might help other batchmate of yours. That's it from my end. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ritik, and the Jopper team. You can contact them. We will circulate the email letter.
Good evening, everyone. Now, we are moving into next interesting session of our alumni celebration, Alumni Day. We are going to have the panel discussion. Can I request our esteemed panelists to join us on the stage? Dr. K.R. Srinivasan. Can we have a big round of applause, please? Dr. Binay Nandikuri, who is joining us online from CCMB Hyderabad. And Mr. Kiran, please join us on the stage. Dr. Amay Agarkar. Professor Mulli Krishna. Professor Murthy Gudipati. Ms. Nalini. Dr. Pratap. So, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished alumni, faculty, students, and fellow innovators, welcome to this important, engaging panel discussion on IISc Alumni Association Vision 2040. Towards a Viksit Bharat. So as we stand at the cusp of a transformative era, over the next decade, IISc Alumni Association must evolve into a dynamic force, amplifying our institute legacy through deeper societal impact, stronger alumni bonds, and empowered student journey. Now, to realize this vision of Viksit Bharat, driving innovation in healthcare, technology, artificial intelligence, knowledge ecosystem, we confront key challenges in terms of participation, engagement, funding. Now, to discuss these issues, we have visionary panelists on the dais. Dr. K.R. Srinivasan, past president of IISc Alumni Association, guiding the association's strategic legacy. Dr. Binay Nandikuri, IISc alumnus and a tech leader at CISI CCMB, championing innovations in healthcare in knowledge ecosystem. Mr. Kiran, advocate, VC, entrepreneur, bringing legal and governance expertise to alumni initiatives. And Dr. Vinay Agarkar, young alumnus representing fresh perspective on innovation and engagement. Professor Murli Krishna, representing the Hyderabad chapter, focused on regional outreach. Professor Murthy Gudipati from NASA, USA, offering global insights on science and diaspora contributions. And he was the founder of ANA and president of ANA. And then we have Ms. Nalini, who was a past EC member. I have the opportunity to work together on many programs. And so she is heading the Chennai chapter. So let's hear a lot of interesting perspective what we are going to discuss. Before that, before we start the discussion, I would like to request Dr. Pratap to focus on few specific issues that he thinks that we should be focused and coming, set the context of the panel discussion.
Audio check. Thank you, Lipika ma'am. So, I have the privilege to work for the association across last 4.5 years. So these are some of the key problems I can list out for the panelists to discuss on. Then the audience can pitch in with more questions. One is, the alumni age group, if you see, from the age of 21 also a person can become alumni with a UG degree. And we have alumni living till 100 years. That's it, So, almost 2 to 3 generations of people will be there as alumni. How do we make it relevant and helpful for the entire diaspora, right? Then we are not centered in Bangalore. We are centered all across the globe. Here also we are lucky to have people from USA, Hyderabad, Chennai and Bangalore. We have also people in the same panel, people with diverse background, few from the entrepreneurship, few from government, few from private, and few like director of the institute, right? So then also age group, Amma is hardly 28 and we have Srinivasan sir is 84. So I hope with this we can get a very diverse view about the things, right? That is one thing. Second thing is how do you make it financially more sustainable for the alumni association to continue in a strong pitch for the next next 10 years or 15 years. How do we inspire our entrepreneurs and help them, young entrepreneurs, right? After 50 years, we have created a stalls, now startup pitch, which is there you can see. So how do we even make it stronger for our next generation alumni to make it easy for them to drive through the entrepreneur journey, right? How do we help our alumni students also, right? Present students, how do we make them fetch a good job or good science background or fetch a better PhD outside or get a better postdoctoral work, right? And last and not the least, when we have so many generation of people having the having in the body, how do you get their database correctly? This is a very big technical challenge. So these are some of the very fundamental questions. We have people registered from 1975 whose nothing is there. That time there was no email, no phone number. Still those member IDs exist. There's nothing to map with. So these are some of the fundamental problems I can see, which we could discuss on to find a solution. Thank you. Over to you, Lipika ma'am.
Hello. So thank you, Dr. Pratap. So maybe we can start with Dr. K.R. Srinivasan. As a past president, what was your bold initiative from your tenure which turned passive alumni interaction into active participation? And how do you think we can do it nationwide with more participation from alumni from Bangalore and from different regions, different chapters?
Thank you very much. Good evening to everybody. Now we are celebrating 50th year of IISc Alumni Association, and I had the pleasure of being actively involved with the association for over 22 years. So I'm not very much behind our mentor, Dasanachar. Now, since I've been actively working both as a member as well as a vice president, president, conducting number of programs for the alumni, I know a little bit of pulse of the alumni, what they expect from us. And we have been extremely doing well, and to large extent having a lot of contact, one-to-one contact between alumni. But still I feel the alumni should also connect between their families, which we are lacking very much. Like as I can see today, the family, also the inviters, spouses, we hardly have even one or two here. So sometimes back when I was a president, I proposed to have an alumni center, where a building where maybe in an acre of land around the periphery of IISc, where we can have all the activities like a meeting ground for different alumni and their families, and also particularly the alumni living abroad who come, they are also looking forward to meet the alumni here and also sort of bring their family, spend some time here in the campus, and also have a contact with the research students, and also at the same time work. So the alumni center which I proposed will have all these facilities of guest houses, boardrooms, discussion meeting, small incubation centers, and people can have a research with the students. This is the kind of plan which we did. Unfortunately, when we proposed, we had a lot of land available in the institute, which has been now filled up with a lot of multi-story building. Still, I feel there will be a possibility to push forward this particular center. I think if we concentrate on this, there will be a lot of the children of the alumni will also come to this center, and we'll have a lot of interaction with both the alumni from abroad and also people across India. So it will be a vibrant community, which I think will benefit the students as well as the alumni. This is one of the priorities which I thought the coming committees can concentrate on.
Yep. I mean, that's interesting perspective. Maybe we would like to hear from Dr. Binay. Can you hear us? Yeah, okay, yeah. From your science leadership at CSIR, CCMB, how do you think IISc Alumni Association can leverage alumni expertise to create meaningful mentorship pipeline to draw more young professionals into active student and alumni collaboration?
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah, IISc Alumni is actually quite a powerful group. I mean, there are many IISc students who are working in various industries and in various sectors. In fact, I'm kind of personally aware of a few who are working in biotech industry. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Please continue.
Yeah, so I believe I'm also aware of people who started companies and have been quite successful. So first thing that I feel for IISc to benefit, I mean the current students to benefit from ALMA, one of the things that you need to have is a database. And this database which clearly talks about what the current ALMA, where they are, and making it available to the current student would be a first step according to me. So this would help in current students getting mentorship from the ALMA, and also having, there will be some kind of any kind of a collaborations are only possible when people get to know each other. And then the second aspect is one should leverage the current connections of ALMA, both in academy and industry. It's not limited to industry, but to attract biotech professionals. So at CCMB, I initiated interactions between CCMB ALMA and the current students about 4 years ago, and it became a bit more fruitful around 2 years ago, where they have actually interacted with the current set of students. And this kind of a thing, in fact, resulted in ALMA actually proposing some kind of a bridge fellowship that would allow them to work for 6 months
after completing 5 years when you don't get any money to finish their PhD and 6 months in certain industry where they are actually heading. Such options would be the first step that would allow industry, those who have set up industry, or those are in biotech sector, The second level, I believe, is somewhere, I'm getting a lot of noise there. Hello. So the second level would be to actually have some, kind of fellowships or postdoctoral fellowships, collaborative PhD programs, but this kind of a thing would require, IISc to be involved, not simply only the, Alma Society, but, IISc to be involved and set up these programs with biotech industry to actually have joint students and joint mentorship programs. And some of these things have to start with simplest things, that is actually active participation of Alma and coming there and interacting with the current set of students, and that would be the first step. Collaborations they always happen when you get to know each other. In the absence of that, nothing really takes off. So I would request that there can be such kind of interactions can be arranged, and that would actually help in fueling, taking things to the next level. That's all I have now for.
Yeah, Dr. Vinay, powerful message from your side, and definitely we'll take it, collect all this information from the panelists, and we'll work on this. Now, moving on to Mr. Vinay Bhattadapur. As an advocate, how can you think IISc Alumni Association can enhance the funding, which is one of the important factors for the growth of the Alumni Association? Like how can we have better tax efficient endowment funds or legal trust to incentivize alumni participation in institute governance and different kinds of projects?
This question is also to me, right?
This is to Mr. Kiran.
It's
We'll come back to you.
The ambit of the question itself is pretty wide. I'll just step back a little, and I don't want to preach to the choir. At the same time, for the sake of the uninitiated, there are 3 ways in which you can set up any NGO. You can set it up as a trust, you can set it up as a society, or you can set it up as a Section 8 company. Now, we are set up as a society registered under the Karnataka Societies Registration Act. Regardless of the way the entity has been set up, whatever activity the NGO engages in has to be intra-wires the objects. Basically, it has to be within the scope of the objects that are defined for the organization, for the NGO. That's point number 1 that needs to be kept in mind. Point number 2, our society has 4 objects, main objects that have been, the bylaws and the memorandum of association itself was drafted and adopted 50 years ago. Now, out of the 4, since, the charitable component, there is a, camaraderie, fraternal, the objective of building a fraternal network is one of the main objectives. Outside of that, from a charitable perspective, the object is furthering the cause of, I'm paraphrasing it, I don't quite remember exact terminology used, furthering the cause of science and technology. That's one of the objects, which straight away is a charitable object. Now, for any charitable object, you can obviously raise funds. Now, when you are raising funds, you need to remember the organization, the donee organization, that is the association, Alumni Association, as well as the donor from a taxation perspective. And there are several laws that become applicable. If you're looking at raising funds from overseas, then FEMA comes into play, Foreign Exchange Management Act, FCRA comes into play, Income Tax Act obviously comes into play, and then you have your own, if you're a Section 8 company, Companies Act, and if you're society like us, it's a Societies Registration Act. You will have to comply with all of that. So from a raising funds standpoint, in keeping Income Tax Act as the primary focus, one has to remember that there are several provisions, 80G, then you have 10, 11, 12AC, 35AC, 12AB, several of these provisions. Some of these provisions, especially from FEMA and FCRA perspective, you would need not just the income tax certification, you would also need the Ministry of Home Affairs approvals that would be required. Now, many donors would be interested in tax benefits that they would get, and for them to be eligible for those benefits, we have to comply. We have to make sure that we are appropriately registered. The other question that comes up is, as a society, can we also set up trusts? Can we also create corpuses? Yes, you can, because the Societies Act and all the acts, they talk about a person, and person includes even an association of individuals. Here we have a registered body, which is a registered society. So only thing that needs to be kept in mind is the more entities you end up creating, be it a corpus, be it as an endowment, or be it as a fund, you will have to keep compliance in mind, and that becomes an overhead. So to what extent do we proliferate these entities or funds and endowments is the only question. Beyond that, so long as, and I also firmly believe that the bylaws definitely need a little bit of revision. One needs to look into it, and collectively we can all get together and draft propositions which can then be put to vote and resolutions adopted and incorporated into the.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Binay. It was interesting perspective. Now let's move on to Dr. Amay, youngest in the panel. So I would like to ask, as a young alumnus, what activities do you think would excite the young generation, like your generation?
First of all, good evening to everyone. I am the youngest alumni here, so I am very much blessed by all your presence and blessings. So thank you to all of you. So moving forward to the activities which can entertain our and which can propel the new young alumni to join the Alumni Association, what we can do is, the lifetime membership is there. What we can do is, we can introduce a primary membership. So let them first join for 1 or 2 years, because any person who is passing out of IISc, first what he will think is that what I am getting out of paying for, I am anyway going out of IISc. So first question, he doesn't think about the larger picture. So to bring the larger picture into him, first let us associate with him, and before he becoming the alumni or he or she becoming the alumni, what we can do is, we can start interacting with them during their final years or before their final years only, by the way of counseling. So as sir told that there was a plan of initiation of some counseling center. So counseling center can be a best booster for our alumni association to connect with more young alumnus. So second thing is, when someone becomes a lifetime member, so first question which comes to their mind is that what benefits I am getting. So with a lifetime membership card, suppose other activities, cultural activities of IISc, if that he or she person will get concession, so by that he can become a member of IISc Alumni Association. The third part is by conducting regular activities, as many panelists have pointed out well, that scholarship and all such activities we can create out. Then the great initiative which has been taken since last 1 year by our Pratap Bhaiya and Colonel sir, that is organizing the Freedom Run and the runs, through which they are connecting with the existing students of IISc. So by that way, they are connecting with the existing diaspora and also adding them up with the alumni who are there. So all this sums up into our numbers of alumni. So currently we are about 12,100 of alumni. So if we have to increase in number. So primary membership can be a very good initiative that will increase our numbers very fast. And after that, out of them who are there, who needs mentorship and all, they will stay with us for long. So by that way, we will have gradual growth in the membership and we can connect to most of the alumni.
Next to the start, Dr. Amay had got the special attendee Youth Icon Award by the Ministry of Youth and Affairs. I hope we will have his continued active support and active participation in the alumni activities. Thank you.
Nice. Now moving on to Professor Mulli Krishna, who is representing Hyderabad chapter here. How do you think we can have a sustained multi-generational engagement with regional chapter and with the Alumni Association?
Yeah. Good evening to all. Thank you. My specific focus is just specifically on alumni. How can they create interest amongst themselves and create an impact? See, as the moderator introduced me, I am a person concerned with the outreach activities in some of the institutions. So that is one of my favorite activities. So considering that, see, IISc has also an outreach division, and alumni can be involved in outreach activities. What exactly does it mean is, essentially, we are contributing to the institution, some of the people, but also we should contribute to the society in a significant manner. And there are many education institutions in and around any place. And how do we motivate the faculty? Let us start with the faculty. Incidentally, I am also alumni of IIT Madras, IIM Bangalore, and IISc Bangalore. So we have, in another alumni group, are involved in empowering the engineering college students by making them visit at regular intervals IIT Madras. So that showed a lot of interest amongst the engineering colleges, and the students go there, and if the way they spend a day, they get excited for spending so much time in IIT Madras. So that has really yielded very good result, and I would only suggest here, not to repeat the same activity, but I find there is a big gap in empowering the faculty in the engineering colleges. So as we all from the premier institution coming from different parts of the country, let us get engaged with motivating the faculty, those faculty who do not, first start with the faculty who do not have a PhD, and tell them importance of the PhD. And for that, I only suggest, let there be a group, a network, which I am already designing, a network of deep tech volunteers, so that they can, this is Industry 4.0, and the requirements of the Industry 4.0 revolve around the deep technology. Can we do something, motivate the faculty in the core engineering groups, also IT groups, to work for their doctoral degree? And we are not going to guide them, etc., motivate them. We will only connect the people who are, where are the resources available, who requires the resources. So by connecting these two things, I think we will be doing a great service to the outreach activity of the Indian Institute of Science as well as to the society. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Mulli. That's interesting perspective, working on deep tech to help the Alumni Association. My next question is to Professor Murthy Gudipati. Drawing from your NASA experience, drawing from your experience with Anna, how do you think global diaspora networks can help Alumni Association engagement programs to empower students, current alumni to a different level?
I think, by the way, I was one of the founding members and co-chair of IISc Alumni Association of North America, and I have been with that for the last 20 plus years. One thing that worked out with us very well is to have regular meetings. Okay? You have to have regular meetings with people, so the connectivity is very, very important. Now, before we let's say, worry about international, presence of, let's say, IISc Alumni Association. We need to first make the organization here stronger. And also, I think it works really well if you think that an organization doesn't matter whether it's a non-profit or profit, if it is run like a business. Who is your customer? First thing. So go to the fundamental basics and ask fundamental questions. Your customers are students and alumni. How students become alumni? They come in and then they go through the entire process and they leave and become alumni. If you show the value proposition to the students the day one day came in and continue showing that until the day they leave, then they actually stay with you because they have seen the value in the organization. So that's where the basic thing that we need to always think about is how do we provide them the value? That is, once you start focusing on that, there will be many ways you can act. One of them is the sports. Other one could be actually going to the, to different festivals or whatever it is and giving them information. This is what you can avail from alumni. For example, mentor, mentee, and all those things. I don't want to go into the technicality of that, but that basic is important. So once a student gets known the value of the institution, they become, very strongly bound. That's what happened to me. I had the value of this institution, and since ever I left, I have been, showing my gratitude to the institution. Other thing is, when you're talking about fundraising, don't go and ask anyone, can you give me funds? Never. Once you show the value, speak to their emotions. Never talk about money. Speak to their emotions. Say how important you are. Bring them in. Put them together. Network them together. And at the end, say that this is what our projects are, and this is the impact of each project. Once you do that, their pockets will open. And this is how, by the way, many fundraising organizations do. They never ask for money. So these are, one of the many other aspects. And one thing that is critical is to maintain an active database. I would suggest to have every year draw down some focus points and some projects, and then take the top 3 focus points of that and implement them. And then go to the next year and then make it a new document and implement those 3 projects. We need to do it in actions than words. Then we will be successful. And that's what we try to do at IISc Alumni. We went on doing actions rather than talking about it. And finally, one thing I want to part to everyone here is these kind of organizations, anything that leadership positions is a gratitude, giving back, and a responsibility, not a privilege. And that's what I want to part with you all. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. That leads my next question to Ms. Nalini. I think Dr. Binay and Professor Murthy has already told database. How do you think, coming from a tech background, how do you think we can maintain an active database, and what should we do? What sort of new technology that should help the association to maintain a active and vibrant database where we can reach out to specific group of alumni depending on the program, or what is your take on that?
Yeah, I'm assuming I'm getting a go at it. So basically,
one second. Actually, he cannot hear me, so he said, I'm typing the question. Yeah, go ahead, Dr. Binay. So that's a different question.
I believe one of the things that one can do is, this is what I would compare it to what happens in US, where you have people coming together to celebrate needs after spending time, elsewhere, but yearly meets or some kind of an alma meets happen. And we actually should be having alma meet, maybe with respect to different branches of IISc, because IISc is not like small institutes like CCMB where only biology people are there. Here you have alma from every quarter. So I believe there has to be multiple meets of different kind organized, not in the time frames or with respect to how it is convenient, but that would help in actually better engagement. And most of us come to IISc, but not because there is any particular meet. So this would actually help in better engagement and better involvement, and giving it back to IISc is something that will be in the back of everybody's mind. So this kind of a scenario would help in flowing some part of money, or sometimes it's not necessarily money, intellectually or some other way, mentoring, something back to the organization. I can tell you one thing, all of us, that all of us feel very strongly about the time we have spent in IISc and how it has contributed to our personal growth. So everybody is interested in doing the best they can towards, coming back and doing whatever they can for the organization, which has really helped us grow. But, the avenues are not very clear to most, and actually having, organized engagements might help. It can be in the concept of lectures, or it can be interactions between the current students and alma, either in small batches or individually. This is what I think.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Vinay. And over to Ms. Nalini about the databases.
Okay. Am I audible? Okay. Thanks to the organizers for including my point of view on the stage here. I think IISc has a very peculiar problem that it has alumni who are in a wide age group, right? There are people who are really above 80 and who probably are not tech savvy or intimidated by tech. So you have challenges of one kind there. The other is young people like Amay who are highly mobile, and it's probably daunting to keep track of where they are every year, right? But however, I think it is very important to have an alumni database. The reason being that it works both ways, right? Like I feel the purpose of an alumni group is fourfold. One is how can the institute benefit from the alumni? How can the alumni benefit from the institute? How can the alumni help each other? And the fourth and most important one is how we give back to the society, right? So, and I also believe that everybody has something to play in the society. It might be a very small as per their definition, but nothing is small, right? Everybody's time is very valuable. It might transfer into a bigger impact, but the time and the mental energies they're putting in is very valuable. So if we are able to create this kind of impression in people's mind, I feel that they'll automatically try to come into the system somehow. Having said that, I think we need to keep the database up to date. Probably you have to have multi-pronged approach here. A combination of tech and non-tech. Tech is like people who can say log into website and update their status, or download an app and keep updating it, or updating their things like that, or people who are still in the snail mail world, right? So probably that is a very tricky one, how you would keep it up to date. But the good part is many people in that age group don't change their addresses too often. So you probably have that luxury that you don't have to keep that up to date very often. Whereas people who are highly mobile might have to keep it up to date every other year, or at least like much higher frequency. Having said that, I also think it is on the alumni to keep their database up to date with the institute. Otherwise, they'll miss out on some super duper efforts that the executive committee is putting in. For example, the insurance scheme that just got announced, right? I think it's a very valuable scheme and mainly for people who don't have a corporate coverage, right? So such things, I'm sure many activities are being planned, and unless they are in the mainstream, they are likely to miss it. So we'll have to devise a multi-pronged strategy here, how to bring everybody into the system and keep the database up to date. No mean effort. I know, like when we were in, I was in the executive committee the last term. It was the biggest activity that Pratap had taken, and he cleansed a lot of it. But still more things to do, cleansing and bringing in more people and putting in systems to keep it up to date with a multi-pronged, multi-generational approach is what is required.
Yeah.
So I'd like to add just 1 minute. So the database, as you told, right? So it can only happen through some crowdsourcing. You know, how to motivate your batchmates to give the data of the missing, like, you know, lost and found, that kind of thing. So I'd like to throw this question open to anyone in the panel. How do we motivate? Like, say you know somebody batchmate. We have actually last year itself we had put up around November. So these are the people whose database is not there with us. We are not able to contact them. Now, how do you think we can actually inspire the other batchmates to look at that, at our challenge, and help us with connecting with them? For example, I had 5 days back tried to check the database of our past presidents. Wanted to find out how many of them are with us in the world and how many are not there with us. So that took about 2 hours time, but finally we could get it through our network. But it has to go to the membership level. How do you do that? So I'd like to ask this question to anybody who wants to volunteer for this.
One thing is you can take a horse to waters but not make it to drink. So don't worry about a few of them who do not ever respond. One thing you can do is work with each department and ask them to give. They have entire registry of the students. They have entire registry. My name is there. I went and looked into what my name and roll number was. All those things were there. So just get the names. And now use all your deep, whatever it is, data mining things, catch their names, and then send them a very affectionate message saying that, you know, we want to include you in this. This is about, that's why I said, emotion. You need to speak to the emotion of people. Affection, empathy have to come in there. It is not about demanding them or telling them that they are not responding. Forget about all those people who never respond. Today they may not respond. Tomorrow, when they see the value, they will come back. Okay, and that way you can keep on iterating, multi-pronged approach, as you said. One day you will get this, database going and people responding to it as well. Yeah. Thank you.
I think it is like any data and AI problem. The data quality will evolve over time.
I just have one idea that as long as we can have a contact of the alumni, irrespective of they are member or not, let's send all the communication from the association, whichever goes to the registered alumni also. So that will probably make them, there's something happening in the alumni association, and they may become a member. This is one way of doing it. I don't know whether we are doing this as of now, I do not know.
Want to add a quick word. You know, instead of focusing on those who are in, at the sunset of their life, I think we need to catch them young. And the way we catch them young, and I couldn't agree more with Murthy, we have to make whatever programs we conduct relevant for students so that they see value. And he did mention value proposition. I think it is vital.
Yeah. Well,
oh gosh, I'm blanking out, but okay, I'll come back to it. You said something, sir, that I wanted to respond to. What did you say? You said something. Yeah. Oh, yeah, yes, exactly, exactly. So, in fact, exactly. So, we, in the beginning at IISc Alumni, had membership fee, annual membership fee. And then we decided that this membership fee is actually so small compared to what our expenses are, and we actually removed membership fee for any ANA member, and we only have lifetime members donating $500. So once the membership fee is taken out, then it reaches to every alumnus, irrespective of whether they are a member or not, and that's how you actually bring it more and more into it. And it is working with us very well. Yeah, yeah.
I think we have run out of time now. Thank you so much for a wonderful panel discussion, our panelists. If I can summarize, Dr. K.R. Srinivasan, he focused on Alumni Center. Dr. Vinay spoke about alumni database, fellowship collaborations with PhDs, with IISc and IISc Alumni Association joint mentorship programs. And Vinay said about objective, Dr. Amay said about primary membership, and finally a student catch them up. And Professor Murli said Industry 4.0, use deep tech. Professor Murthy, go to basics, add value, and they'll definitely come and engage with you. And Nalini said, both ways, we have to maintain two ways prong for maintaining an active database. With that, I think a lot of insights that we got through this panel discussion. Anyone has max two questions, we'll take it up. Yeah. Two quick questions or inputs we would like to take.
See, one thing we should have enlarged the EC. That should have each member from each department, and department should be worked with EC so that membership and contacts are enhanced. That's all.
Thank you.
Namaste, this is Venkat from Startup Sanatana. I am from the startup world because I keep attending many startup related events out of IISc, kind of thing. There, in the tech community, lot of weekend meetups keeps happening. Whether it's whatever may be the language or artificial intelligence or Python or any language. Something similar to that in IISc, lot of resources are there. Very good, who can deal with all building large scale applications, everything. Bringing all those professors, if meetups are done monthly once or something like that, it will be really helpful so that some activity it should keep on happening. Otherwise, people after the big events like this, people lose the thing, and the next year only they will come and participate.
Yeah, monthly meetings. We keep on trying to do few lectures regularly. Probably we'll look into the monthly meetup. Yeah, questions at the end.
And even you can think of online and offline, both.
Yeah, sure.
Good evening. My name is Guru Raj. I am a 1969 postgraduate from Civil Engineering Department. I'm the only one, I think, probably from that department. I don't see my colleagues here. This alumni association is mainly Bangalore centric, which is why I think you are not getting many people from outside the state as well as outside the country to be a part of this, because they can't have any benefit or they can't even attend. So it is better to have some sort of a centers either in the west, north, south, and also probably most of them are in America. So they can all be a part of that team and engage themselves in that center and be a part of the total association.
So
this could be thought of as.
We have started with different chapters: Chennai, Hyderabad, Mumbai, Delhi, all these chapters. So now we have started opening up. In this term itself, we have 4 chapters we have initiated IISc Alumni. Probably we're looking for more engagement, more chapter formation across India and outside India.
Yeah, but because see, as it is, see, if you look at our batches, we don't have any connection with our classmates
69,
at all.
yeah, correct.
So hardly we meet anybody. So this could be one of the forum where we can
Sure.
meet, and a lot of them are abroad and all that. So one way we can connect with them is through
Correct.
this efforts.
Yes.
So that way it should help us.
Yeah,
And
thank you.
probably that will be a great, initiative from your end. Thank you.
Sure, definitely. Thank you for input, sir. So last, Professor, Dr. Raj wants to say, and then we'll close.
I want to supplement what Mr. Gururaj said. Yeah, Mr. Gururaj said, I want to supplement. See, he has rightly raised one point. And how many of you in our EC are aware that Northeast and Northeast has conducted a online meeting? I was the only one attended because there they discussed many things, saying that what's happening in Bangalore, we are not aware. Okay? See, this is what point raised. And also, the people in part of the Orissa, okay, they said that, yes, we don't know what's happening the other end. Okay? See, like one other person said very clearly long ago, IISc is a Malleshwaram club. Still it is Malleshwaram club only. Okay? Please, and for example, Chennai chapter. Hello, Nalini Kannan? Chennai chapter is aware of, are you aware of what's happening in IISc Alumni in Bangalore? No, no, yes or no?
Yes.
You are aware? But if you really ask people, okay, I can really tell that some of the things are not really clear. Okay, right. This apart. Hyderabad chapter, Bangalore chapter, Chennai chapter, all things okay. But what about ANA? What is ANA doing? Okay, no sir, we are also part of the Alumni Association. Okay, you are carrying the name IISc. Okay, see, when I went to US, I talked to a lot of people in ANA. See, they are not aware of that, what is this IISc Alumni Association, WODA. They get really confused. So we really want to really clarification what is IISc Alumni Association main focus and what is our vision mission.
Okay, thank you for the input, Dr. Raj. I think, thank you so much. Thanks to Dr. Vinay joining us online. And there's a small token of appreciation for our panelists. Dr. Vinay will courier.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you so
I
much.
would have to quit now. Thank you very much for having me as part of this panel, and I wish I was there in person.
Yes.
Online, nothing makes the same impact. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you so much. now we have reached the last part of the session. I'd like to hand over to Dr. Pramila to announce the next session.
The last session, an important one. So this is about Srimati Shubha and Professor Dwarka Dasa Young Entrepreneur Award presentation. Sir, please come on stage. What's that? Young Entrepreneur Award. Sir, please come, sir. Please come. I will introduce you and you will tell about the listen. Here. Here. Professor E.S. Dwarkadasa is a distinguished Indian metallurgist. He was formerly a professor in the Department of Metallurgy at the Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore. He holds BE, MSc Engineering and PhD in Metallurgy from IISc. He is currently the CEO and MD of Karnataka Hybrid Micro Devices Limited.
This is an award which is being presented to a young entrepreneur who is less than 40 years of age and whose innovation has impacted the society. This is the basic terms, and it is anyone who has any relationship with IISc. It need not be that he is only an alumni. He can be anything, but somewhere in their career or in their life, they should have been associated with IISc. That is the only thing. It is not mainly for alumni or faculty. It is for anyone who has any time had an association with IISc. So this year, this was being advertised, and we got a few nominations, and we had the head of the FSID, then Professor Vijay Chandru, an entrepreneur, and Professor Swami Manohar, who had also been an entrepreneur, again back to corporate, who judged these awards. And I'm happy to announce that Dr. Devyan Das Gupta is the awardee for this year. Please come. Dr. Devyan Das Gupta completed the MS Engineering and PhD from the IISc in Nanoscience and Engineering. He has received numerous awards for his thesis and his subsequent startup. He has pioneered the use of magnetically driven nanobots for probing, sensing, and repairing biological tissues. His PhD work at IISc established how magnetic helical nanomotors can measure local viscoelasticity inside cells and extracellular matrices, offering new insights into cancer biomechanics. He has translated these principles to clinical problems by co-founding Nautilus Private Limited, the world's first nanorobotics company for healthcare, which develops nanobots to disinfect root canals and alleviate dental hypersensitivity. His research has resulted in multilingual international patents and has earned national and international recognition for the Indian deep tech innovation. His approach has opened a new frontier for minimally invasive endodontic and regenerative nanotherapies. The IISc Alumni Association feels it a great privilege to present this award Srimati Shubha and Professor Ishwara Dasahalli Dwaraka Dasa Young Entrepreneur Award for the year 2025 to Dr. Debian Dasgupta. I would request Professor Ishwara Dwaraka Dasa to kindly present this citation and a cash award of rupees 3 lakhs to him.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much. I'm really giving an extempore because I didn't know I'd be giving a speech. But thank you, Professor Ishwara, for acknowledging the efforts that we have been doing. So I would just like to talk a little bit about the grand vision between what we are trying to achieve. And it's sort of inspired. So for the people here, I actually still work in IISc. I'm still based out of Center for Nanoscience. I work with Professor Ambarish. Also, we very recently, we got some venture fund. So we are setting up our own clean room in Rajajinagar, not too far away from here. I think, so I want to talk more about the vision than more about the science, because I think all of you can go up and read up about our research if you're interested. So I think, I mean, this whole project started when, in I think 2018 or around that time, when a dentist walked into Ambarish's office and he said, look, you guys are doing all this for cancer, and my main PhD work was on cancer. And there are these problems in dental health where current technology does not work, and you have this nanorobots which you can control in a very minute way, up to maybe a few microns precision, and you can move them inside teeth, and probably you can have nanosurgeons inside teeth. So that was a really fantastic proposition, and with all our technologies, we believed we can do it. So the other reason why we liked it is because at that time, we were very naive. We believed that the regulatory pathway for dental health was much more easier. It's not.
But that's what we believe, and that led us to start this company. But we actually, me and Professor Ambarish, we have this view that at least something like a Bell Labs or a jet propulsion laboratory should come out of IISc. So this should be a really high-tech tinkering space where you can do really cool research, and someone should fund them. So, I mean, the way, and we looked at history. So the way Bell Labs got to where Bell Labs was, I think was mostly because initially all the scientists in Bell Labs started coming from one single lab, and they were trying to solve one problem, which was this communication from one side of US to the other side. And what they allowed was they said that, look, here are a lot of smart people, you give them all the facilities, give them enough money, and tell them that this is the niche where you have to work with it, but you are free to do whatever you want. And I think within our lab, we have this environment, but we also wanted to commercialize this so that it becomes sustainable, because just applying for grants and getting grants from government is not sustainable in the long run. So we thought we will commercialize some of the really cool nanorobotics that we have done, and maybe try to get them into market as soon as possible. Whereas in the back end, we actually do the more important things that we really want to do. And for me personally, that would be cancer. I would really want to target brain cancer, which we are actually making amazing progress in the lab. So hopefully in a couple of years, actually cancer might take a little more time, but maybe in 4 to 5 years time span, we would have at least the first clinical trials. On the dental front, things have actually moved really fast. CDSCO, the regulatory body of India, has been really helpful to us, and we actually now have the test license to go and do the clinical trials, which we hope to start in a couple of months. There are some paperwork to be done by us, but it should happen within a couple of months. So this is, I mean, sometimes I find it hard to believe, because this is a kind of medicine. I would not call it a medicine, a medical device, which has no predicate in the world. So there is no prior example of something like this being put into the human body. So something that can be magnetically maneuvered. So there are no drugs, no medical devices at this scale which can do that. And I think the support from IISc ecosystem, and so I'm also an IISc alumni, and I really use the IISc Alumni website and the card to get into IISc every day. And that has been really amazing. I really hope that we can use this platform to actually go and treat glioma, which is our grand goal. So thank you so much for this support, and thank you, Professor, for believing in me. Thank you.
To end the session, I request Dr. Pratap to give a general vote of thanks.
So, yeah, happy and sad both ways to end the day with a high note. And it's incomplete without giving the thanks to all the helps we have got. First and not least is the donors. We have been privileged to get platinum donors like FSID and MS Ramaiah Institute of Technology, who have funded 2 of the major programs, the musical event extravaganza and the dinner for the Golden Jubilee dinner. Then SBI being the platinum donor, then Joper, Alpha Design, 2 batches, as the batch, as Murthy sir was telling, the batch nostalgic, ME Mechanical and BE Tech, 1975 to 78 BE Tech and ME Mechanical 1979 to 81. They need a special applause for their efforts. Then Colonel Shankar, who is sitting here, Dr. Guruswamy and Surekha Guruswamy, Prema Life Sciences, Reva University,
Alumni Association of Chennai also have contributed as gold members. Atulya Senior Care, Thermonic Design, Non-Hour Consulting and Holic Travel and Events Private Limited. Then we have some individual silver donors, some of them were in the panelists also. To Swami Manohar, Mohanji, H.B. Suraya, Avinash Suraya sir, Dr. Gurumurthy, Gagandeep Khuranaji, and the bronze and other donors you could read in the souvenir. So next comes to the institute for providing us this wonderful hall, and directors and all the panelists who have really enlightened with passion and research they have done in their life and how the IISc motivated them. Panel discussion, all the panelists for the live discussion and all the audience for the live participation. Now let me thank all our EC members. They have also worked really hard in the last couple of months to make the plan and execute. Last not the least is the staffs. If you see in the last 1 month, we have increased our number of followers count from 300 to more than 500 now because of their tremendous effort. We could see all the social media is buzzing with the post about alumni association. So special applause for the staffs for their hard work. With that, and also I would like to specially thank our Colonel Sahab, who was there almost spending 10 hours every day to make sure online as well as offline. Online to call the moderators, make sure that he's getting the confirmation, things are taken care of, and offline to make sure that this souvenir is published in time. Thank you. So we'll disperse, and few announcements for day after tomorrow. The program is wrongly printed as on Jain Tata. Jain Tata is correct, but on 21st it will be in the faculty hall, near to the faculty hall, where we will meet for the nature walk, and cricket ground will have the cricket. It will not happen in the Jain Tata. Jain Tata is not for playing cricket, so that's a typo. I think people are stressed also. You can imagine what kind of stress people have gone through for making this successful, but beg your pardon. Thank you. We'll disperse now. Thank you. Sometimes he gets angry like that. Yeah. With staff, all panelists. I think now we can have all people go. I think we can have one group photo with all the people who are there till the end. Excuse me. Everybody can come forward. We will take the photo with the award winner. Dr. Saraswat also. Photo. It's a prestigious moment for you. Because he go with Chennai, I can do it. I'm there for the past 40